All right, guys, this next guest, man, has been in the game for 30 years doing this thing. Some of y'all might know him more for his content he makes and his opinions on hip hop on Monsta Nation. Make sure you guys subscribe. I'm talking about the one and only Rockness Monsta.
Why they don't do that? Why they don't do that no more?
I don't know, man. They waiting on you to show them the way.
What up, Panda?
How you doing, bro?
I'm chilling like a villain, man. How you? I'm out. I feel like a sucker, honestly, because I'm out here on the East Coast in this damn blizzard when I could be in Arizona looking at palm trees and cacti. But other than that, I'm good. You know.
Well, man, I'm glad to have you here, bro. So I want to, thank you for your time and everything, but let's start at the beginning. So you're originally from Brooklyn, Crown Heights, right? Born and raised?
No, Brownsville.
Brownsville, sorry.
Absolutely.
You're originally from Brownsville, born and raised.
Yes, I was technically born in East New York, but I was in Brownsville by the time I was 4 months old.
Got you, okay. Did you grow up with any siblings?
Yeah, I had an older brother and an older sister.
And what did your parents do for work?
My mom's in work, and my father wasn't there. I saw my father once in a while, like some holidays and some weekends, but it wasn't no real presence. Nah. Like I knew where he lived, you know what I'm saying, but it wasn't a consistent presence.
So your mom was just a stay-at-home mom with you guys?
Yeah.
Got you, okay. How would you describe yourself as a kid growing up? Like, were you really social, quiet?
I was a nice kid, but I was grumpy because I was the youngest kid, which made me the victim. You know what I'm saying? Like older brother bullying, older sisters was definitely worse than my older brother, even though she was a year younger than my older sister. Like, it was hard. It was the hard knock life going on in my apartment. So, that was my reality. So even though I was smart and I was really smart and like I had the best grades in my class and stuff like that, but I would fight you. You know what I'm saying? So it was like I was a nerd except for the fact that I put the Ming mouths on a couple of kids. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But that was me as a kid.
So you really enjoyed school, or?
I loved school. Like it baffles me that my daughter hates it. Like I loved school because it was an escape for me. You know what I mean? Like I said, I ain't getting no respect in the crib because I was the youngest one. I would go to school, and that was where I fit in.
Right. Now, if I'm not mistaken, weren't you like diagnosed with like ADHD or something like that, like early on?
Not early on. This is something I self-diagnosed myself. I'm actually in the process of finding out for real. I mean, I know for real now, but I'm like, and I don't trust a doctor more than I trust myself. Like you tell me what the symptoms are, I'll tell you if I got it. You understand what I'm saying? And that's, what was kind of the situation. One day a friend of mine called me. She put in a, like on a real I care about my friend phone call, right? And she's on the phone with me like, and she's telling me that she's been doing some research looking for a new therapist, right? And upon her research, she came up with some things and she was explaining the things, and these things were symptoms, you know what I mean? That she didn't tell me directly, she let me discuss, I mean, she did it tactfully, you know what I'm saying? She just laid it out, and let me hear it. And I was like, oh, I need to send me that. You understand what I'm saying? I started doing the research, but she knew before she made the phone call. That's why she made the phone call. But she didn't want to be pushy with it. But from that point on, I've been doing like, I've been reading up. I read literature. I read something on ADHD every day. And yeah, if not ADHD, ADHD. ADHD is like a ADHD autism combo where it's like you're a walking contradiction. It's like you hate structure, but you need structure. That's me.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Like it's a bunch of contradictions and all. But anyway, so yeah, I wasn't diagnosed young. They thought I was, I was gifted young and all of that, until I got to junior high school or high school and started messing up. You know what I mean? And then they thought I was a thug. I mean, I probably was, but whatever.
But as a kid, did you like notice like something was off, or you just didn't even notice a difference?
Nah, it didn't feel, I mean, well, here's the thing. As a kid, you don't know. You think everybody thinks the way you think. You don't know that it's abnormal until you experience or you have, adequate communication with other people to learn that it's not normal, right? But I did feel like I didn't fit in. I didn't feel like anything was off though. I just felt like, I was kind of nerdy. So I fit, so that, there was, I didn't have the same clothes everybody had. I had a ethnic name when everybody had white names. I was taller than everybody. So these were the reasons why I felt like I didn't fit in. It just, I'm just thinking I'm different because of my experiences, not because of my neurotype.
Right. And you've been very open about, growing up like in a difficult environment, as far as like your mom not being very nurturing or like giving hugs and stuff like that, right? And your older siblings, it was kind of rough on you, you know what I mean? Like it was pretty tough, right? So how do you think that affected you as a kid?
I mean, it does what, I was a kid in the 80s, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm Generation X. A lot of the things that they say about Generation X babies subscribe to me. Like, it makes you tougher. You know what I mean? You grow up, like you went outside and you played. Like, salute to my brother Jeezy. That's just what we call him so we don't have to say guns in front of people, right? But salute to my brother Jeezy, right? When we was kids, this nigga would walk up on us. We would be outside because he lived like across the street from the projects. And we might get out, we might be outside before he get to the block. He'd be like, yo, what y'all doing? We'd be like, nothing. He'd be like, y'all want to go get chased? Chased. Not chased. All right, so what you saying is, whatever it is we doing, we are not strong enough to come out on top. You understand what I'm saying? We gonna have to run, and niggas would be with it. Niggas be like, all right, what you got? You know what I'm saying? He'd be like, all right, we got this, that, whoop the wop. You gonna have to climb the gate. A dog is going block. And niggas would literally go do this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that was our youth. It was, it was fun. Like I said, though, my mom's was strict, or like you implied, my mom's was, she was on her brand of bullstein and, the older brother and sister shit. So it was like when I got outside, I kind of took it out on outside. I had a lot of pent up stress, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, I needed to release it. And a lot of it came in the form of dumb shit. Like my friends, doing dumb shit, and I was with the shits. Like I would be on punishment for 2-3 weeks for breaking curfew or something like that. And then I'd have missed this, that, and the third. They telling me the stories of the things they did while I was in the crib. And then I would just embrace my FOMO. You know what I'm saying?
Did you ever have a conversation like with your mom, or did you ever wonder to yourself like why things were the way that they were, like why it wasn't more of a loving kind of treatment or something like that?
Well, that loving shit don't really run in my family like that. I kind of figured it out, right? Like when I got older, it was like I realized, I was able to put things into perspective. And it's like the answer that makes the most sense is my mother was young and she was terrified. You understand what I'm saying? We was growing up in Brownsville, maybe not terrified, but she wasn't no dummy. She knew that grown men would rob a kid in Brownsville.
Mm-hmm.
Like a grown man would rob you as a kid. Somebody 18 would take your mama change out your pockets as she sent you to the store for some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So, they would take your money, they would take your skateboard, they would take your bike, they would take your hat, they would take, you know what I'm saying? Little 90s babies, they talking about Jan Sports. Nigga, I'm talking about Lee patches. The
Oof.
patch on the back of your leaves, niggas would take that for sport. They can't do nothing with it. It's not like they can wear it. They not selling it. I don't know what they do, but they just taking it just because it's it's the thing to do. Some rite of passage, whatever the fuck. But this was growing up, and I don't think that was specific to Brownsville. That was just the hoods out here. You know what I'm saying?
The times, yeah. Now, with your dad not being consistent in your life early on and stuff, like, did you ever have a conversation with your mom about why that was, or did you ever get to talk to him about that?
Well, I never got to talk to him about it. That I remember when I was young, it was like my mom's didn't. Well, here's the thing, right? I can remember, like, one of my oldest memories was of my mom's and my pops having a fight, right? Like, physical. And, you know, like, from that point on, it wasn't hard for my mother to turn me against my father. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't, you know how parents used to be back in the days. If she ain't rocking with him, we ain't rocking with him. And that was just what it was. But, you know, growing up, you know, when I got a little bit older, you know, I started putting things into perspective. I remember I was locked up around 19, and one of the OGs in the dorm, he was like, I heard you talk, you know, he was like, I heard you call your mom to all kind of dragon ladies, this, that, and the third, like, you know, wicked, evil, and this, that, and the third. He said, no. This was how it started. He was like, yo, I've heard you say that you don't rock with your father, so on and so forth. Like, you know, you disrespecting your pop and this, that, and the third. And he was like, wow. And I went into the whole, he wasn't there spiel, this, that, and the third. And then he hit me with the bro. He's like, I've heard you call your moms all kind of dragon ladies, this, that, and the third, wicked, evil people. He's like, if you can't take your moms, what make you think your pops could? Right? He's like, you her son. She gotta love you. What make you think, you understand? What do you think he went through? And, you know, I had to put that in perspective. My mom was a tough customer. She's tougher than a $2 steak. I'm trying to tell you, I could understand how that could be difficult. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it.
Right. So you're born in 75, right?
73.
73. Wow. Okay. So you're coming up in the 80s. Really, help paint the scene for us. Like, what is Brooklyn like during those days? What are you seeing around you that has like helped shaping you as a person?
Brooklyn and back then looked like Baltimore still looks now. And this is no disrespect to Baltimore. Like, Baltimore looks rough. And when I be in Baltimore, I see a lot of underdeveloped areas, like a whole bunch of, you know, vacant lots and stuff like that. That's how Brooklyn was back then. Like, by the time I was, you know, in junior high school, they started fixing up a lot of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? A lot of those vacant lots are now apartments and stuff like that. But when I was a kid, it was very vacant lotty. You know what I mean? It was projects, vacant lots, schools, churches, and libraries, liquor stores. The methadone center was right behind my building. It was like a drug rehabilitation program jump off they had that was right behind my building. There's this. So I would see the fiends every morning, like from my window, like, you know, like these niggas doing that dance, you know, that dance they do, or not that dance, but that gravity defying trick they be doing and all of that. Like, I would see that a lot as a kid. When I would walk out my door towards the front of my building, the Ave, Mother Gaston, everybody who knows Brownsville knows Mother Gaston. That Mother Gaston was a couple of blocks from me. That whole block, like the whole strip, the most active strip of Mother Gaston is the strip that's adjacent to where I live, right? The few blocks where I live. And back as a kid, the Latins owned that. Like, that was their shit. And they had a gang called the MLC. It stood for the Music Loving Crew, right? Feds never knew what hit him, I promise you, because that's music my ass. You understand what I'm saying? All right, maybe they had a couple DJs, maybe they had, you know, they couple niggas knew how to break dance and all of that, but them niggas was serious, right? They had, like, they had the hood in a chokehold. Like, they was, like, before I understood a drug game or anything like that, they had that. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever illegal activity was going on the Ave, they had it locked down. And that was, and the gang had niggas at every age. So me, when I was 6 years old, they had somebody 6 years old to rob me if they chose to.
Wow.
Luckily, one of the six, it was probably only a few 6-year-old niggas, and one of them was my homeboy. We was good, you know what I'm saying? So I was good for a while. That don't mean I didn't get into problems with them later. And that's part of what my mother was afraid of.
So with you seeing, you know, fiends at such a young age and everything like that, did you know what that was at that time, or someone helped explain it to you?
I had no idea. I kind of just gradually learned, but
Over time.
nobody explained it to me like that, like definitively.
Right, but you got to actually live through the crack era and see it for your own eyes, right?
Soon as crack blew up, you know, a couple of OGs came to the hood and got a couple of my homeboys to work for them. You know what I'm saying? We was 14, 15, like a couple of my homeboys, they had a little bit more freedom in because I couldn't get away with it. There was no way I could do it. Like, they can't, you know, because the hours were ridiculous, and my mom was on me. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I seen it from soon as it became the thing. Like 85, I was in the streets already.
A lot of people, you know, they're always talking about the 80s with the crack era and stuff, but I feel like people forget that in the 70s we had Vietnam, and a lot of people was hooked on that H because of it coming over too, you know, so you're like going from one extreme to another.
Yeah. Yeah, but like I told you, I saw that too. Like, I just didn't know what I was looking at. Like,
Right.
But yeah, that was before. Like, when I was a kid, I'm seeing these, you know, dudes nodding off on the Ave and in the back by the meth building and all of that. And it's just like, nobody really explained it to me. Like, people were calling names. They were calling derogatory, disrespectful names or whatever. But you didn't really know what it was. You know, as a kid, you hear a lot of words. You might even use the word and don't really know what it is until some grown-up go, "What you talk about? You even know what that is?"
Right.
And you sitting there, you know, looking stupid.
How do you think that affected you as a kid though, when you're witnessing all of that growing up?
I don't know. I really don't. Like, I feel like for most of the time, like, even to this day, I'm more inside my head than I am in the world. Because I've been creative before I knew I was creative. And, you know, so just, you know, I'm just a walking think tank. So I'm always thinking about some shit. So I'm not, you know, the things that don't concern me. And I've been that way for a long time.
Right. Do you remember the first hip hop song you ever heard?
I don't know, because hip hop kind of just gradually found its way into my consciousness. You know, it was a time when there wasn't a lot of it, but I can remember, The Message.
Right, The Message.
Don't push me. I remember that from like my life in Bushwick, right? My mom's, you know, my uncle and my aunt both had an apartment in the same building in Bushwick. And, you know, just think about it. If you growing up, you young, right? You 26, 27, 28, and your brother and your sister both got apartments in the same building. This building is the jump off. This building is officially the jump off now. This is where where niggas is hanging out and so on and so forth. So, you know, I spent a phase of my life when I was around, I want to say like around 8 years. What year did The Message come out? You know what I mean? Because I'm thinking like 8 years old, somewhere around there, where when I was spending time in Bushwick like that.
1982. So you're about 8 years.
No, 82?
Yeah.
So, okay, so I'm a little bit older. 82?
9.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. So,
Right.
you know, I'm around there, and I remember that song. I also remember like Lisa Cold Jam type of, "You're taking me to the point of no return." For some reason, I feel like that was close to that era or whatever, because I think Bushwick when I hear it. You know what I mean? And, you know, but it was, like I said, it was phasing its way in, but I might not know what the first song. All right, you got The Message. When did White Lines come out? White Lines.
That was the next year, 1983.
Right. This is that Bushwick era of my life, right? So by the time I was 11, I wrote my first rap. And I remember I was, the things that I wasn't sure I liked hip hop with the message and white lines and all that. It was there. I was kind of just feeling it out at the time. You know what I'm saying? But
were you into other music though before then?
I mean, other music was my only it was your only choice because they didn't play hip hop on the radio. So,
Right, but I mean, did you like music in general?
Yeah. I just didn't realize how much I liked it though, but I did. I absolutely did. Like it just seemed regular though. Like music was always there. I didn't know that I loved music as much as I loved it though. You know what I'm saying? But the amount of songs that I can still hum and sing to you for my white boy, I got a playlist on my YouTube called White Boy Wasted, right? It's the white it's white songs from all of the eras of my life. You know what I mean? Like it goes back as far as like I got Elton John talking about I'm still standing better than I ever been. Looking like a true survivor. I'm feeling like a little kid. Like back then I got all kind of Billy Joel, Eurythmics, all the way up to Puddle of Mud and Stained and Imagine Dragons and wild eras in between.
Oh damn, you went all the way with that, huh?
Yeah. But back in the days, it wasn't no hip hop on the radio. So you had, you better like on this Hall and Oates, this Thompson Twins, this you understand what I'm saying? These are your options.
But on the block though, are you seeing block parties? You seeing a lot of graffiti, breakdancing? Are you seeing these elements?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I was on punishment for way too many block parties, right? I did get to participate in some of them, but them shits used to break my heart when I used to be on punishment. I had to look at them jump offs out the window.
Oh man.
Oh man. I lived on the 9th floor. So I had a good view of some stuff too. Like you just see the girl that you got a crush with who was shy dancing with somebody. I hated it. God damn it. I hated it. Oh my God.
So your homie Randy was the first one that inspired you to be a rapper, right? Because he was more nerdy than you, and you saw like, well, if he could do it, I could definitely do it.
Yeah, we was both kind of nerd. We was both on the borderline. We was kind of nerdy, kind of cool. Right. You know what I'm saying? We was the nerds that didn't get fucked with by the in crowd. Like, they was cool with us. Like the cool kids was cool with us. Right. But we was a step above the nerdiness. You know what I'm saying? But he was, in my opinion, he was a little bit nerdier than me. And this nigga came to school with a rap and he spit that shit and I liked it. I was like, oh man, I could probably do this shit. So I tried it out. I went home like that day. I tried it out and it was a good rap. My rap was decent.
You remember it word for word?
Hell no. I do remember what it was about though. It was a say no to drugs rap.
Oh.
I was 11 years old, bro.
See, so maybe that's where we were talking about earlier. That was somewhere in the subconscious, right? That inspired you to write about your experience of witnessing that growing up.
Maybe. Because I definitely was hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, I definitely knew, being a good kid, which I was, you know what I'm saying? And seeing, but then again, like, I'm not sure I understood the drugs, the drug use that I was seeing at that time. But whatever. I mean, we'll take it. We'll call one in that section.
So you went back to school and you rapped it to Randy, or?
Mm-hmm.
And what
I
did he
rapped
say?
it to Randy. He was with the shits. You know what I'm saying? He was like, we wasn't saying dope back then. He was like, he was impressed, right? And so I said it to a few other people, and I was getting props for it, and I liked the way that felt. You know what I'm saying? So I would just say it. But that was the only rap I had for that whole year. I didn't write another rap until I was 12. You know what I'm saying? It was like, I got this one. This is my little parlor trick right here. I just pull it out, pause whenever, you know what I'm saying? I'm somebody to be impressed. I impress them. But then I wrote another verse at 12, and then at 13, I started writing verses. But what made me fall in love with hip hop, you know, in that around that, it was the UTFO Fat Boys era, like UTFO, Houdini, Fat Boys. I knew I loved this shit by that time.
But before rapping, were you into graffiti or breakdancing? Did you try any of the other elements?
I tried all of the elements. I only my weakest element is DJ.
Okay.
But I used to pop lock, breakdance. I used to beatbox. I think beatbox should be one of the fucking elements too. You understand what I'm saying?
Definitely.
But graffiti and all of that, like yeah, I did all of that.
Now, were you like lanky at the time too, at that age? Like, cause you for the limbs to be able to do
I was always the tallest person in my class, but I will tell you this, there was a time when Ruck was taller than me, like visibly taller than me.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, by the time we got to high school, I passed him.
Got you.
You know, or by the time I got to high school, because he got to high school before I did. But yeah, like I was always big. You know, I was always the tallest dude and always in the back of the classroom, niggas in the size order and all of that. But you know, like if I showed you a picture of me and my older brother when we were kids, I look short next to him. You know what I mean?
What age is it that you decide to join the Decepticons?
As soon as I found out my friends were already Decepticons.
So we're talking like 13 or
like 15.
15. Okay.
Yeah, because it was like, you know, first it was just this thing that was terrorizing the town or whatever. And you know, you didn't know what you was going to do if you ran into them. You knew, you know, if you wasn't no bitch ass nigga, you knew that you knew that it was going to be a bad day if you ever ran into him, right? But you know, because you wasn't going to just cower, you know, whatever. The coolest thing in the world to me about Decepticons was the fact that niggas used to have it was like niggas used to wear it like a secret identity. You know what I mean? And it was like some superhero shit to me almost, you know what I mean? Like, cause it wasn't based off of your block. It was based off of, you know, the type of shit you want and who you know, right? Whatever, who you gel with the best. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, one day my man told me that Steel was a Decept. And he didn't even say Steel, he said Tone first. I thought he was talking about another Tone, right? The other Tone I knew, but wasn't like Steel. But cause me and Steel was already tight, and he kept that from me. You know what I'm saying? This nigga never mentioned it. I'm like, oh, word. But it was the coolest shit in the world. That's real superhero shit right there. You know what I'm saying? So soon as I realized that my homeboys was Decept, I started trying to be Decept. I mean, I just started claiming, right? Like I didn't get tested or nothing, right? But I'm like, you know, whatever my homies is on, I'm on. And I was really rocking with Steel at this point. Like at this point, I would have threw you off a bridge for Steel. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so it is what it is. I didn't even have like proper clearance or nothing. Like I didn't get initiated, none of that shit. But it just was what it was. But when I linked up with Ruck after that. So I already knew Ruck, but I linked up with him after that. And the way I linked up with him was because in my second high school, I landed in the homeroom class with like 3 or 4 dudes that were Ruck's niggas. Those was his homeboys, right? And, you know, one of them already knew me through Steel. That's my man Norton, right? And, you know, we just started gelling with each other. And eventually Ruck came around. And, you know what I'm saying? That was the start of history right there.
The Decepts, they had it on lock. Like anybody that I've ever interviewed from Brooklyn or has any kind of Brooklyn connection says that like it was crazy back then. Like I interviewed Necro, right? And he's a Jewish kid. He moved to Brooklyn with his brother Ill Bill, and he said they had to fight the Decepts like every day, basically, because they was getting bullied.
Let me stop. I'm not going to smoke on camera. My bad. Sorry.
That's cool.
Yeah. It was wild. It really was. And as I was saying, like Ruck homeboys, they welcomed me into Decepts officially. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, nah, you with us type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, it was definitely, it was definitely intense.
Mm-hmm.
It was intense. Like, it wasn't too many methods to the madness. It was just like, meaning like it wasn't it wasn't no real mission. Like, niggas was wild just for no reason. Like, niggas did a lot of shit that didn't make sense. You know
But
what I'm
it
saying?
started like from a good place though, right? Because
All gangs start the same way. Some dudes, well, not all of them, but most of them start the same way. Somebody gets violated. Somebody gets his homeboys together to retaliate. Bond gets formed. Group of bonded brothers grows and grows and grows, and then gets out of hand. You understand what I'm saying? Eventually gets out of hand, and it stops being about protection, and it becomes about oppression.
right. But you said that the Decepticons was actually started by like some really smart kids from Brooklyn Tech.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
That's crazy.
All of the main like Brooklyn Tech, High School of Graphic Communication arts, these were the main Decepticon hubs. They were all great schools with really smart kids and shit as well.
And you've also said in the past that like you're not for gang banging, but you're not opposed to like gangs because like gangs exist in so many various different forms. They just call it different, like Democrats, Republicans, the police,
Right,
that type of stuff.
right. Ask yourself in real life, have the Bloods killed more people than the Republicans?
I can't say that.
Like, and I haven't done any numbers. I just pulled that one off the top of my head. Like, I didn't research this question. You could have had the math and shot me all the way down just now. But I'm just out of my back pocket. Have the Bloods killed more people than the Republicans? If the answer is no, then what the fuck are we talking about? You understand what I'm saying? You got a gang, the law classifies a gang as any four or more any motherfuckers standing together and representing a thing.
I mean, you
What
can
are we
say
talking-
that about religion technically then too.
Brother, please don't believe I was leaving religion out of this equation. For a second, don't believe that they were exempt from what I'm trying to say right here. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm like, whatever the group it is, whatever the group may be, and whatever demographic, it's just people uniting for whatever it is they believe in. Now, some of them are positive, but don't put the fucking Democrats and Republicans and a whole bunch of these how many people die in the name of religion?
So many.
So I don't want to hear that shit you talking about. They just sanctioned. We not. They just get benefits. We don't. That's all. Just because it's legal, don't make it right.
Right.
Just because it's standard, don't make that shit legit. Nope.
How many crazy things do people do in the name of religion, right? They twist the words of the Bible or whatever to say like, I'm doing
Slavery
this for.
is in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And people, holy wars have been fought. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me, do not, I don't want to hear none of that shit you talking.
The problem is that they associate the word gang more with the urban culture. And that's why it's more like criminalized or penalized, like looked in a negative light, right?
Absolutely.
But when you really look at it, it's like, bro, like, you know what I mean? Some of these other groups have been doing some pretty crazy things for a long time. I mean, when you talk politics, it's like people gang banging there pretty much. Like they vote just like as committed, no matter who's in office for that party, right? Like it's like, I'm going with that party regardless. Like that's to the death of me. That's on some gang banging shit.
Absolutely. And I'm of the belief that if you inject money into the hoods, if you inject enough money into the hoods, the violence goes downward. You know what I'm saying? Like the violence decreases substantially. So now, and I know as a nigga who been in the streets and around mad street niggas, the niggas that's getting real money is like, yo, chill out with all the goofy shit. You fucking the money up.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So poverty is the problem every time. You know, it's or at least part of the problem.
It's a contributing factor.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So October 9th, 1991, you got a house party going on with your cousin, Lady Charmaine.
Champagne,
sorry. Lady Champagne. And the night somehow leads to you getting shot. Right. Now, Lady Champagne was actually the first person you were in a group with.
Right. Yes, my cousin. I don't know if that was October 9th.
I'm basing this off of your video.
Oh.
That's what you said.
All right, it might have been nice, but yeah, so what's the question? Like, that's definitely Lady Champagne. That's salute to Lady Cham.
Right.
You know what I mean? She fighting
you getting shot for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I only been shot once.
From that house party.
Well, I didn't get shot at that house party though. It was I left that house party to go to another party that like this house party was in the projects. We knew everybody. We're gonna see all of the same people. But the reason that I left that house party was because it was another situation going on with like my girlfriend and this other girl, right? And this other girl was bad and she was wild aggressive. And I was like 17. I wasn't that versed in the art of women's, right? I didn't know how to you know what I'm saying, finesse or diffuse this shit without, I didn't know how to handle it. So I felt my best option was to take myself out of the situation. And I went to the other party. I'm like, let's see some new chicks or whatever. Let's go over here, blah, 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 whatever. And I went over to that party and got shot there. Yeah, it was, it was pretty straightforward. As soon as we got to the club, like we was there for like 10 minutes. We got drinks. Like my cousin, I'm 17. My cousin had two of my cousins was older. Like Sham was a few years older than me. And my other cousin Mel, niggas got us. So we had Heinekens, and the fight broke out. And the fight was a good one. It was like one of the more Western flicks with chairs and all of that shit. But they was blocking the way out, so we had to, had to wait until the fight was over. And when the fight was over, the party was over. Whoever got outside first got to their guns first, and they shot that shit up bad. You know what I'm saying? A bunch of people got shot. And I feel like I got shot first. Even though I was at the top of the stairs, on my way down the stairs, soon as they started shooting, I was shot. There's a nigga out there.
What was the fight over?
I don't know. No idea.
Some dumb shit?
It's somebody out there running around that shot Rock from Heltah Skeltah and has no idea he shot Rock from Heltah Skeltah. Because I wasn't Rock from Heltah Skeltah yet.
Where'd you get shot?
In my arm. Word. And the bullet's still there. That shit still bothers me to this day sometimes.
So you never wanted to get it taken out?
Yeah, I wanted to get it took out. I went to the hospital. You think I just went home and on some Johnny Rambo shit? It was like, fucking pack me up.
Some people do that. I don't know. You know what I mean? They don't want to report it to the police. I
didn't do nothing. It wasn't nothing to report. I didn't have a gun. And that's a salute to my man Guns, too, because that night when we was getting ready to go there, that was a wild night in Cephalopprojects. Projects. Like, 2 other niggas got shot in my projects that night. That was another reason. But let's just get out. Let's just get out of here. It was dark. It was foggy. Shit looked like a horror movie and shit. Like, we got the fuck out of there. Went to the other party. But yeah, like I went to the hospital. They was like you can't. They couldn't take it out. It was too close to. Yeah, all that bullshit.
So the fight wasn't even concerning you. You were just an innocent bystander that got shot in the process.
Absolutely.
That's crazy, man. So how does the bullet like affect you to this day?
It just hurts. You know what I'm saying? It just hurts sometimes. Like
is it by your elbow or like your joints or anything?
Yeah, it's by my elbow.
Damn. And so do you have trouble when you go to like the airport or like through like a metal detector or anything like that?
Nah, I don't do that. That doesn't happen. But yeah, it's definitely like Like it went in like here, and it rests somewhere in here now.
Oh shit. So that might be like by a real close vein or something like that.
Maybe. Like I remember for a long time after it, like I wouldn't work out. It was like, cause I could feel it. Like I didn't like doing push-ups or nothing like that and shit. But eventually I started, I can work out. I still, my jabs still work. You know what I'm saying? It just, sometimes my shit be hurt. You know what I'm saying?
What was your
And now,
immediate reaction though when you got shot?
when I, oh shit. Like I tell you, as soon as they started shooting, I got shot. Like I don't think nobody got shot before me. And I was at the top of the stairs. I don't know how that math worked out, but as soon as I got hit, that shit said, pow, pow, pow. I was like, oh shit, I'm shot. And I sat down. I'm at the top of the steps. I sat on the top step, and then I swung off my legs around the banister, and now I'm out of the line of fire. Like the banister was on this side of me. I spin myself around, so now I'm on that side of the banister. And I was good. I just chilled out. No panic, no nothing. I'm just like, damn. I had on my brother's light blue Guess jean jacket. I'm like, this is gonna be a fight. Like this is not gonna go well.
He gonna be mad.
Word.
So in 1992, you get locked up for robbery, but you didn't commit the robbery. You actually were trying to prevent the robbery.
Yeah.
And this happened at Graphic Communication Arts, aka Cybertron, right?
Yes.
It was a bullshit charge that eventually got dropped. What happened?
Well, it's because what happened was I feel like I was probably protected from something bigger. That was the universe conspiring in my favor and preserving me for the good shit. Because I was on one. Like that was in November. It was like November 12th when I got locked up. But in October, I had lost somebody. Like my man Ike had this older cousin that was our man. Like Ike was like, if Ike knew how to rap, there would have been no Heltah Skeltah. There would have been no champagne on the rocks. Ike was my best friend, right? But he couldn't rap, and he didn't really have no desire to. But his whole family, I know his whole family, like, all of them people are my family. And his older cousin, he had came up on this hustle. Well, a couple of his older cousins, they came up on this hustle, and they was helping us, they was including, we was helping out. We was young boys or whatever, but we was helping out a little bit. You know what I mean? The hustle was gunslinging, right? Not shooting, but, swinging. And Cuzzo got killed in a gun deal that went bad. And it happened right in our building. And that shit had me on 10. You know what I'm saying? Like this was, it had us on 10, but I was a wild card at this point. You know what I'm saying? All of that good kid shit from like, I'm 19 now. Well, I was 18 going on 19, and I was all the way in at that point.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like, I remember seeing somebody from my projects while I was locked up in those 6 months, and he was like, oh shit, he knew I rapped, but he didn't know that I did all that up. You know what I'm saying? It was like, that was the thing about Decept shit. Most of our dirt, like I said, it was some secret identity shit. Niggas didn't know that we was on what we was on unless you needed to know, like to even know basic shit. But anyway, yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, the robbery was just, it was, the robbery happened. I just didn't, like, the reason I was even in that area was because of some other shit that was going. Like, we was up there to fight. Like, it was gonna be a wild rumble with like the Decept niggas united with the uptown Decepts united with the uptown niggas, period. And it was just an uptown over everything versus Decept shit. And that was a battle that we was having.
So it's Decepts versus Decepts too.
Yeah, but the niggas from uptowns was Decepts and not Decepts. You know what I'm saying? So this was happening, and just a couple of days ago, we was up there at graphics and all kind of shit went on. You understand what I'm saying? Like everything. Like it was like I got jumped that day. It was one of those times I got jumped in one, so it don't really count. But like we jumped some niggas jumped me. Like it was one of those. So this was like part 2 of that. And I'm up there ready. Like I got some of my homies. We got one up there and shit. And all of these deceptions, these niggas, I can't even call these niggas Decepticons. These old deceptive fraud ass niggas was up there doing a whole bunch of goofball shit when they know we up there for a specific purpose. You know what I'm saying? So they up there robbing the little nigga, and they robbing. So I had to bark on these niggas twice. And one of those times I had to, you know, I done put the little nigga jacket, his leather jacket back on him that they done took off him and all of that. That little nigga went and he told the police, and they just came locking
Wait, but
it
weren't you originally up there for your ex-girlfriend? Like you were there to...
No, that was the alibi. You know what I mean?
Oh, got you. Okay.
You know, I mean, yeah, I was gonna meet her up there, but I was gonna whoop some ass first. And you know what I'm saying, and hopefully be done by the time she come around this corner.
But the cop that was there, he recognized you from always being there to visit her, right?
Right. And he I could have got away because he saw me and he approached me. He's like, hey, Bush, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm like, you know what up? He's like, listen, all right, get out. He's like, don't stand here. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot going on over here. You might want to go wait for her around the corner or something. And I went around the corner and he came around the corner with more cops and the guy. And they locked me up.
The guy that was telling, or was the cop was telling on you?
Nah, the guy that was telling. Can you hear me?
Got you. Okay.
Yeah, the guy that was telling, he came with the cops.
So what was that 6 months like for you being arrested at that time? How old are you at that time?
I'm 19.
19.
And it was interesting. There was some moments like I got locked up in Manhattan. They moved me to Brooklyn and like a week later, and it was this jail called BCF, Brooklyn Correctional Facility. And niggas was talking about, you don't want to go there. Dude. That shit is terrible. You don't want to go there. That shit dirty. The rats and the killers and rats and dirty and killers. I'm like, damn. Sure enough, I go there. And, you know, when I get there, you know, by the time I reach a housing area, a dorm, it's 1 a.m. and they bring me and a couple of other niggas in this bum. The lights come on, and these niggas is in there looking scary. Like, you know, you just turn the lights on to sleep, nigga. The most handsome nigga is ugly under those circumstances. So these niggas is super ug mugs, right? These niggas got muscles on top of their muscles and then scars on top of those muscles. I'm like, goodness gracious. These niggas would like I was like, I'm out of my league right here. You understand? Like, and I'm like, fucking 19 years old, and I had a chain too. I'm like, these niggas kill me in here. But the next day, I got up, and next day they woke everybody up early, and they packed up the whole house. Like everybody in the whole dorm got transferred someplace else. And they said it's because earlier that day, before I got there, they had a shakedown and they found like 9 bangers in there. And I'm like, oh, so this is where they put me, huh? Really? But that shit was my classification wasn't high enough for that. Like I wasn't a hardened enough criminal to be there. I'm not sure why they put me up there. It might have just been temporary or whatever. Anyway, but the whole house had to go. And when they moved me, from there they moved me to a place that was more suitable for niggas that actually was planning on going home. You know what I'm saying? Niggas actually wanted to go home and shit. Niggas that had something to live for and shit. And that was, that was better. It was cool. That whole ride was smooth.
Now, I know you didn't commit the robbery, but Brooklyn, aka Crooklyn, aka Crooknom, right? Robbing is a lifestyle, and you were known for robberies at that time.
Brownsville is Brooklyn's robbery capital. Like, I might have robbed somebody the day before that, just not that day. You know what I'm saying?
But are you someone that believes in karma, that it was your way for paying for the robberies you had did in the past? Or do you really feel like that was what saved you from the situation you spoke about previously?
I believe. Okay, so let's talk about karma for a second. I don't know if any of us really understands karma completely, right? That we have an idea, we have our own idea
Definition,
of it, right?
yeah.
Right. Look, they may vary from place to place, right? But let's talk about karma. Okay, I didn't do that robbery, right? And I got locked up, but I did do a lot of robberies. So is that karma? Okay, maybe, but let's ask ourselves this. What about all of the times when grown men robbed me as a child? Like, how does that fall? I mean, I guess somebody would say whatever happened to them is their karma. It don't gotta be me or whatever, but I'm saying, let's think about it for a second. If I cause you pain, I gotta feel the pain that I caused you. Okay, that makes sense. But if you cause me I don't get why don't it work the other way? Why don't I get to feel with it? You know what I'm saying? Like before I ever robbed a person in my life, before I even thought to do that, grown people robbed me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. I'm just freestyling with this. You know what I'm saying?
Well, were you robbing them back after? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not robbing them back after. But what I'm saying is, I was taught that was a way of life. Like that, not taught not specifically, this is how you gotta, but life showed me that was the way to get money. You understand what I'm saying? That was a way to survive. Like my mother, one of the things we left out, when you talk about my upbringing is, I didn't get an allowance and none of that shit. I was running around broke, hungry some days or whatever. Had to do something. No. So I'm not saying in no way am I trying to excuse it or saying all I'm saying is I don't know how well any of us understand karma. You know what I'm saying? People say what like a worm eat it. What's the analogy they had? Like bird eats a worm when the bird dies, the worms eat it or whatever this that.
Right.
Is it the same worms? No, it's not the same worms. You understand what I'm saying? It's a whole different batch of worms that eat the bird. You understand? So whatever the case may be, but what I know for sure is, when my nigga Phil died, I was on what the youngins call demon time. Hard body. You know what I'm saying? And I know that. I understand that wholeheartedly. You know what I'm saying? There's no mystery. There's no question about the type of time I was on then. You know what I mean? Like, I created a holster in the fifth pocket. Like, it works to this day. You understand what I'm saying? If you got a gun and it ain't too small, never mind. I don't want to but I'm telling you, I was on it. And then I get locked up for a robbery that I didn't commit. Even when I got shot, I got shot in a place that it almost physically don't make sense. Like, if I'm walking straight down the flight of stairs, how did this shoulder get in front of me? Like, what was I reaching over for this banister? If I needed to hold on to the banister, I would have used my right hand. It's right next to me. Why was my arm in front of me? Maybe the universe say if your arm wasn't there, you'd have got shot in the ribs, the stomach, or some stupid shit like that. You understand what I'm saying? So I see those miracles in my life, and I don't have any reason to think that this was anything else other than that. You know what I mean? Because by the time I came home, the first notable thing that happened was I ran into Still, and he played me 2 songs that made me say I'm never going to jail again.
Right.
Now, granted, I did go to jail again, but I ain't never stayed.
You know, what you're saying though is so amazing because perspective, such a powerful thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Shifts your whole world, changes your whole reality, your perspective on something, and how your perspective can change over time too.
Because while I was in jail, like, I was there for 5 of those months or 4 of those months or whatever. And or rather for however long of those months I was there, and I was in despair. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know, like, I didn't know, like, $5,000 bail kept me in jail. You know what I'm saying? Somebody could have, like, if any money was going on in my family in real life, I could have been out of jail, but I had to sit here, right? But during that time, I realized that I was connected. Like, I realized that the hard part, the mud was almost over. Because Who Got the Props came out before I got locked up. I just didn't know Buckshot. I didn't know him yet. But I knew that Steel had these fucking secret friends he used to go hang out with and shit. You know what I'm saying? And go do rap shit without me, right? And I used to be like, all right, but every once in a while he would come back to the block and Five would be with him because Five has family in our projects, right? So I'm sitting in the day room watching because I'm doing so well for myself in here at this point. I done got all these grown niggas to give me a day on these grown niggas was watching soap operas, like All My Children, and them niggas will beat you up about some soap operas in jail. Don't touch that TV, right? I got them niggas to give me the day and a slot time on the TV so I could watch videos, right?
Fridays.
It might have been Fridays, right? So I got TV slot, right? And these niggas is watching the videos, and finally, I done seen Who Got the Props so many times at this point that I start looking at the people in the back of the video. And that's when I recognized Five, and that's when everything clicked to me. I said, oh shit, you fucking on. And a whole calm came over me. It's like, don't fuck this up. Relax. And I relaxed.
So at what age do you meet Sean Price?
I met him first time when I was 9 years old. I was at his 11th birthday party. It was a surprise birthday party.
Now, Sean, I saw an interview with him, right, at D&D Studios that you were in later on in the interview and everything. This was like before you guys had even settled on the name Heltah Skeltah, and he said that he met you when he was 8 years old.
Well, that nigga can't count. I mean, here's the thing. Maybe he did. You know what I'm saying? Because our mothers knew each other. My memory, I can only speak for where my memories of him start. Like, I was watching your interview with Sway Sever, right? And he was talking about, remember he told you, he's like, them niggas don't remember when they met. Neither one of us remember when we first met him, right? Like, he told me the story about when we met him and shit, how it was a rap cipher in Washington Square Park and so on and so forth. I don't remember that, right? But my memories of him start at a different place, but that's not to discredit what he said. You know what I'm saying? I just don't remember that day. But because our mothers were friends before we knew each other, anything is possible. You know what I mean?
What was your first impression of him?
My first impression is, like, I laughed as soon as I met him. Before he even saw me, I was laughing. Because I was at his crib where he walked in from the surprise party. He had a job. This nigga had a job already. A real job too. No paper route shit. This nigga looked like a fucking building fell on him. He walked in the crib, dusty, dirty and shit. And niggas yelled, surprise. He said something funny, and then he sashayed his ass back to the room to go get dressed and cleaned up or whatever. And whatever he said at that moment, it was funny. This nigga, he was very in touch with his sense of humor early in the game. He was already the funny one in his family.
So how did you guys get to a point where you guys built such a close friendship to be like, this is who I want to be in a group with?
Well, it was the street shit. Like I said, I got to my second high school and I was in there with his homeboy. Salute to Norton. Salute to Will. If you don't say the three whoosh, you ain't talking about the same Will. Salute to my Will. My man Scott. Jason, rest in peace. And rest in peace, my nigga Seiko. Right? Those dudes, like, so Will, Son, and Norton all were in my class, my homeroom class, right? Norton and Steele was play cousins or real cousins or something like that. You never know what Steele had don't nobody in Decepticons got more cousins than Steele, and that's only because Steele would tell niggas that you was his cousin as a form of protection. Because if you told a nigga, this is my man right here, niggas would go, so? And if they do that, it's about to be a bad day, right? But anyway, but it ain't like, but Norton was a wild nigga. It was, but they was cousins or something like it. And I already knew Norton. So that led me, that made the transition easy for me, for me to start rocking with Sean and Will. But after school, Scott and Seiko would meet us up at schools. They didn't go to our school, and Scott and Seiko were the ones who were on the real bullshit. And they started them the niggas who started taking me up to Cybertron and all of that. So Scott and Seiko, that's how I met Strang. I knew Jack already. I knew Jack our whole lives. He was from Guns Building, right across the street from my projects. But Strang was a whole nother nigga. I met Strang through Scott. You know what I mean? And at Cybertron, and I seen the way son was performing and demonstrating, and I was like, I like that guy. He was part of our legion. Our legions is what we called our sects, right? So he was part of our legion, and I kind of latched on the string. And for a while, I didn't know who Ruck was. Niggas would talk about Ruck. I didn't know who they was talking about. It was plenty of Decepticons that I didn't know. They would talk about something. I'd be like, niggas talk about this Ruck nigga all the time. Who Ruck? And they're like, you don't know Ruck? How you don't know Ruck, son? Like, his name is Sean. Like, Sean Price. Like, he blah, 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 blah. I'm like, son, listen, I know tons of Seans. I'm like, Top Dog named Sean. My real brother's name is Sean. You're not helping me, right? Champagne's name is Sean, right? Like, you're not helping me, right? Nigga, then one day, we was at this club. Are you hearing that ringing?
No.
All right, good. It was this hole in the wall club in Brownsville called The Future. It's the law school now, but there used to be a club called The Future, and we went there. Well, I didn't, like, my niggas from Sackman Street, we didn't fuck with that club. Like, Sackman Street, we're a different breed. Like, we don't do the unnecessaries. Nah. But since I'm hanging out with my new Decept friends, they did that. You know what I'm saying? And they went over there. It was, you know what I'm saying? There was something going on that night. We went there, and the club was sweat boxing. It was hot, whatever. And there was an open mic segment. And I got on the mic and I aired that shit out, right? And everybody there was corny except two other people. One was my cousin, because she showed up. My cousin she was originally from that side of Brownsville, right? She lived right over there. So she showed up, and Ruck showed up. And as we talked about it the day after, I'm like, yeah, all them niggas was trash, except for blah, 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 blah. Niggas like, yeah, you, your cousin, and Ruck, the only ones. I said, wait a minute, Ruck was there last night? They're like, yeah, the only other nigga that rap good. So now I know who Ruck is. I'm like, oh. And then probably, I don't remember, it could have been 20 minutes or 2 days later or 2 hours later, whatever. Shortly after that, Ruck just rolled up on a bike. And I was like, oh shit, what up, nigga? And this was my first time seeing him in some time, other than at the club that night and shit or whatever. But we smoked and joked and drank. We used to drink 40 ounces back then and shit, We hung out for that day and we just started hanging out with each other. We didn't choose to be a rap group yet. You know what I mean? We was just doing dirt together and shit. He was a nigga who saw all of my weird shit as useful because, I was a little bit weird.
Yeah, in the past, I've heard you say that he saw all your flaws as like positive things that he knew how to like utilize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did. So I didn't feel that was he was like, and I just told my man this the other night. My man Guns, I'm like, yo, I always felt like a bit of an outsider. You know what I'm saying? Even amongst us. And he was like, word? I'm like, yeah, son, because you got to think, like, since we've been this iteration of ourselves, the Sackman Street G's or whatever, we didn't start being that, whatever, there's phases and shit. I'm like, you know, I was already a rapper. I was Rock from Heltah Skeltah. I wasn't in the dirt with y'all. And even when we was kids, I stayed on punishment. You know what I'm saying? I only got to participate some of the times and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Like when I started rocking with Still already had, we wasn't boot camp yet. Still had something going on already. I joined his movement because, you know, my movement wasn't, you know, I was like, yo, we can go over there or y'all can go over there with me. But I'm going over there. Cause you know what I'm saying, my homeboys, my original squad was shucking and jiving. I was a rapper, I had 2 dancers. It was supposed to be my Scoob and Scrap Lover. Them niggas ain't had no routines. You know what I'm saying? My DJs ain't, my DJ, me and my DJ had no practice. You know what I'm saying, together and shit. My man Ike was supposed to be our little curveball because he played the keyboard and shit, whatever. We ain't have no coordination, God. Meanwhile, Still over there, him and his DJ, they dressing in matching outfits. His dancers got routines. He got Big Tim from 180 doing security. I'm like, these niggas is, hold on a second. Like, so I'm like, we need to, Still is my homeboy. We need to fuck with that. And that's what I did. But I forgot where I was going with
You
that.
saw the discipline and the organization over there, and you knew that that's what you guys needed.
Right. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but when my homeboys didn't come over there with me. Not really. I just went over. I went, right? So to a certain extent, I felt like a bit of an outsider to that. You know what I'm saying? But then we formed boot camp and I felt at home there, right? And boot camp, you know, I felt like I felt some sort of ownership towards, right? And so the boot camp dynamic and the Heltah Skeltah dynamics were those were the 2 most at-home dynamics I've ever had, more than my family, you know what I'm saying, more than anything. Those 2 dynamics was where I felt I belonged in real life. It wasn't I wasn't an extra or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that was the thing. I felt that way. I felt that way about boot camp. And as far as with Ruck, like, yeah, it was that same effect. It was like, I got a place for all of that weird shit you do. That shit ain't weird. That shit is Decept shit. Come over here. You understand what I'm saying? And he would take me places. He would show me shit. You know, you know what I'm saying? I would take him places, show him shit. You know what I mean? We would trade raps. You know what I'm saying? But we didn't claim to be a group until I got locked up.
Got you. So how do you end up meeting all of the members of Boot Camp Clik? Because everyone's pretty much from the same hood except for Tech from Smith and Wesson, right? He's from Bed-Stuy.
Tech and Buckshot.
Buckshot
in the hood either. But like I said, you know, Louisville is from my building. He wasn't originally from my building. His uncle lived in my building. His uncle is one of my day one niggas. His uncle is my oldest and dearest friend. I know this nigga since I was 5 years old. But he's from my building. Top Dog is Still's brother, if you didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Strang is from across the street from the projects. And I told you how I met him. Like, I knew him from the projects, Jack. But when I met Strang was on some Decept shit, and he was a goddamn animal. And I liked it, right? So that's how I started running with him. I met Tech through Still back in, you know, when I first started, you know, running with Still and, you know, Still's movement. Tech, you know, I met Tech shortly after. Tech was already in the picture with Still. He just didn't rap yet.
And Tech and Still, they knew Ruck before you too, right?
Still did, maybe not Tech. Like I said, when I met Ruck, he wasn't in high school yet. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But Still being from, because Tech ain't from Brownsville, but Still and Ruck used to have, you know, they used to go to, they used to walk to school again. It was this community center shit, Heritage House or whatever they used to go to when they was kids and all of that. But when they all went to the same high school. And by the time they got to high school, me and Ruck wasn't close yet. I knew Ruck, but we wasn't close yet. You know what I'm saying? So they probably did dirt. If they ever did dirt together, it was before me and Ruck ever did dirt together.
Got you. So back in the days, you were a teenager, a kid, but you were fighting grown-ass men, taking full-on fades. There was one fight in particular that led to the scar on your face.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
the guy know you were a teenager when he was fighting you? Because he was like 30-something years old, right?
Yeah, I don't know if he knew, but I don't think it mattered. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I was grown, even though I was a teenager. You know, I was 6'5", I was this height already. You know what I'm
Shit.
saying? And I was on bullshit. You know what I mean? I wasn't on complete bullshit because, like, I didn't start that altercation. I just wasn't, like, I was trying to protect the little nigga, one of the little niggas from the building and shit. The little nigga was just playing with another little nigga, and the little nigga who got played with started crying and went and got his step pops. His step pops came out talking a little bit too crazy to the little nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I stepped up. But you know, the fight didn't happen that day. It was an altercation. It got crazy, but no actual violence took place that day. It was when I ran into him again. And, you know, and truthfully speaking, when he ran into me again, in his defense, he was trying to be peaceful. I was on bullshit though. Like, nigga, what are you talking? Nigga, you trying to be my friend now, nigga? Like, what the fuck you think this is? This ain't that type of party. You know what I'm saying? And it popped. He popped on me, and I wooed him out. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's like, all right, whatever, snuff me, bing. I'm like, oh. And this nigga had muscles, and he punched me, and it didn't hurt at all. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna beat me. Anyway, the fight for the most part went my way. You understand what I'm saying? But he did cut me.
But you didn't even know that you were cut until like after, right?
Right.
And so this is kind of like what inspired the lyrics on the Fab Five song, right? Oh why did I need cappuccino scar on my face like Al Pacino? But not Al Pacino, sorry.
Yeah, that did. I mean, having the scar, yes, but it didn't have nothing to do with the incident. It was just like, you know, and you know, let the world be known, like, Ruck gave me that line.
Oh, wow.
Ruck gave me that line. He originally thought of the line, he was, as, you know, he was shouting his man out in the bar, right? But then he was like, you know what? Why don't you take it? You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. Why don't you take it? It sounds like you might as well just say it. You the nigga with the scar. I'm talking about you, fool. Right? And and that was what it was. Like the on the Magnum Force, was it the Do the Knowledge skit, the Snicker Bar skit? That was my experience. I gave Ruck that joke. But he's funnier. So you do it. You understand what I'm saying?
So you were so heated from this experience that you were seeking revenge, trying to find this guy because he cut your face. So you don't even end up going to the hospital to get it checked out because you had been cut in the past and you couldn't even tell, like it healed just fine and everything. Do you feel like, looking back, like, do you regret that you were so infuriated that you didn't seek medical attention?
Nah, I'm not. Because girls like this scar. They do.
He's like, yo, I look like a roughneck.
They love it. I'll tell you, they love it. And, you know, and it's nothing like, it's like, it's nothing like having an identifiable trait that you can hide, but like, again, it goes back to that superhero shit, like with Decept. Like, I think that all started with me the first time I watched the 5 Deadly Venoms, like the movie. Like, that was like, I was so enamored with that movie, the way those dudes, you know, they was walking around amongst the people, them, and you didn't know who they was, but they was whole legends and shit. You know, a nigga do a move, you see a little bracelet on his arm. Oh, number 2, the snake. Oh, all right. Yeah, hold on a second. Niggas are cracking their knuckles, everything gets serious. It was something about that I always loved.
It's a little of a dramatic effect.
Yeah, just the anonymity, you know the word I'm trying to say, the
anonymity.
Right, that word, right? She was whooping my ass just now. But yeah, the fact that you could do that, like, you know, fucking Superman, all of these, you know, with all of these niggas, it was something cool about being able to have that secret identity and just, you know what I'm saying, just get brand new on niggas.
Right. So 1995 is like when you guys really get a big look with being featured on Smith & Wesson, the Shinin' album, right? You guys are both featured on the song Session at the Dog Hill, and you rap on One Time, but Sean
That
doesn't
just did
rap
the
on
hook.
that song.
I just did the hook on that.
Right. But is there a reason why Ruck wasn't featured on that song too?
Actually, Ruck is on that song. If I'm not mistaken, when I'm saying one rhyme for the snitch, drop it down, Ruck is saying One Time.
But he's not like credited though, right?
Probably not. Probably not. I believe they wanted him on, they wanted him to do a little bit more on the song. So I was like, nah, it was corny. It was like, it was too contrived. All right, we got Rock, let's get Ruck. Ruck was like, it's cool like that.
Got you. And then, what is it? The other song you do just the intro for, right?
Let's Get It On.
Right, let's
Matter
get it
of
on.
fact, I think that might be the song that I'm talking about with. I did the intro and they might have tried to get Ruck to do the outro. I was like, man.
Now, you've said in the past that album almost felt like your first album because you learned how to do an album from being a part of that process.
Absolutely.
What was that like to witness that?
I mean, it was fun. Like it was, I was learning and didn't even realize I was learning because I was just enjoying and participating. You know what I mean? It was almost law that we all had to be in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
And if it wasn't law, it felt like it because you as an individual wanted to be there so bad. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't all know Buckshot. We all knew Steel and Tech, right? So it was like, but Steel especially, but it was like all of us being from Brett, that was the biggest thing that happened for Cephalo at the time, our private. You know what I'm saying? All of us in that, if we was all of us were directly affiliated, you know what I mean? That was the biggest deal ever for Cephalo projects and, our region. We had M.O.P., but we didn't know them like that,
Right.
And I don't know if M.O.P. was out yet either.
I don't think so. I'm
not
not
sure.
sure. I don't think yet. But when that album comes out and you see the reaction from the people and everything, how did that make you guys feel?
Excited in the form of we got next.
Right.
Like I knew I had next. You know what I mean? And I was excited about it. I wasn't afraid at all. Like only thing that made me nervous was anything that might have made them nervous. Like if they didn't like their sales or whatever, then that programmed me to think that something was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like we not getting this, blah, 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 blah. Such and such ain't playing our record. All right, I'm like, if they not playing theirs, what they gonna do for ours? But I knew that me and Ruff was gonna hold up lyrically.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah, I can't wait to show off.
So this same year is when Heltah Skeltah and OGC formed the Fab Five, right? And you released the song La Fleur, La Fla. It's always so hard for me to say this because it's
right,
like
say it 3 times real fast.
Right. Which did really well for you guys. Now, there were rumors that you guys already recorded a Fab Five album or started the process at least. Is that true?
We did start one. We hadn't already did that before we made La Fleur. We actually made the song Blah first, right?
Got
and
you.
that was the A side for La Fleur. La Fleur, La Fleur's Culture was the B side to Blah. And we just made that for a B side. And it was like we're gonna put out our Blah. We need a B side for it. So we went in the studio, we made La Fleur, and it became the better song or whatever, the one we liked more. But we did do a Fab Five. We started a Fab Five album later on in like 97, 98. And I don't know what happened to those songs.
How many did you guys record?
I don't know, probably about 8, 10.
Holy shit. So wait, you were talking about like there's potentially that's like an EP at least, right? I mean, worth of
Yeah.
music, and you
hmm
guys don't.
I have no idea. I have no idea where the songs are.
Well, why was the process abandoned? Was just because there was so much music coming out of Duck Down at that time that like.
I don't know. It might have been because of me. It might have been. I don't know. I mean, like, because I know I broke my vow to myself, and like I said, I did get locked up again, right? But not for I only had to do 40 days. You know what I'm saying? So that shouldn't have canceled the shit. You understand
Right.
what I'm saying? But it was around that time, so I don't know.
Can you talk about what you got locked up for?
The gun charge.
Okay. But then you don't end up doing any serious time or anything like that after that.
I had a really good lawyer. He got that shit broken down to like an E felony or some shit like that, and I had to serve 40 days for the gun charge.
Wow.
Word up.
That was a really good lawyer.
Me and Old Dirty Bastard had the same lawyer.
All right. So we're going to get into the whole Biggie topic later, but in 1995, you're a part of something so epic, and that's the song The Points, which had Biggie, you know, Buckshot, Redman, Ill Al Scratch, Bone Thugs, Busta Rhymes, so many people on this song, right? How did that even come about?
For me, accidentally. It was humble as it was whimsical as shit. Like, it was my first trip to California, and when the guys were getting ready to when it was time to go back, all of the guys was like, well, Buckshot had to stay. He was already scheduled to do this song. You know, he was already contracted to do this shit. But he didn't want to stay by himself. I mean, his brother was going to stay with him. His brother was security, but his brother was security. His brother don't smoke weed, none of that. He's like, man, somebody, who else wants to stay? Right? And rest in peace to his brother Thor, right? But none of these niggas wanted to stay. And I was like, in my opinion, we was having the time of our lives. Well, I know I was, right? Ridiculous. I'm enjoying myself. And niggas like, what? Don't nobody want to stay? I'll stay. And
So wait, was Ruck there with you?
yes, he was.
But he didn't want to stay, so that's why he's not on the song.
Absolutely. The whole
Wow.
boot camp would have been on that song if they wanted to stay.
Right, because that's why I was wondering. I was like, how do you got like the majority of Bone Thugs on that, you know, song, right? Besides Flesh, which I think he was in prison already at that time.
Yeah,
right.
probably.
So that's probably why he's not on there. But then I was like, but it's just you and Buck. I was just like, why is like no one else on here, you know?
Nah, these niggas just didn't want to stay in Cali. But they didn't know. Nobody knew I was going to get on the song. It was work for Buckshot. So
Right.
when niggas left, you know, a car came and took them to the airport. Another car came and took us to the Nico Hotel. And when we get there, and the Nico Hotel was nicer than the hotel we was in. I already know this shit was different, right? We get there, and I think Busta Rhymes is yelling at us out the window, right? Like you know, we looking out the sunroof of the limo or whatever. Like, it's rappers and shit all over the place. We saying what's up to this one. Busta's out the window. Somebody else, like, oh, all right. Next thing I know, we in the we go to the studio to record and it's just, you know, every rapper that I could think of, you know, or every rapper that's on that song and probably a few more are in
Right.
the
Coolio
studio.
was there too.
Mm-hmm. Coolio, Marley G, Ill Al Scratch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was a Big Mike from Ghetto Boys. Wow, niggas in there. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. So I'm just like, you know, I'm basically trying to be a fly on a wall. But this is when I meet Redman. I'm walking down the hall. Redman is walking down the hall, eating a goddamn banana. And he looks at me, he goes, one round for the snitch dropping down. One time for, that's you, right? I'm like, Yeah. On the inside, I fainted. You understand what I'm saying? 'Cause Redman was my
At
favorite
least you
rapper
played
at
it
the time.
cool.
You know what I'm saying? Outside of cool as ice. Cool as ice. I'm like, yeah, that's me. He's like, yeah, it's my shit. I gave me dad, gave my props or whatever. I don't remember his exact words. I just remember that intro. But at some point, for whatever reason, however it worked out, I'm sitting in the room with Buck, Redman, and Chris Lighty. Just us four in this room, as I remember. It could have been somebody else in the room. I don't remember. Right? They wasn't saying nothing. But somebody said, I think it was Chris Lighty said something about we need to blah, 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 blah. But it was like, we need to blah, 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 blah. Redman said, you need to put one of them Heltah Skeltah niggas on the song. And Chris Lighty looked at, rest in peace, Chris Lighty, song was a good one. Chris Lighty looked at me like, what is this nigga talking about? You not getting on the song, right? Like, those weren't his exact words, but that was his energy. He's like, yeah, you getting on the song, right? You wasn't getting on the song? I'm like, I guess I'm getting on the song. That's it. And, you know, I got on the song. And the niggas paid me. They didn't pay me right away, but some months later, I got a check, $5,000. And Ruck got a check for $5,000. And he wasn't even on the song. Just because they used the name Heltah Skeltah, like Rock of Heltah Skeltah, paid that nigga. That nigga should have gave me $1,000.
Wait, so the studio, was it really that big that it fit everybody in there?
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy. And I'm assuming Entourage too.
Well, it was, I don't know. I can't remember no Entourage niggas. It might have been some Entourage niggas.
Right.
I was an Entourage nigga. I just ended up on the song, so maybe, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
There was a couple of niggas on the song that I don't know who they are. Maybe they was Entourage niggas. I don't know.
So there's two versions of that song. DJ Unique's version. There's what?
I think it's a few versions of it.
Well, there's DJ Unique's version and Easy Mo B's version, right?
Oh, you talking about with different beats?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I'm talking about different lengths. You know, like it's a version of it that I'm not on. You know what I mean? There's another.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to ask you too, though. Like, there's the music video that not everybody's in the music video.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's a music video. There's a version of the music video somewhere that everybody is in because we all shout our parts.
That's what I was going to ask you. I was like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. So they did film for everybody, but
yeah, they film for everybody. They just cut out the entourages. That's what they did.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah. I was an entourage nigga, man. Live with it. Fuck it. I got paid $5,000 and my man got $5,000 for me to be an entourage nigga. This shit, I was like, I'm in the right business. I was like, word.
What did that money mean to you at that time? That was pretty good money at the time, right? I mean,
yeah, I didn't even have a bank account. I wasn't signed. I didn't have a deal. I never seen $5,000 in my life. All of the robberies that you hear me talk about in my raps and all of that shit, none of that shit ever amounted to more than $1,500.
Wow.
Like no single robbery.
Mm-hmm.
Well, correction. Sometimes jewelry might have added up to that, but like $1,500 cash, I never saw that in the robbery coming up. So $5,000 to a nigga who ain't have a bank account and a nothing.
You only had what, 8 bars, right? It was 8 bars on the verse.
No, it was 12.
12.
It was 12. And I didn't even look. I have this defect in my hearing, right? Sometimes I can't hear beats right. Like it's certain beats that'll play and I can't hear the one. Like I don't know where, I can't hear where it is I'm supposed to start rapping. You gotta literally treat me like a kid and go 5, 6, 7, 8. And the points beat was one of those beats, right? And so I was having trouble writing to it. I was trying to stay on topic and all of that, but I can't write period because I'm hearing the beat drunk, right? But so I'm like, I go communicate my problem to Buck. I'm like, Buck, you just gotta, but so I couldn't write to the beat, but I start to notice that everybody ain't writing on this topic. Well, some niggas is just spitting bars. They not, niggas ain't, hold on, Redman verse ain't no Black Panther shit. You understand what I'm saying? Busta Rhymes verse is on topic. I don't even think Biggie verse is on topic. So I'm like, hold on. I got a little bit of leeway, right? So if I don't got a right to this topic, then I got a verse. This ain't really a problem, but all you got to do is count me in. And that's how it happened. Like, he counted me in. I started it. Shit sounded ass backwards like 2 times. I stopped. I'm like, hold on, you sure? The fuck, you sure this shit right? He like, Rock, I'm telling you, you on beat. Don't worry. Go. I know niggas was looking at me like, I know this nigga to rap. I know we ain't just put a nigga on the song that can't rap and shit. By like third try, I just ignored the uncomfortability and I just went straight through the verse, and that was the version.
Which version of the beat did you write to? Was it DJ Unique's or was it Easy Mo B's?
It was Easy Mo B.
Got you. Okay.
Well, again, I didn't write to any beat, so I was trying to write to that one, the Easy Mo B.
All right. So sometime in early '96, or was it before, that you guys get the call from 2Pac?
When did 2Pac get out of jail?
He got out of jail in '95.
Might have been 95, 96. Might have been early 96.
Okay. I think I read an article. They said like early '96, but you know, sometimes they're not always right. But you guys get the call from 2Pac and his people. What is the camp's reaction at the time that the call comes through?
I don't know. Like, we wasn't all together. We heard about it. You know, it was like, it wasn't no overwhelming reaction either way. You know what I'm saying? It was like, word. You know what I mean? Because niggas, we all suspected, or either somebody told us this story, or we all deduced that it was because Tech shouted 2Pac out on one of the liner notes in the album, or something like that. You know, 2Pac was locked up or whatever. You know, told him hold his head, something like that. And Pac, you know, that was the way I heard the story. He appreciated that, and he reached out on his strength for that. I don't know if that's the whole story, but I heard that was part of the story. And I don't think that overall, I don't think that we were big. I don't think we was that big on 2Pac then. Right? I became a 2Pac, like, cause and for me it's very simple and very non-disrespectful. It's just like, my favorite hip hop is aggressive hip hop, right? And at that time, all I heard was like the Dear Mamas, the I Get Arounds, or the whatever, you know what I'm saying? Those songs. So Pop, it just wasn't my bag. But when he got locked up for something that I believed he didn't do, and all of him getting shot, shit, and all of this, that, and the third, I knew he was going to come home on bullshit. But before he came home, the struggles that he was going through made me a Pac supporter before I became a Pac fan. So, like, I was in support of him. Like, I felt like they did him wrong, so on and so forth, right? And when he came home popping shit, this was the aggressive music that I like. So then I became a 2Pac fan wholeheartedly.
Got you. Yeah, because I mean, like, at the time that you guys get the call, this is at the height of the East Coast, West Coast beef, right? But at the same time, you got like the biggest artists calling, you know, wanting to work with you guys. Then there's the Brooklyn politics. So I imagine it was a complicated feeling.
Let me tell you something, bro. PANDA, look at me. No, it wasn't. Not at all. Nobody, like, you remember that interview on Math Hoffa's podcast, My Expert Opinion, when Tech got into it with Bigger and all of that? Salute to Bigger. But I promise you this. I'm speaking for Tech, whether I'm qualified to or not. Nobody ever said some shit to us, came at us about some traitor shit. Because first of all, everybody knew we had smoke with Big. That shit wasn't a secret. You understand what I'm saying? So if they felt the way, ain't nobody say nothing. I never heard that. Ever. And I was always in the streets. At that point, I was a street big. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was out. I was active. Nobody ever said that to us. You know what I'm saying? Maybe only place I ever felt uncomfortable was Bed-Stuy.
But
because that was
even
their hood.
without people saying it though, you know how like sometimes you want to root for like the home team because you're from there. Like you guys didn't feel like that in any kind of way.
Like I said, we already had smoke with them, so it was like, and let me be very adamant. To a lot of us, there was no East Coast, West Coast beef. You
It
understand
was
what
two
I'm
different
saying?
camps. That's it.
Right.
Got you. Okay.
So
Even though he was going at other people from New York and everything,
yeah, but
but
we
it was
understood what he
Bad
was
Boy
saying.
affiliated.
It's a lot of it's a lot of the same shit 50 be doing now. You know what I'm saying? Like you stand next to the niggas I got beef with, and you're not just standing next to them. Your opinion, I can feel your opinion, whether you saying it directly or you saying it indirectly. I can read energy. You know what I'm saying? Like Ja Rule really, he didn't say 50's name on New York, but he was dissing him when he said take off from silly chains and put back on your wire. He was talking to 50 Cent.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And
well,
when
I mean, in
Jadakiss,
the next line where he says, "I'm on fire," you know, like
right,
he,
right. And
yeah,
then Jadakiss and Fat Joe, for me, like as a fan, when I saw them on that song, I felt exactly how 50 felt because it looked to me like the wolves are coming for the throne. Again, these Fat Joe and Jadakiss had smoke with the last nigga who had the throne.
mm,
You understand what I'm saying? I'm like,
right.
the wolves are attacking the kingdom again. This is just so I've got that feeling. No, they didn't diss him directly, but I got that feeling. That's the same type of and some niggas was saying shit. You know, some niggas do say shit like the Let's Rap About It podcast niggas. You know, they stated their opinion about the Diddy movie, right? Next thing you know, 50 was on their head. The like of which you can agree or disagree, but they mentioned him first. They stated a position indirectly. But ain't nobody stupid. It's like, yeah, it's your opinion, but keep my name out your mouth, right? Which I feel like is the most inflammatory statement in hip hop. Just say, don't mention me, please. Just say, don't talk about me. Just say, leave me out of that. When you say keep my name out your mouth, it's almost guarantees that they're going to keep your name in their mouth or whatever, but whatever to that. But with the Pac shit, that's how I felt. That was Death Row versus Bad Boy and whoever running with them.
Right.
That's all that was right there.
So why did Heltah Skeltah not become a part of that One Nation album?
Because Pac and them ain't sent enough money. And let me explain. Later on, years later, Young Noble told me, rest in peace to my guy Noble. She broke my heart last year, right? But Young Noble told me, and Edie might have told me this too, but I know Noble told me this for sure. He was like, Heltah Skeltah was supposed to be there. He was like, we went to the airport to pick them up. Pac ain't go. That was us. Like, soon as we got there, first thing we asked them niggas was, where's Heltah Skeltah? But who went? Smith & Wesson, Buckshot, Drew High, and Thor, Buckshot Security, right? So they needed to, it was management and security had to go. You understand what I'm saying? So it wasn't like, they like if they would have sent if they'd have sent 2 more plane tickets, they didn't know that it was going to be Drew and Thor. Drew and Thor probably had Ruck and Rock's tickets. So, the math makes sense to me. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Because Drew and Buck had to go. I mean, Drew and Thor had to go, according to the way we was moving. You know what I'm saying? We didn't go nowhere without representation, which was Drew. You know what I'm saying? And security. It was Cali.
So at that time though, did you guys feel a way that you guys weren't going, or you were just happy for your brothers that they were going?
No, I don't know. I don't think that we felt no way. Even if we because like I said, yeah, I don't think we might have wanted to go, but we didn't feel no way. We just felt like we couldn't. You know what I'm saying? It was what it was. It was a lot of shit that we wanted to do that we necessarily couldn't. We couldn't. Everything wasn't for everybody. And we was militant, so we knew how to accept our marching orders. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
So even when they went over to the West Coast, they didn't know what to expect, right? Like they say that like until they saw like Tupac smile, like and realized that it really was love like that. Like it was that kind of time that it wasn't on some like bullshit.
I mean, I don't know about that. I never heard them say that, and I don't think it would have been like that because, like I said, niggas is too militant for that.
Mm.
Niggas ain't going nowhere iffy. Hell no. We don't know whether this man want to do something to us, and we gonna go. Nah, I don't think we would have did that.
Got you. Okay.
I think they were sure.
So during the time that they're working on the One Nation album, because they're over in California for like what, a week or two? Are you guys having correspondence at that time, like them telling you what's going on, or you don't hear about anything until they get back?
Nah, we don't hear about. I didn't hear about nothing until they got back. Yeah, we wasn't the cell phone. Cell phones weren't as prominent and dominant yet. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And it was the one with the big antenna at the time. So what do you hear when they get back about the process of the album and everything that's going on?
Yeah, we heard some of the songs. Them shits. It was a couple of tapes. Or it might have been one or two. It might have been two tapes. But I know one tape, cassette tape. That shit went throughout my squad. It had to be more than one tape, because that couldn't have been the only tape. We had that shit in Seth Flow projects for years. That shit went around, you know what I'm saying? Like what earlier versions of a lot of those songs. A lot of those songs got repurposed and all that, but
yeah, for like Better Days and all that stuff like that.
We was hyped. We was elated. That's the word, right? We was hyped listening to those songs.
Because I even read that they said that even though they stayed in touch like for like a few months, they didn't work on any more music, and then like Tupac ran into I think Buckshot and gave him another tape after that of the songs that they had worked on or something before he had died.
I don't know. To me, it felt like Pac died very soon after they came back. I don't remember though. I know he died in September, right?
Right. And they're saying early 96 is when the call came through. So you're talking a span of, probably 6 months at the most.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seemed like a shorter span to me, but I don't know.
Right. But that was really disappointing when the songs finally, I mean, even though that album was circling like the underground and like bootleggers and everything for such a long time, right? Military Minds, all those songs and stuff like that. But like when it finally got released, the originals, I felt just were so much better than the way that they remixed the songs.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you have demoitis too. You know what I'm saying? You heard it. Fat Joe made this word famous. I don't know if it existed before Fat Joe said it, but I'm going to give him the props for it. It's demoitis. You hear something, the first time you hear something, you hear it a certain way, you go ahead and flip it and bounce it. It's nah. Nah, B, I don't want that right there. You know what I'm saying? But to the people who never heard it, we don't know how they, the people who never heard the original, they probably love those versions. You know what I'm saying?
And you never met Tupac though?
Nah. Not that I remember.
Got you.
I say that because my memory is interesting enough for that to be valid. Like Strang tells me of a time when I met Nas, and I absolutely don't remember that shit, and I'm so embarrassed that I'm telling you. Absolutely.
I mean, how can you forget meeting Nas though, man? That's crazy.
I was on some bullshit back in the days. Like, Nick, I got plucked straight from the fucking gutter and put into a world, an international industry before I learned manners, before I learned to not look at any nigga who wasn't us as somebody who ain't us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, before I learned how not to do that. You know what I mean? Like, any niggas, if it wasn't us, I really didn't have no, like I said, like I was in my head a lot more. Even to this day, like I'm in my head more than I am in the world. It's too much dope shit going on in my head for me to be paying attention to some of this other shit. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
So yeah, I probably was on some, just didn't register. But he was like, nah, nigga, you gave that nigga 5, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, what? You lying?
So at the time that you guys had did the song The Points, there were no issues with Biggie at this point, right?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You guys knew each other from around the way, and which made the beef like really unfortunate and could have been prevented easily.
Well, not from around the way, because Bed-Stuy and Brownsville are 2 different hoods, right? But we did know each other from,
But
the
but
industry.
Steele knew him, right? Or Tech knew him?
Tech, they
Tech
both
knew
from
him.
Bed-Stuy.
Right.
But yeah. So,
Go
ahead.
the beef stems from, in 1996, OGC releases the song The Storm off the Storm album. And Top Dog says, I can be as good as the best, the rest, and be as bad as the worst, right? Biggie releases the Get Money remix with Junior M.A.F.I.A, and he says, you can be as good as the best of them or as bad as the worst of them. Don't test me. The word is that OGC performs this song at the Palladium in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Biggie and Junior M.A.F.I.A were present.
Mm-hmm.
And then a few days later, the Get Money remix comes out.
Yeah, that's my version of the story. That's how I remember it. But, I've read that no one has a photographic memory, right? That's a made up thing. No one actually has it. But
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I have read that.
Wow.
I mean, listen, I don't believe everything I read. I just consider everything I read, right? But that was how I remember it. That's like, I remember it was the night that we performed in the Palladium. It was like the Duck Down release show or whatever. And the show was dope. And there was a lot of people in the building that night. You know what I'm saying? And I thought I remember Big being that night or whatever. So that was how I figured it could have got it. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. And again, when I say a couple of days later, again, you see how when we was talking about that 2pac timeline with, as far as when they recorded it to when he passed away, the shit seemed like a way shorter time to me than it probably actually was or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I know that my memory ain't photographic, but those are the events I remember. As far as the time spans in between them, I don't know.
Got you. So what is your guys' immediate reaction when you guys heard the Get Money remix and you hear the line?
I don't remember specifically. I just know we didn't like it. You know what I'm saying? Felt some type of way. We felt, we felt one up. You know what I'm saying? To put it mildly.
Did you guys call Tech and Steel at the time to like say like, yo, like what's up with this? Like, was there?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I promise you, I don't remember. Like, like I don't remember the process. Like all of those details they get lost in the shuffle. You know what I'm saying? We're talking a whole lot of years ago. You know what I mean? But I know niggas didn't like it. I can assume that niggas had a conversation or a few, but I don't remember none of that. All I do remember was making a video. You know what I mean? And
right. But at that time, word had already gone out that, you guys were collaborating with 2Pac on the One Nation album and everything like that, right? Like the industry knew that?
I don't know that the industry knew that. Like, I don't. Like, there was no internet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that the industry knew that.
Because there's that video of 2Pac in early 96 saying that I'm working on a new album, East Coast, West Coast, it's called One Nation and everything, right? And I don't know exactly if that was on MTV or if it was somewhere else, but I'm wondering if like Biggie caught wind that you guys were doing that and maybe he felt the way or what.
No.
I'm wondering.
Hell no. Hell no. If I'm not mistaken, all right. So our drama with Biggie already took place. I mean, just by my math, like the song that in question is called "Get Money," right? I think I made an incorrect statement in another interview or whatever, because You know, I could take this time to clear this. I believe I was incorrect. You know how they say when 2Pac got shot in Quad Studios,
Right.
that Biggie was in the studio working with Junior M.A.F.I.A on a song. What song was that? Was it Players Anthem?
No, that was, I think, wasn't that the Get Money remix? I don't remember.
Okay, so I don't know. That's what I was saying. I was saying that it was the Get Money remix, but I think I might be wrong about that, right? But weren't both of those songs on the same album?
Yeah, I think so.
Right? So our beef started with Biggie before 2Pac got, you know, before he came home and started working on One Nation by that metric. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I'm messing this up, let me know. You know what I'm saying?
It's just so hard because it's like so close together that it's like it's hard to remember at times like what came before what. It's just like around the same period though.
Yeah, but we do know that because like I said, like us beefing with like when you said earlier, it's like people us feeling the way about the vibe, you know, or Brooklyn feeling the way about us working with Pop, so on and so forth. I'm like, they already knew we had, like everybody knew we had smoke. You know what I'm saying? So we knew we had smoke already. So you know, it makes sense that shit happened before, you know, like, yeah, like his making whatever record towards us, or like him jacking or quote unquote allegedly
Right.
jacking the hook couldn't have been a response to anything that we did with 2Pac.
Got you. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know, in hindsight, we all look at it like, yo, bro. So like, neither one of us created the fucking line. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We all jacked it from somebody else. You know what I mean?
From a reggae song, right?
Right. Exactly.
Shabba Rank song.
Yeah, one of them, I don't even remember who, but yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we should have reached out. You know what I'm saying? And at least seen, maybe Big would have said, it is what it is. Get it how you live. You know what I'm saying? But, or maybe he would have been like, nah, that ain't it, man. We blah, 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 blah. Who knows? But, you know, I felt like, you know, being real niggas, we should have, you know, we had access, we should have used it.
Right. Steel in the past has said that him and Tech was like whatever about it, but OGC being young in the game definitely felt more of a way. And I think it was your guys' label thought, well, maybe you guys can use this as some kind of way to create excitement or energy behind the situation. And that's what led to the No Fear video of you pushing a fake Biggie off the stage.
I mean, I never heard, like, I don't know if Steel and them felt whatever about it, but it would make, that's not that far-fetched. You know what I'm saying? It's not that far-fetched. But,
If it's correct what he was quoted in the interview, that's what he was quoted as saying in the interview.
who? Steel?
Yeah. He was quoted in the interview saying that he felt like kind of like whatever about the situation, but OGC, they felt more strongly about it because they were young in the game.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't think it was, it definitely wasn't just OGC, right? Like, I wouldn't co-sign that, because I was, you know, I felt the way, like I can't speak for nobody else, but I could definitely say that I definitely felt the way. And although I can't speak for nobody, like, specifically or in detail, I didn't get the vibe that it was just OGC from, you know what I'm saying, from within the family as well.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Did you guys get to hear like what Biggie's reaction was when he saw the music video of No Fear? No, there was no rumbles or anything like that.
Nah.
So then you guys had a run-in with Junior M.A.F.I.A at the Tunnel, where Hot 97 had this event called Hot Night Backstage, right? And you guys got into it there, and you were actually there. It was you, Smith and Wesson, Buckshot, and Buck's brother was there. You guys had some
Drew was
words.
there too.
Yeah, you guys had some words and they were deep as fuck, and, and security intervened. Nobody got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
Biggie was there.
No, Biggie wasn't there.
Okay, so it was just Junior Mafia, like the crew or the rap group?
Respectfully, I didn't. Well, I know Sheez was there. I
Okay,
don't know.
C's was there. Got you.
Yeah, I don't know about, like, when I say respectfully, I mean, like, every crew has its face cards and it has its, dudes that are not as notable, recognizable. So only faces I could identify to this day was Caesars and D-Rocks. Those are the only ones I remember.
Was there a reason why at that time it was not thought like, yo, we hearing each other's faces now, like why not just squash it or just talk it out? Especially with Tech and Steel having a relationship with them. Because over the years I've seen interviews of them, and they've said that, we were still in Bed-Stuy, still smoking with them, hanging out with Junior Mafia and stuff. So with that close connection like that, even while the beef is going on, you would think that they would just have squashed it.
Hold on. Who said what say that again?
So over the years, I've seen Smith and Wesson do interviews, and when they're talking about this specific situation, right, they said that even while the beef was going on, they were still in Bed-Stuy and still running into Junior Mafia, smoking with them, being cool, and it wasn't a problem. And like even like, Biggie being on tour or something like that, he'll call C's and C's would be like, yo, but Steel is here or Tech is here and stuff. And Biggie would be like, oh, what's up? And everything was good. So if that is all happening while the beef is happening, I'm asking, why wasn't the chance taken to be just like, yo, let's just squash it?
Because I don't know about all of that happening. And to keep it 100 with you, it's shit like that that keep my family at odds. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's shit like that that stays a sensitive subject. Stays a sensitive subject because it's just certain points that we don't all agree on. You know what I'm saying? And, I honestly feel like my family could use a good group therapy session. You understand what I'm saying? Because, while most of us are while we're all past the situation with Biggie and Junior Mafia, I don't feel like we all passed it with each other 100, like wholeheartedly.
Right.
I think somewhat, but I still feel like that, like it's part of why we can't get shit together. You know what I'm saying? And if any of my homeboys watching this have a problem with me saying this shit, then call me and let's have a conversation about it. Prove me wrong, my nigga. I love y'all, but prove me wrong.
Now, I want to talk about this next topic very carefully because each time you talk about this, you and Strang, you guys get into an argument. There's some uneasiness about it, right? But Biggie, I mean, like, he gets jumped, right? Strang Wonder gets jumped at D&D Studios and by Biggie's people, and you were actually there, but you had left before it happened. You had pulled a ruck, right? So what was your guys' reaction when you realized what happened after you left and everything?
I mean, we was devastated. I got the phone call. Somebody called me, told me what happened. Like, I'm not really used to taking losses. And, everybody take losses, but
right,
we're gonna get used to them shits. You understand what I'm saying? We definitely got more W's in life than L's. You know what I'm saying? When it come down to something, for me in the street, you know what I'm saying? I got my share of L's, but them shits are spread wide. You know what I'm saying? But it was devastating. But Strang is a soldier. Like, son is, he treated it like it was this, like it was part of the, it's a fucking occupational hazard, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I was more hurt by it than he was, but I mean, I can't say that. But you know what I mean. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. When you
He
see
took it
somebody you care about get
right,
hurt,
right.
it hurts you in a different kind of way. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah. Sounds like I'm good. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? But not to say that it didn't hurt. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, whatever to that. But yeah.
Is it safe to say that after that situation happened, you guys were obviously upset to the point of wanting to get back, but then you guys eventually squashed the beef. So how do you get from that point to ending things?
I don't think the beef ever really got squashed. I think Biggie died and it fizzled out. Like, even after Biggie died, there was still a little bit of tension for a while. Like, I think we would run into each other some places and it would be tension, you know what I'm saying? But it wouldn't be nothing, you know what I'm saying, like that. You did have those figures like, we had Tech and Steel, you know what I mean, in and around, like Tech specifically being from Bed-Stuy, you know what I mean? You always had him kind of trying to bridge the gap. I don't know if he was trying to bridge the gap or not, but you would see him, you know what I mean, interacting with them, and they would start coming around. Like they showed us that it was that they was over it. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? To a certain extent.
Because I remember when I saw them on Drink Champs, right? When they had the whole duck down. Well, I wish you were on there, you know what I'm saying? But like they seemed a little hesitant to say that, like, for sure that it was over by the time Biggie died. They said, I think it was over. So it seemed like kind of like there was some doubt there.
Now I feel like when Biggie died, it was like, that was it. But at the same time, you know, nobody made a declaration that it was over. So if you would see people in random places, the energy wasn't all the way kosher.
Right. There's still
You know
some
what I'm
uneasiness.
saying? Yeah.
What was your guys' reaction when he passed away?
I don't know. I mean, I remember we was in North Carolina with the Lost Boys, and it was a lot of shock. You know what I'm saying? It was like I don't remember. I think one of my homeboy, I think it was my man Doc Holliday. He called our room to get up because wake up call, niggas gotta leave or whatever. And he said, and by the way, that Biggie dead. What? Like, yeah. Went to the room and shit. Get up, get my shit together. We start going each other's room, making sure niggas is, moving in the, actually woke and on their way out and shit like that. And niggas talked about it. Like, it wasn't nobody, like, it was a kind of a somber moment. You know what I'm saying? Because it was like, I don't know where I expected this shit to go.
Right.
Understand what I'm saying? But, it was a weird feeling.
Absolutely. I never got to ask you, like, what was the whole BCC reaction when Tupac died?
We weren't together. I remember walking out my building and a dude from across the street, my project, the little Charlie Watt, Big Watt, he, he's like, yo, you heard? Like, he talking to me from across the street. I'm like, heard what? He's like, your man Tupac. Like your man Tupac dead. I'm like, nah, he got shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody thought Tupac was going to get past that. I'm
Yeah.
like, nah, nah, I been heard that. He got shot, but he was like, nah, he died. I ain't believe him. Well, I don't know whether I believed him or not. No, I looked for confirmation. I found it. And, it was just like, again, that was crazy. You know what I mean? It was wild. It was so much confusion.
I think at that era, we looked at rappers as so much like superheroes, right? Like it was like harder to believe that like one would die like just
Yeah.
like that, especially as young as he was.
Yeah, like when Scott LaRock died, that shit broke my heart. I
Yeah.
didn't even know what Scott LaRock looked like in real life. Like, but I knew who he was. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? And when I heard that nigga died, I was like, what? Shit broke my heart. That shit fake broke my heart as a youngin'. I'm like, the fuck? So when the Pac shit happened, like, I don't know, like it was such a weird feeling. Like just such a weird, eerie feeling. Like I never met him, but I felt like I knew him. It's like, damn. And I felt and honestly also, I almost forgot about this, but I also felt like that was gonna hurt us professionally as well. Because the work that my brothers did with Pac, I was sure was gonna lead to bigger things for all of us. You know what I'm saying? So that was an after effect. Like I thought about that later, like, damn. So yeah, it was that.
What was like Drew Ha and everyone else's reaction when they found out that too?
We weren't all together. You know what I'm saying? So I
But
don't
you
really
spoke
know.
about it after though, right? Like what did they say?
Mean, it's not too many words. Like I don't have too many words. I don't know if niggas had too many words. It's just, you know, it's just a somberness that comes over, you know, the whole cipher, the whole circle. Like, damn.
Such a crazy time in hip hop when you think about it, that happened within 6 months of each other, with Tupac dying and then Biggie dying at that time.
Word.
Man. Well, rest in peace to both of them, man.
Word up. And salute to JM. You know, they have done more than their part to let us know, you know, to make sure that we knew that there wasn't no further, you know, animosity over. You know what I'm saying? I probably haven't done enough on my end, if I'm being honest, but salute to them. You know what I mean?
For sure. What year was it that Heltah Skeltah got banned from Hot 97? Is this before all the Tupac stuff, though? It has to be, right?
Oh no, man. It could have been I really
definitely
don't know.
was before the first album, right?
No, it wasn't before our first album, no.
No, it wasn't before the first album?
No, it had to be after that.
Okay.
There's no way Duck Down would have sent us up there before our first album without no representation.
And that was the problem, was that you guys got sent up there with no representation from the label. So there was an asshole security guard.
Right.
And Ruck didn't hit the security guard, but he broke the phone.
Yes.
And you were what, trying to get Angie Martinez you were trying to go get her to talk to her or something like that, right?
Yeah. I tried to, you know what I'm saying? Me and Angie had a nice rapport. So I'm like, I'm gonna go up there and see if I can fix this shit. You know what I mean? And I honestly knew I could. You know, we were supposed to be there. Like, we'll have somebody from up there give us. But, you know, the situation, it imploded or exploded or whatever. Contents under pressure. It didn't last long enough.
What was your guys' reaction when you got the news though that you guys were banned? Like what did they just like say that to your face, or you got sent a notice, or like how are you guys informed of that?
I don't know. I don't remember. You gotta forgive me. Some of my memories. Why you gotta appreciate the good ones, the ones I got. Cause man, the ones I got, they be detailed. But these ones right here, I don't remember, bitch.
I just think it's kind of funny because like you guys weren't even supposed to be at that event, the Hot 97 backstage thing. I mean, Sean wasn't there because he's the one that broke the phone, so like he wasn't allowed, but like somehow you got to go.
Yeah, because niggas used to take, because I was a face card. You know, by the time Heltah Skeltah hit the scene, you know, I became a very recognizable face because, you know, I stood out. I'm tall. I got a scar. I got the voice and all of that. And then I liked the attention back then. So, you know, like we talked about on the Smith and Wesson album earlier, and it was like, you know, when I would get on the intro, Ruck was supposed to be on the outro. He's like, man, sound too forced, right? Shit like
Right.
that. But you know, I was with all of the shits. It was the FOMO. You know what I'm saying? I was embracing the FOMO from years earlier. I was with all the shits. So what was I saying?
I don't know. You got my memory. So we were talking about how like you guys got banned from Hot 97 and
Yeah.
you were at the backstage event, but he wasn't.
Yeah, I don't remember how we got those, like the message, like how a nigga, like we're banned. I don't remember the phone call where a nigga said that, but I knew it became knowledge that we weren't welcome up there. You know what I'm saying? Became common knowledge.
Well, how long was the ban for? I mean, because
Probably
eventually
still banned, nigga. I don't know.
you still banned?
Probably. Ain't nobody call us and say we off the ban list.
Oh man. Come on. I mean, there's been people that did way worse stuff, like you know, my man Benzino, shout out to him. He was outside, you know, waiting for Funk Flex one time and stuff. You know, I mean, you know, there was a lot of other stuff. I mean, look at 50 in game
Hold on.
situation, the shootout.
Wait. They play Benzino?
Well, I don't. Hey, stop. Hey, come on. You're gonna be. Oh, come on, man. You gonna get me in trouble.
No, I'm just saying. They forgive the niggas they need. Like, if you the hottest nigga in fucking town, all right, 50 in game, we need their records to keep us, you know, so
Right,
we don't look
right.
biased. You know what I'm saying? We can't not play that. They gonna know it's personal, right? But,
Right.
you know, it's
Wait, I mean,
the way
they played Rock the Party, right? Benzino's Rock the Party. We gonna rock the party.
But when was that? Was that before he was outside waiting for flexing or after?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact year, so I can't really say. But you know. But this leads me to my next point though. All right. So first of all, Nocturnal comes out in 96, right?
Uh-huh.
And you know, in retrospect, people look at it as a classic album. But at the time, the Source magazine only gave you guys 3.5 mics for that.
Mm-hmm.
Benzino, where were you at then? Come on, my brothers. Like,
Right. 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 You know what I'm saying? And I've had the vlog on Benzino a few times, and I do my best to be kind. You know what I'm saying? Like, son don't, you know, he don't be out here on his best behavior. Let's just say that. You know what I'm saying? He's been shown in a less than flattering light on numerous occasions. And, you know, I gotta keep it 100 when I'm talking about what I'm talking about, right? But I do my best to show this man respect. You know what I'm saying? You know, let niggas know that, you know, Benzino ain't never did nothing to me, but nigga, you let me get 3.5 mics?
And it gets worse when we talk about the second album, but we're gonna get to that.
When we talk about this, let me tell you something. Let's just go ahead and go to the second album, right?
Wait, no, before I want to touch on the first album first, though, okay?
My bad, because that one.
Because you guys, you know, I mean, like that first album, how did you guys approach that though? Like, you guys have been doing songs here and there and everything like that. Like, what was the mindset of going into doing that album though?
It was I don't know. We was excited about it. I know I was so ready. No, actually, Ruck revealed that he was nervous. Like, he was terrified during that shit. Like, you know, Ruck didn't feel like a real rapper then, you know, his own words. Like, he felt like he was about to, you know, his inexperience. He felt inexperienced. He didn't feel ready. He was like, I'm about to fuck Rock shit up. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like this, but I was excited. Like, I had been planning, coming up with ideas, you know, along the way. Like, I came up with the title Nocturnal. We wasn't in the studio nowhere. I don't even think we started working. We started work? I don't even think we started working on an album yet when I came up with the title for Nocturnal. I was just walking through the streets late one night, and I was like, we are always out in the dumbest hours. You know what I mean? I think I might have been in Harlem this night. I'm just like, yo. And in this night, I realized, had a realization about it's like a certain pocket of the night. I don't know if this is true all the time, but just that year, a certain pocket of night, regardless of what the temperature was, like when it was cold, not to say regard, when on cold, it was like the air would get still at a certain hour and it wouldn't be cold. It was like, I would just, when I would be running around, I mean, this shit could have all been in my mind for all I know, but it just felt like at a certain hour, is a certain stillness that I was able to move around undetected in where didn't nobody else know that it wasn't cold these hours. Everybody was off the street and I just owned them, right? So it was in that visualization that I came up with the name Nocturnal. I'm like, 'cause we always out during these hours. These is the hours we live during. I'm sleeping all day or whatever, boom. I don't even think we started working on the album yet officially when I came up with that.
Wow. So in like, years later where this album is considered classic, pretty much across the board, were you surprised by that change or you were like, it's about damn time?
I'm a very it's about damn time ass nigga.
Got you.
I've been saying that my whole career. Like even before we was banned from Hot 97 or whatever, when they actually were playing it, by the time they played it, it was about damn time. Because it felt like they was playing with us.
Right. Why was there 2 videos for Operation Lockdown?
The first one was
Some people like that one more.
Yeah, but they don't know which one is the first one. But the one without the Indian paint, just for the record, is the first one, right?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't like it. Like we paid too much money for what we got. And we was like, and that was only the deposit. It was a big deposit. I think the deposit might have been like $40,000 or something like that. And
holy shit.
And the back end was going to be another 40,000. So we took that 40 and made the video with the Indians.
Good Lord. So some people feel like the Beat Miners should have produced the entire album. Why didn't that happen?
What, Nocturnal?
Yeah.
Some people, let me do you one better. A lot of people think the Beat Miners did produce that whole album. And they curse me out when I do music without the Beat Miners, talk about, look, they messed up when they stopped letting Beat Miners do their whole album. Like, nigga, the Beat Miners never did none of the whole albums. But niggas just be in their own reality, their own narrative or whatever. But I don't know if I've ever heard people say that we should have let them do the whole Nocturnal. But I know niggas talk about it, they act like they did, but in regards to that, we was just working. You know what I'm saying? We was just working. Like it was everything was natural. Some of very, like, it wasn't so intentional. It was all just natural. Like, like the dude Shalik Drayton, who did The Great Unknown and Sean Price off of Nocturnal. He's the older brother of Skill's old DJ.
Oh, wow.
Like this shit was all homegrown shit. Like we used to smoke weed. We used to go to Still old DJ crib, salute the DJ Thorny Thorn, right? But he had another brother. You remember the group, the Representatives?
Right, exactly, yep.
Right. Representatives was 2, but it was originally 3. That was their other brother he was in that group, right? So we used to be in that crib, salute the Smoky Light. We used to be in that crib smoking copious amounts of Marijuana, right? And Ruck made a bond with the nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? And Ruck wasn't even from my projects. He from Brownsville projects, but Ruck used to come to the projects making all of his own relationships or whatever. Like Ruck had a girlfriend that lived in that building. And, I would wake up and Shunna be outside chilling, smoking weed with niggas from the projects I don't even hang with, right? But Shalik Drayton was the older brother of DJ Thorny Thorn and Smoky Light. And, so he did 2 of those beats. Supreme No Elohim put his fingers on, he made one of those beats, I believe. Fucking Baby Paul did more than Evil D. He did more tracks than Evil D and Mr. Walk, the 2 original Beat Miners. But on a couple of those beats, I had my fingers in there playing keys. On the square, I played the bass line on Soldiers Gone Psycho. You know what I mean? And the intro is produced by Buckshot and Lord Jamal. I don't know how their relationship started, but Buck had this beat that got lost. And I was trying to find it, and I'm trying to describe the beat to him again. I'm like, but where's this beat? Where's this beat? I know one of y'all niggas got it on the tape, but like, I don't know what to talk about. Tell me what it sound like. I'm doing the beat and all this shit, trying to beatbox the shit. It's not working. But he sat me down and was like, yo, how I go again? And he started building. And he built the intro.
Wow.
And Lord Jamal helped him. So it was just organic shit. It wasn't like, no, we not doing our whole shit beat minus, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, nah, this shit fire. We're going to put this on the album. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. So the following year, you guys released the debut album for Boot Camp Clik, right? For the People. Did you guys find it difficult to have that many people in a group and still have features on the album and navigate who's going to be on which song?
Nah. We was used to it. We already had kind of a pecking order of sorts. So it was certain, like we could all state what we wanted, but the decisions were made by the top three, which was Buck, Tech, and Steel. You know what I'm saying? Like they got here first, they led the way. We just, we didn't know how not to respect that. You know what I'm saying? So it just was what it was. And Drew was a creative contributor, a lot more than people would like to give him credit for.
He's executive producer on a lot of the stuff, isn't he?
That may be true, yes. But that could be because he was, it was the label shit, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
But creatively, like for instance, like the Trading Places, that song over the last stand, it was his idea for us to start all of our verses with the beginning of each other's old verses.
Got you.
You know what I'm saying? He very frequently would contribute, you know what I'm saying, with his 2 cents. Sometimes it was 10 cents.
Now, at that time, I'm not talking about now retroactively, but at that time, do you feel the reception was what you guys expected from that project?
No, I don't now. I didn't then. But most of us don't really like that album that much.
Really? Why is that?
Because we deviated away from our sound. It was the first deviation. And, we and honestly, that came from Buckshot. After coming back from working with 2Pac, he learned different ways of making music and he tried them out on that project.
Got you. Okay. Do you have any crazy stories from that, the creation of that album?
Yeah. We was working on that album the night when niggas ran in the studio and jumped strand.
Oh, wow. Damn.
Don't get no crazier than that.
Right. All right. Shout out to my YouTube member, the Hip Hop Underground Reborn. They want to know what happened to the Adventures of Sparsky and Dutch album.
It's not an album, it was a song. I should put it on the new Heltah Skeltah album. Because we are working on a new Heltah Skeltah album.
Right. And we're going to touch on that too. But so it wasn't an album that was that replaced Magnum Force?
Nah.
Oh, okay. Because that's what they thought.
If you notice in the intro of Nocturnal, there's a line where I say, "Enter the great unknown. Nocturnal with ventures of Sparsky and Dutch, the powerful within the center." If you remember what I did, the greatest feat that I did on an intro ever was how I stashed all of the names of the songs on the album in the intro. So
that's what I thought, that this was supposed to be before, right? This was the Sparsky and Dutch song was actually for Nocturnal, right?
For Nocturnal, yes.
Got you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So 1998, you guys released Magnum Force. On the album, now you guys got heavy hitters, man. Method Man, the Dog Pound, Rusty Juxx, the Outlaws. how did the song MFC Laws come about?
Well, Heltah Skeltah chose the well, we were signed to Priority, so Priority was a West Coast label, so we was going to be taking more trips out to California than, than the norm. So, we would go out there a couple of times every year, or when I say the norm, more than the rest of us, right? But a couple of times, it wasn't like we was out there all the time, but whenever we went out there, well, basically the first time we went out there after Pac was dead was when I met the Outlaws, or, when I started really linking up with them. And, our bond was immediate. You know what I mean? When I met the first outlaw I met, he was already in one of my homeboys' hotel rooms, right? Like it wasn't out like, it was like, nah, son is downstairs. Like we knew that they was coming over type of shit. Like these niggas is rappers to us too. You know what I'm saying? They fan, but they rappers. They kind of a big deal. So like, nah, son downstairs, nah, Noble and Napoleon downstairs right now. Nigga like, all right, I'm coming downstairs. Right? Like that's how I met niggas. You know what I'm saying? So when rappers meet each other, like if the rappers are fans of the rapper they're meeting, half of the work is already done. Because you start with a baseline of admiration, and that admiration translates to respect. You know what I'm saying? And so half of the work is already done. Now all you gotta be is a cool nigga and you off to a great fucking start. You know what I'm saying? And so our bond persisted all the way, with me all the way till today. You know what I mean?
Right. So on the advanced version of Magnum Force, it features the tracks Brothers Keeper, Thunder Steam, Monkey Wrench, and Feel the O's, right? Why were these songs not on the official version? Like why was it separate?
I mean, cause you can't put 24 songs on an album, and something had to go. So what's gonna go is gonna be the weaker joints. And I don't even remember Thunder's theme. I just remember it when you saying it. I couldn't tell you what it sounded like right now, but it had to go, right? What's the other? Feel the O's had to go. I loved that song, right? I did. But when I listened to it in hindsight, I'm glad we got rid of it. You understand what I'm saying? What was the other one? Monkey Wrench wasn't strong. The beat wasn't strong at all. It was, we had the right idea in mind. Like it was a Mac 10 feature. Mac 10 was on that song, but it wasn't a strong enough song. Like the beat wasn't strong and the hook was kind of cheesy. But and what was the other one?
But it's good enough for the advanced version, like the extra tracks, right?
I don't know. I don't think we ever let that. You heard, where you hear that at? You had an advanced copy, or you found that underground somewhere?
Well, that's what part of the question was for my YouTube member. he asked that. He said that why was this, on the advanced version but not like on the official version?
Oh, well, yeah. How many songs was that? Feel the O's,
Brothers Keeper too.
Oh, Brothers Keeper too.
So 4 songs.
Yeah, Brothers Keeper too. Like I would have put that on there. I would have, but it was a little bit risky because we was playing around with something. It was like a skit at the beginning of the song. We was playing with something we ain't had no business playing with, and that was gang culture in LA. You know what I'm saying? We was, we wasn't trying to disrespect her. We was just trying to send a message like, we wasn't about that color shit. Like I wear what I want. You know what I'm saying? Type of this, that, and the third. And, but that might not have went over well later on. You know what I'm saying? We can't, we thought we might not have, our message could have been misinterpreted.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And then the source gave this only 3 mics. What the hell?
Yeah. Let me tell you something.
I already know you about to be on some shit.
Yo, when I first saw this shit, I was at the radio station in Atlanta. Ludacris could have been the guy. I don't remember. It was either Ludacris or some Ludacris looking nigga, right?
You was ready to throw them bows. You was real mad.
This was before Luda was rapping though, right?
Right.
So, you know, like I'm assuming, but there was some Luda looking nigga, right? I remember that he used to work, you know, he used to work at the radio. Oh yeah, it could have been him, but I don't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
But niggas handed me that magazine, and I saw it for the first time while on the radio. And I promise you, my nigga, I almost cried. Like, I was fucked up for a minute. Like I could, I couldn't function. Like my shit stopped. My brain stopped computing shit correctly. I was like, I just had to tuck all that shit in though, and just do
But
it.
you said you wanted to fight somebody at that time when you saw it.
Yeah, but it wasn't nobody to fight. I'm at the radio station.
Right. Right. Well, what was Rux's reaction when he saw the review?
I don't know. All I saw was red, my nigga. And it was, and the red was blurry at that because it was my eyes was sweating.
Well, we got to remember too, guys. At that time, the source was really the hip hop Bible. Like,
yeah, niggas really, absolutely, universally accepted that as the Bible of hip hop.
Anything 4 mics and above, you were for sure getting, pretty much. You know what I mean? Like that. So it was a big deal. You already felt the way that the last album got 3.5, and it's like, damn, now you guys cut us down to 3 for the second one. Like, yo, that was wild.
Like, what? What? I mean, let's not forget, you know, Ghostface recently pointed out in an interview, I don't remember the platform, but he recently highlighted the fact that Puffy admitted to RZA a few years back that he clipped their wings at Hot 97.
What?
Yes. Ghostface said that RZA told him that Puffy told RZA, yeah, I had to, you know, I had to cut y'all shit down.
That's wild.
Right. I say this to say, I know Puffy ain't like us. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know he ain't like that. You know what I'm
Because
saying?
of the big shit?
Absolute. Know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And if he ain't
probably the 2pac shit too, huh?
right. And if he ain't like us, he hated me. Right. So, but, you know, I'm just saying, who knows? Maybe somebody got nudged. I'm starting rumors. I'm sorry. But, you know, I'm just saying, it didn't seem natural for such dope ass albums like I Call Conspiracy. Bitch, fuck that. What are we talking about?
Hey, you know Benzino watches my channel, so he probably gonna see this and he probably gonna be like, yo, I ain't had nothing to do with that, okay?
Benzino, call me, nigga. Call me. Call me. Shit. I would love to do an interview with Benzino on Monster Nation and get to the bottom of them 3 goddamn mics on Magnum.
Oh, I want to see that. We got to make that happen. Benzino, if you
and
watching this.
While we at it, let's figure out the 3.5 for Nocturnal too.
Yeah, we got to see that. We got to see both of those. There were a few times that Benzino has admitted that he used his influence to change the mics.
He took money, he admitted? What he admit?
Not took money, but like.
I'm joking.
Yeah. You know, I don't know. I forgot what exactly it was for. I think it might have been against Eminem, or if it was like for, you know, his own group or something like that. But he did, you know, use his influence at times. So why couldn't you have helped Heltah Skeltah give them the mics that they deserved, you know?
Shit.
Shout out to Benzino, man.
Shout out to Benzino.
Well, I want to see that happen. I would love to see that interview happen.
That would be
I bet you Benzino would do it too. I think he would do it.
That would be the virus interview in the world. You know what would make the interview whack is if he'd be like, you know, I didn't know. I didn't have anything to do with it, right? It ain't if it ain't no story there, that'd be whack. It's like, nah, I just who did that? I don't know. I used to just sign them over. I didn't. Like, Benzino,
Well, you know who you really need to talk to is what's her name? The former head of the
Chris
the lady.
Osario?
Yeah,
What's
Kim
her-
Osario.
Kim Osario. Yeah.
Right. That she was on the podcast with Math. So you
I
already
know.
got a connection there. There you go.
No.
She was the top dog, you know, for a while. So I don't know if it was during that time.
I actually met Kim a long time ago. She was friends with my homegirl. And one time we dropped by her crib. I don't remember why my homegirl was, stopping by, but like I met her. And this was during the period of, like around 2000 and, early 2000, 2001, 2002, something like that, when I wasn't, when I was, in my separation from the boot camp phase. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? And when I talked to her at her crib, like, and I met her, conversation came up where she felt some type of way about boot camp. Boot camp was someplace, a photo shoot or whatever, and they was doing some nigga shit, right? And I don't know what it was. I don't know specifically what it was, but I remember her energy being like, this ain't Duck Guy. This is just you by yourself. You're not them, right? And I'm like, no, it's just
Oh shit.
like it's just me. And she told me the nigga that the Brownsville, some of the shit that they did, but I don't want to get into it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I got you. All right. So during the Magnum Force album, Ruck and others already were talking about doing solo albums, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you didn't have that intention, but then Duck Down and Priority, they separate towards 1999 around there, and they give everyone a release except for you.
Yes.
Brian Turner from Priority wanted to put out a solo album from you, and Drew Ha told you to take the deal. But that situation with Priority didn't work out either. Why is that?
I don't know, man. Them niggas just don't do what they said they was gonna do. Like, I did my part. Like the vision that we had for the album was to be titled Planet Rock, right? And what I wanted to do was to incorporate other celebrities named Rock.
Right, you was gonna have Dwayne Johnson, right? Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
I sure the fuck was, right? but I didn't have a relationship with him. You know what I mean? They did. They just now got him on a song with Method Man, right? For the WWF Aggression soundtrack album.
Oh, that's right. He did his theme song and everything like that.
Right.
Oh, man.
So you have a relationship with him, right? Then, in my mind, that was the hardest one to get to. You know what I'm saying? Like, but
he was on his shit at that time. He was the top dude at that time.
That's what I'm saying. I felt like that would be the most difficult, but like, that and like a Chris Rock if possible. But I would have took Tony Rock. You know what I'm saying? I want to, but like Vin Rock. God damn it! Goddamn.
Pete Rock beats, right?
Pete Rock, absolutely. I did the skeleton. I did I did the bass. I did the majority of the songs or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I was waiting for them the whole time to bring, start working some of their magic. So I figured, all right, fuck it. Let me just do all of the songs. I did all the songs. And all right, now can we, you know what I'm saying? And they ain't do nothing. So we started kind of, beefing, but it wasn't beef like that. It wasn't hostile. It didn't feel hostile. It just was like annoying. You know what I'm saying? Like
taking little shots at each other kind of thing? Like
no,
little digs?
not even that. Just like, I need y'all to do something and y'all not doing it. And, you just giving me excuses and shit. I'm like, well, when is you know what, enough of unleash this shit, big. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't have no problem unleashing.
Well, let me ask you this though, right? In the past, you've described Priority as you felt like they didn't know what to do with Heltah Skeltah. Like they were, if in drug dealer terms, like they already selling the hard white over here, they're making their money from here, and they also sell weed on the side.
Yeah,
right,
we weed money.
Right. So knowing that, why did you decide to stay with them?
Well, I don't know that I felt that way then. Like I don't know when that comparison was born, But also, Ruste strongly advised me that you should do that. But he's like, yo, it's scary out here right now. It was like he saw the writings on the wall, like the game is changing right now, bro. And you don't think you're gonna just get a deal. Like deals are not falling off trees like that, bro. It'll be a smooth transition for you. They like you like them. You know what I mean? They all know you, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, all right. I took it as an opportunity to carry the flag like Heltah Skeltah OGC once did for Smith & Wesson and Black Moon and Buckshot. You know what I mean? Like when they were tied up in their situation, you know, we got Duck Down popping with Heltah Skeltah and OGC. You know what I mean? They couldn't necessarily sign to Duck Down as a label. They still, you know, was over there. So, and they was having issues over there too. So it was a silence or whatever. We was able to carry the flag across the next first down or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Then, you know, we was going, you know, shit was going through a whole, I'm like, I saw this as my opportunity to hold us all down. You know what I mean? Like I had something like, dude, there's a Heads Ain't Ready Part 3.
Right.
It was on my album. It was on Planet Rock. You know what I mean? It never got finished. I think 1 or 2 niggas is missing. But yeah, I just saw it as my opportunity to carry us to the next phase.
So I was watching the Duck Down episode on Drink Champs, and Drew Haas said that he felt Priority choosing to keep you put a chip on Sean's shoulder, and Bernadette agreed with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen her also say that like he had to go solo because you chose to stay with Priority. So is that where like, because I've heard you also say that, you know, you were on good terms with Ruck still when you went solo.
Mm-hmm.
So where did the disconnect come from?
Because niggas don't tell you when they feel some kind of way.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Niggas never, if a nigga feelings is hurt, when the last time you ever told a man your feelings was hurt?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's just not what dudes do. And, you know, like, because I talk to niggas about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, and I didn't exaggerate not one of those words. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not only is there another Heads Ain't Ready, but there's another song or two that Ruck was on that album. You know what I mean? But like I didn't find out that Ruck ever felt the way about that until he was dead. Bernadette told me.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like one of them niggas could have told me something, but niggas was old. Like I remember when we first, you know, when Boot Camp first started boot camp, and we, you know, before all of us had deals, maybe some of us had deals, but not all of us, right? I remember Tech used to call me a crybaby. Not that he ever actually saw me cry about anything, but I used to complain a lot. You know what I mean? I was always beefing about some shit. But damn, the phone just rang. Tried to ring, it made me lose my thought. Where I was going with that?
He used to call you a crybaby because you were complaining about stuff.
Oh, yeah. Like I cared about things, B. Like if niggas would have told me that they felt the way that I was doing, and it was niggas that outranked me, to keep it 100. If niggas would have just used their rank, then I wouldn't have been able to do none of that shit. You understand what I'm saying? But niggas just be like, yo, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, right? Like, if niggas, this is what I was going to say. Tech used to always call me, he used to call me a crybaby. Salute to my bro, right? Because I used to, you know, I had these strong, when shit wasn't right, I had these strong ass emotions, this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. But today, in this era, what that led to is I feel like I'm one of the most emotionally intelligent men I know. You know what I mean? And I know a lot of dudes. right? And I'm able to, in 2026, even as far back as 2023, 2022, I can tell you, son, that hurt my feelings. You know why? Because it's way, way less inflammatory than that was some bullshit you did. Or whatever kind of way that we may try to masculinize the shit.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, nah, son, that hurt my feelings right there. And the nigga get it immediately. You know what I'm saying? But niggas don't do that. And niggas definitely wasn't doing that back then. So he held it in. He didn't say nothing. You know what I mean? Like, niggas like, go ahead, get your money. I'm like, all right. And, niggas allowed me to move up with the notion that everybody was good. You know what I'm saying?
One thing I want to highlight from what you're saying there, it's true though, because a lot of times people will feel a certain type of way, especially as men, but they don't really even know how they feel because they won't allow themselves to process those emotions, right? They just know they feel a certain type of way. But when you're able to process those emotions and you see, oh, I'm actually hurt, or I'm sad by the situation, or I'm mad about the situation, then you can convey that to the person rather than saying something inflammatory, like you said, that's some bullshit, which comes across as way more aggressive. And
Right.
the reaction is going to be like, what you say? Like, like, instead of being like, my bad, bro. Like, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
it's a different kind of response. But in your eyes, Drew Hall had just told you, take the deal, right? You thinking you carrying the flag for the whole team. You thinking you doing right. But behind the scenes, you not realizing that people are feeling the opposite of what you're trying to do.
And not just Ruck either.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? But niggas, like, nobody would say anything in the time, and in the hearing, in the moment. You know what I mean? I would have to, hear about it, feel, just hear about it and shit. And, and what's crazy is, without none of them niggas saying nothing to me, without none of them ever saying anything to my face about it, even before P was dead, if you would have asked me in 2014 if I had the opportunity to do it all over again, I would have said no. The answer is no. So, and I say that to point out the fact that, hindsight is 2020. I don't, niggas don't see, and my point of view is my point of view also, right? But I feel like me taking my energy away from the brand hurt the brand as a whole. That's what I believe, but that's not what none of them ever told me, and none of them would ever agree. None of them would ever agree with that. I don't think none of them would ever allow me to say that, because for whatever reason, maybe it's because they think I'm, they might think that makes me think that I'm too big for my britches, or whatever the case may be. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't get gassed, right? You understand what I'm saying? That maybe that, or maybe whatever. But
I don't even think that's what you're saying. Really, BCC is a puzzle. You take out any piece and it's not the same.
That's a fact. But I feel like you have certain face cards, and then you have certain people have really big presences. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the fans all had their favorite, you know what I'm saying? And maybe, every fan may have a different favorite out of us, but to a lot of people back then, I was the favorite. You know what I'm saying? And, I don't care who says that. I mean, I don't care who disagrees or whatever. That was the reality I was living in. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not, like, I'm sure all of the Steel fans told them that he was their favorite too. You know what I'm saying? But, it just is what it was. Like, like, I was a formidable factor in this shit. And it's like, if you trade, like if somebody was to acquire the Miami Heat or to acquire the New York Knicks, to buy the Knicks from fucking from James Dolan tomorrow, and you tell them that Jalen Brunson ain't in the package, that may be problematic. You understand what I'm saying? Karl Anthony Towns ain't in the mix. That could be problematic. You know what I'm saying? Certain niggas, they might be able to do it without, but not this nigga, not that nigga. You know what I'm saying? And that's just, I feel like that could possibly have been a problem, and it hurt our brand. The brand of the whole, right? So with that being said, and it was niggas in the squad that outranked me. Like, I'm not putting no blame on nobody, but I'm just saying somebody we could have had a conversation about the shit, and it might have went a different way. Like, when Drew told me to sign that, I was like, I called Drew making fun of Brian Turner. Like, this nigga over here talking about blah, 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 blah. I was imagine my surprise when Drew was like, Rock, I think you should probably take them. What?
But wasn't Brian doing that to try to hurt Duck Down, though?
I mean, he could have
trying to keep one of the players, because then like it made it harder for Duck Down to get a different situation without the complete team.
I mean, maybe, but what was already known before we signed the contract was that if Duck Down and Priority were to split ways, Priority has first crack at Heltah Skeltah. So we knew that when everything was all good. The only thing that was the surprise and the hurtfulness was that they kept me and not P. Like,
not both of you guys?
They kept me and not P. They sent P his release, but not mine. You know what I'm saying? When they had the right to keep P too. Like, it was in the contract.
Oh, so they could have kept both of you guys. I got you.
Right.
Got you. Okay. So how do we get to the part where Boot Camp Clik is working on Chosen Few and you weren't on that album? You said it wasn't personal. It was strategic for the separation.
Yeah, because it started out, it did get personal for a point. Like, I was angry with Duck Down for a period of time, and it started with that same Priority deal, because the Priority deal got held up because of some business that Duck Down and Priority was having. It was just some paperwork shit that was getting in the way. Meanwhile, I was in a chokehold because financially, so I needed to bust a move, and I tripped out. You know what I'm saying? Like divide and conquer, successful. Like, I tripped. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm angry at Duck Down, right? I mean, granted, like, I don't want to throw nobody under the bus, but just, like, it was like Drew, when me and Drew had the conversation about signing, taking that deal, Drew told me that he wouldn't be a problem in the 11th hour. He's like, because I asked him, I'm like, yo, I mean, what we gonna do about you? Like, me not knowing, in no specific terms, I knew that Drew had to be compensated. Like, I don't know everything, but I know enough to know that they owe you something, right? And he was like, don't worry about that. He's like, don't even worry about that. We'll deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Just know it won't be a problem for you. You know what I'm saying? And this was, he said this very adamantly. And when, it got to the 11th hour and the only thing stopping me from moving forward was his problem with Priority, I kind of lashed out. Shit. You know what I'm saying? And so that happened. But then after a while, it wasn't, it was personal at first, but it became strategic because in my separation, I saw that I was being treated differently from the industry. So what I was saying was, like, it felt like the industry had a problem with my niggas, not me. Or now that I'm separated from them, yeah, have the red carpet, Rocco. So I wanted to see where this shit went, how far this could go. So, you know what I'm saying? But again, at the same time, I had the Boot Camp on the album. You know what I'm saying? Like I was trying to carry this flag. I was trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? But yeah.
So, you know, in hindsight, you believe that it was the wrong choice as far as you not being on a Chosen Few, right? On the Chosen Few album.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you where it was really the wrong choice is because you weren't on Jenny Jones performing with the rest of them. That was crazy. I wanted to see you on there with her. Man. Come on, man. That was just wild because I don't think that you can see something that gritty today on a show like that, especially with the host that is not black too. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
And like, I just couldn't see it. But Jenny Jones like was in the picture with them and everything too. Like it was.
I know. Listen, I look at those things and I wish, you know, and not just those things, but specifically those things. Like I look at them in Rap City, the basement, and all that. I've never been to the basement.
Right.
I've never been there.
They was rapping over the In the Club beat and everything, and I was like, man, I was just waiting. I was like, I want to see Rock come out, and I just, you know, it's like,
yeah, you know, I like I look at those things and and the FOMO kick in. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That should be hit me. I wish I was there. But even before that, even before the separation period, like I be looking at pictures from back in the '90s, and I be seeing it'd be a fly picture with wild celebrities. It'd be like 7 boot camp members in the picture, Onyx, Tretch, fucking Slick Rick, 4 members of the Wu-Tang, Big Daddy Kane, and I'm missing. And I know I was in the club that night, and I'll be mad. Like,
people like, where the hell was I at?
but I know, I promise you, in every one of those instances, I have to just remind myself, I was probably in a corner with a girl.
Right.
That's the most reasonable answer in every one of those situations. I'm looking at when niggas, I remember that night. Yeah. In the corner being a creep.
When you and Sean had separated as a group, you weren't jealous of him reinventing himself, but you felt like competition, like the spirit that you didn't want to be viewed as less than.
I mean, I was really happy for him because I hated when people viewed him as less than me.
Right. And that's another thing that a lot of people bring up is like, you know, early on, everyone thought like, oh, Rock is the star. Rock is the star. But after like you guys went solo, it's like Rock put in that work, almost like the chip on the shoulder really challenged him to be like, no, I got to get on my shit now. Like, I'm not going to be the one left behind. Like I'm that motherfucker now, you know? So
But
it's like.
But I also told Ruck as well. I told Ruck, I could remember a night vividly, and I got real drunk this night, but I remember before I started throwing up, right? I told Ruck in very specific terms, B, you the funniest nigga, and half of the niggas I know knows, right? When you start, all you gotta do is be the nigga you are in real life in your raps, and nobody will be able to fuck with you. Nobody. Not even me. I told him this. Because he's naturally funnier than me, and comedy is such a weapon in rap. Niggas don't even realize it. You know, like in battle rap, niggas hate on niggas with jokes because they know they can't beat them. Yeah, come in here with jokes. Yeah, whatever. You joke your ass in the grave, right? But yeah. So I was happy for him. I was happy because I never doubted myself. You know what I mean? I never doubted myself. It was like, okay, yes. Show them who you are. It's, you know, it makes everything make more sense when I show them who I am.
You know, and you've also been on record as saying that he was always better than you.
In some ways.
Yeah. In
some ways, yes. In some ways, no. Like we always, I mean, like honestly, like we always, our standard answer was, he's better 3 days out of the week. You know what I'm saying? We split Fridays or whatever, some shit like that, right? But yeah, like it was just what it is that Ruck, he was just such a he was a more well-read, you know, he was a more entertaining person in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like just his comedy and also his intellect. Like he read wild books. He had tons of useless information in his head that he
could reference in his rhymes or something like that, right?
You know what I'm saying? But for me, you know, so that was an advantage he had over me. The comedy, just all of the Jeopardy facts he had, you know, fucking all of that shit. Me, I just had more tricks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like I had more flows, more I could rap in more different ways. I could the voice, you know, different flows and as well as different styles, like complete different styles. Like Rupp would never do the double time rap.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I can do that shit better than a lot of niggas who do it every day. You know what I mean? Niggas who made their career off of that shit, they don't be saying shit when they rap fast.
Yeah, because you could choose like certain words that are just easier to flow. You know what I mean? But you're not really saying much.
Right. I be saying shit.
Yeah.
I dare somebody to pull up one of my verses and nah, it's punchlines, haymakers, and all that shit, and speed. You know what I mean?
All right. So eventually you leave Priority with the album and you sign to Interscope with DJ Lethal, right?
Yes. It was Geffen actually, but that was
Geffen,
just
okay.
like the right arm of Interscope.
Right. So how did that deal happen?
Salute to the alcoholics, J-Ro, Rico, E Swift. You know, all of this stuff, this is all detailed on the song called Rockness A.P. It's on the Rockness A.P. album. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, one day I landed in Cali. Supposed to be just finalizing the separation between me and Priority. And salute to my boy Justin Trugman. He used to be my manager, right? And he sent his assistant to pick me up from the airport. And on the way back from the airport, we just talking and shit, like talking about hip hop. And he asked me, you know, what I thought about West Coast hip hop. I told him how much I liked Alcoholics. And he was like, those is my homeboys. No, he's like, no, those really my boy. Like, he gets him on the phone. They at DJ Lethal. They go come over. Like, they get off the phone, they call back or whatever. Hour later, they call back, they call back, they say, come by, you know, if you got time, come by DJ Lethal crib. And I went by DJ Lethal crib and I just hung out with my homeboys, we cracked jokes and all that. Meanwhile, Justin was talking to DJ Lethal. And he's playing him the album, so on and so forth. Now I'm tuned in when I hear, you know, he playing him the album and shit. And we told him the situation. And he was like, seriously? And before you knew it, one day into the trip, I had a new deal on the line.
Wow. But then Universal Music Group, which owns Geffen and Interscope, doesn't work out either because Eminem and Limp Bizkit, there was beefing over the whole Everlast situation.
Well, I don't know that that's true. That's a possibility. You know,
okay.
I can't.
Allegedly, right?
No,
That's like
I'm saying that because no one ever told me that. No one. You know what I'm saying? Like that's me just watching the board, connecting timelines, and you know, and just certain shit makes sense. You know what I mean? Like Eminem got a lot of niggas clicked. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was what it was, but you know.
But his label gets dropped, right?
His label gets dropped. DJ Lethal's label gets dropped. But also,
come on, bro. Like, what's the percentages?
But also, I'm saying, listen, I mean, y'all be the judge. I don't, you know, if it's not true, I don't want Eminem holding that against me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But whatever, right? But.
Well, it might not even be him that called for that, though. But, like, you know, politics and upper management looking at it like, yo, we got to side with the one making the most money that run this, right?
Right. Exactly. And that's how I look at, yeah, absolutely. That's very possible. But, you know, but in the label's defense, in the label and Eminem's defense, right? DJ Lethal was an artist, right? Son is a creative. He probably making the beat right now. Like, son, He don't, he's serious about his creation. And I don't know how good artists are with running labels. You know what I'm saying? And it was a lot of stuff not, it was a lot of motion not happening. You know what I'm saying? I remember having a conversation with DJ Lethal one day, and he was like, he was at a place like the album was done. We didn't change the album that much from the Planet Rock iteration of it. You know what I'm saying? We just remixed, added some stuff, took away some stuff, right? But all of that was done, and I can remember a day when I'm sitting in Lethal's crib, which was 2pac's old crib, by the way. Thought I could throw that in, right? But he says something along the lines of, we need somebody to take control of this project. I'm like, nigga, let me take control of it. I'm like, I don't have access to the budget, right? But I know. Well, I think I know what needs to be done. Granted, I've never ran a label either, but whatever y'all need me to do, tell me to do it. Cause in my mind, I think I've done all I can do right now. What the fuck? What I'm trying to communicate is like the motion wasn't motioning. You know what I'm saying? So when labels start cutting, you know what I'm saying, cutting corners and courses and shit like that, some shit where the motion ain't motion and you ain't got no proven acts over there. You understand what I'm saying? You just sitting on your hands over there. That could have been the thing too.
Got you. Right. But you were there at DJ Lethal's house when they played the song Girls off of D12's Devil's Night album, where, he went off and he said, and Lethal, don't forget what I said. I'm fucking you up, punk. You're dead. Don't think that I'm playing, and fuck Bizkit. Right? So he starts going. He starts spazzing on that song. What was your reaction when you were listening to this happen?
I don't know if it was that song.
I think that was the only, or it might have been, was it Shit on You? It might have been Shit on You, huh? Wait, no, Shit on You wasn't about Limp Bizkit, was it? I don't remember. Anyways, one of the songs, they're playing one of the diss songs, right?
Yeah.
And what is your reaction when that's going on?
I was confused. Like I was genuinely confused because they played it and like, I think I was out there with Tank and GY. Those are my two bad style rock brothers, right? I was out there and we in Lethal's crib, like we just confusion. Like we looked at each other, me and my boys, we looking at it like, what was that? Like this nigga. Like, niggas ain't even know what to say. Niggas got lost for words. Like, what the shits? This nigga just. And then they just started talking about it a little bit, but I don't remember. Like, so that's another one of those situations where the details, I don't remember. I just remember the feeling. You know what I'm saying? I remember the vibe. The vibe was wild. Like, what the fuck is that? What just happened? Is this real beef? And then I believe, I don't even know. Like, I don't remember that well, bro. Not I just know that it was utter shock.
So they didn't explain to you like what was going on with that or how they felt or anything? Like, what was their reaction as the song is playing though?
I mean, it was clear to me that they didn't appreciate it, right? But this is when I just not admit it, when I quit trying to remember something that I didn't remember. Like what I was quitting on was I was looking for that right there. Did they tell me how it started? Did they tell me what this was all over? And I don't really remember.
Yeah, man. Cause I know that like in the past I've seen like an interview with like Fred Durst, and he was like, I don't know what happened. That was my homie. I don't know why he dissed me and stuff like that. So I would assume if that's true, what he's saying there is that he was confused by that situation.
Yeah, I know I was confused by the situation. God damn it. Word.
So that had to be awkward for you as that's going on. You're hearing, you're like, but because he was spazzing on the record too, though. I'm pretty sure it was the girl song, man. I'm pretty sure that's what it was because I don't recall another song where M is dissing Limp Bizkit like that.
I
But
think he did them a few times, but I don't know. My memory is what it is. But
I know that beef though stemmed from the Everlast situation though, because
Yeah.
M was beefing with Everlast at the time.
Yeah.
Limp Bizkit, they had a on and off kind of relationship with Everlast, and then it became a whole thing. But yeah, that's crazy, man. Look at you, man. You everywhere and to witness all this crazy stuff.
and you know what's funny? I feel like you know, I do a segment on my platform, Monster Nation, called "It Went Down Like This," where
Right.
I tell stories from the past, and I don't, you know, people be like, "Yo, stop doing these like the current events." You know, I be having people like, "Yo, Rock, you ain't no gossip nigga. Leave this shit alone. We want to hear them boot camp stories, this, that, and the third." But in my mind, I feel like the stories are gonna run out if I do them every day. Like, I don't feel like it don't seem like that many stories to me. And you see how my memory be betraying me from time to time. So I be trying to space it out. But
No,
yeah,
but you know, I like all of it though, all the stuff that you do, because it's important though. You in touch with what's going on right now too, though.
yeah,
You know what I mean? And you got the ask me what was it, the Tuesdays where
yeah,
you
Ugly Truth Tuesday.
Ugly Tuesdays. Yeah, there you go. Where you like let people ask you whatever and you'll answer it. You know, I mean, you got a lot of good shit, bro. Like for real. But I actually like that you talk about the topics of today, though, because not too many people, not too many like rappers that have the history that you do have been able to make the transition into content creation successfully the way that you have.
Well,
'Cause
I
you
don't
built
know
a
that.
pretty you
I
built
don't
a
know
pretty
that.
good following though.
Yeah, but I don't know that. I don't know how successful I am though. You know what I mean? Like I'm like my numbers are very up and down. Like they're,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
your
they're,
shit pops up a lot of times, bro. Like I mean, at least for me,
Mhm.
even before, you know, I was thinking about interviewing you. Like I remember way back when I first started, I was like, man, rock shit just be popping up all the time. Every time there's some news, this shit pop up for me.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah,
I appreciate it. That's you know, I'm gonna keep grinding. I enjoy doing it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's necessary because I feel like, you know, everybody just, you know, just everybody likes to pile on and kick people while they down. You know, I feel like some of this shit does need to be talked about, and you know, but I'm gonna just, you know, I'm gonna talk about it the way I do it, which is not to, you know, I do my best not to kick a nigga while he down, and
you're very fair. I
yeah,
gotta admit, you're very fair. I've seen some of the stuff. I'm not gonna talk about some older stuff. You had mentioned my name in the past, you know what I mean? You know, with some people and stuff like that, who I try not to talk about anymore or anything like that. You know, I've moved on. So, I'm just
oh,
saying, I was like, man, I wonder how Rock really feel about this. I started watching, I was like, oh, he just said Panda Chop. I was like, okay, you know who I am. Okay. But
I
yeah,
get up.
no, but you know, it's good to hear because you did that 5-part video. Remember, it was on you.
5-part video with my
The three
peoples.
letters, the 3 letters. You
Oh, oh yeah. Nah, that's what's up. Nah, no, you know, like listen, I identify with them. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
I identify as one of them. Like with ADHD, you tell me what the symptoms are. Let me tell you if I'm, yeah. If it means this, and this, then yes, I fall into that category, right? I'm fine with that. You know, and I love the you know, I love my lineage. I love them people. I just say it, FBA. I love the people, like, you know, I understand our plight. I say this all the time. Like my life has just dealt me a very specific mixture of ingredients and circumstances that makes it very hard for me to be bigoted against anybody that I know means well. I can't be bigoted against nobody. Like, you know, I know that there's some fucked up people in every group of people. You see the comparisons I made, you know, from the, you know, I look at things a certain way. You know, a gang is a gang is a gang, whether it's a Republican, a Christian, or a blood to me. You understand what I'm saying? And I believe that there are good and bad people in all three fractions. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, when I don't look at races as gangs. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
'cause you don't get to choose that. You know what I'm
No, you
saying?
don't.
You just is what you is, right? So when it comes to that topic, it's like,
I felt you were very fair when you were discussing it though, because
yeah,
you
but
said that
like,
the actual definition you totally understand, but I think that you were also
that's what I was getting at. Like, some people, like they become gangbangers in the such. Like, you know, they online banging for the,
but
you
you
know,
also
for
understand people have their own agenda when using certain things. Just kind of like how I think you had gave the BLM movement as an example, where you know, it's a good thing, right? But then
right,
obviously we saw what happened with it and how
right.
certain things were
Like
done
things
incorrectly.
go awry. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly.
But like the you know, the, what is it? The intention of the movement, the original message, the original, you know, like it's something I subscribe to. Like, I'm with all of that.
Face value too.
Right.
At
You
face
know what I'm
value,
saying?
this is what we stand for. Right.
Right. I'm with all of that. You know what I mean? But like I said, you know, just it's kind of hard for me to, you know, it's kind of hard for me to get so, you know, aggressive towards people that are not of that lineage when I know them personally and know that they're good people.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I think that you also do a good job of when you might have been incorrect or something like that. You'll come on the next video and you'll be like, you know, I was wrong on this part, or like I got some
Yo,
new information, or this person called me and stuff. You know, because you know a lot of
now the
people.
funniest,
You know, you just
now the
throw it out
funniest
there.
one, now look, the funniest one is, one time I was just pissed off of the shit that I was seeing on Instagram. Cause like at the end, you know, when the caption, at the end of the caption, it says less. Like when you click on it, when you read half the short caption, click on it, it says more. And then you read the rest of it, you see at the end of it, it says less. I thought that people was hashtagging less. You know what I'm saying? On some, like, you know how people be saying say less all the time? I thought people was saying less. And I'm like, and then I thought that they was adding it on my posters. I'm like, and I was so embarrassingly wrong on this. Just stupid. I came on YouTube and ranted about it. Random Rocco. What the fuck is this less? And then I found out what it was. I came back and, yo, I was wrong. I was tripping. Yeah, like but I do that intentionally. I want people to be more comfortable with saying when they wrong. Like, it ain't that bad. You can get a laugh
Absolutely.
out of it. You know what I'm saying? It's people respect it. People chuckle. You know, people
You
join in.
be giving advice to people on how to fix their PR issues too. Like the situation we was just talking about, you was giving advice. You know, you could resolve this by just coming now and be saying like, I didn't know. You know, like you be doing that.
Yeah.
If you ask me, this is what I would do. No, you be giving good advice, man, for real.
Yeah, because niggas are so used to manly looking a certain way.
Exactly.
I got you. Let me give you some more options, right? Because this shit is manly too. Let me show you. Do it like this.
It takes a man to admit when he's wrong. It really does. And to own up to that, man. You know, I always think that like people look better when they willing to do that. Because after a while, when your track record looks like you never taking accountability for anything that you do, it looks bad.
Yeah,
And people
dude.
and these days, everybody got receipts, this screenshot, this screen recording.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And the more the famouser you are, the more they got. Like the more diligent they are about that shit. Like I might be able to post and delete some shit and it not get clipped. But
Right.
not 50.
Yeah, good luck with like a status of a 50.
Right.
Jay's not even on social media.
Yeah, he's smart
so good
in
for
that
him.
way. Yeah.
When you that rich, you ain't gotta be.
Oh.
All right, man. So in 2006, Boot Camp Clik puts out the album The Last Stand, and you're back in the fold, right? How did you get back with them and Ruck How did that whole situation happen?
Well, Ruck went on tour in like 2000 and I don't know 4 or 5 or something like that, and he's like, you know what? I want to take my boy with me, and I went on tour with him overseas and all that, and niggas had been talking about, had been little light talks about working on a new Boot Camp album because it was already, I think niggas was clear that, I was already, like I said, niggas was clear. Everybody knew for sure that I didn't feel no way about them. My problem was a business problem that became personal. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, it became just a strategy that I was trying to play. You know what I'm saying? I just strategic separation and all that. Niggas knew that, everybody was good and all that. So Ruck was like, fuck that, let's go on tour. Went on tour. And while we was out there, one day he was like, yo, I spoke to stealing them niggas back there. They started a few songs for the for a new Boot Camp album. You know what I'm saying? And he listened to them. Well, I don't know. He was like, yo, listen, I listened to some of the songs. They need us, B. We gotta go. He was like, they need us. He's like, I don't like them shits. We gotta go up.
I don't like them shits.
He's like, I don't like them shits. They need us, B. We gotta get back into Northville. We gotta get back, go get busy. I'm like, I ain't no doubt, God, let go no doubt. And it was that simple. When we got back, shit started, you know what I'm saying? They had already started some shit. You know what I'm saying? We started adding on.
So how did that feel for you to be back with your brothers at that time?
I want to say it felt good, but like I know if there was a certain there was a small amount of awkwardness, and it might have just been for me. You know what I mean? Because I overanalyze situations. I still do. You know what I mean?
That's what you get for being in your head so much.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, there's, I was happy, you know what I'm saying? But I know I refrain from using my rank or displaying it. Like I felt like in my heart, I felt like my rank wasn't my rank no more. Like I felt like I didn't have the right to do or to make certain calls to,
You had to re-earn it, kind of.
Yeah, and nobody told me that. I just felt that way.
No, that's totally understandable though. From being away from the fold, now you come back, it's like everybody's starting to be cool again. You don't want to step on any toes or like make people feel a certain way,
To this day, I don't among boot camp, like you're like, if you see the way I interact with boot camp, like I'm really it is what it is type of nigga. Like whatever y'all need me to do, I'll do. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't even I make suggestions, but I don't push nothing. I just don't. You know what I'm saying? I just don't.
You have any stories from the making of that album?
The Last Stand?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Good one. Yeah, The Last Stand. The Last Stand was I know, like I said, I know like I said, Drew, it was Drew who came up with the idea for us to do that formula on trading places. The Last Stand was an interesting album because we was all already, we all were grown men and all doing a bunch of our own shit. So, a lot of it, we wasn't all I wasn't in the studio with the brothers. Like I remember one day I went in the studio and I was like, and I told Salute to Dan the Man, I was like, let me hear what they got. Let me hear what we got. And he was just running down songs for me. And I just went and added a verse here, ad-libs here, verses here. let's go. All right, let me add some ad-libs on that. Add some ad-libs on that. Boom, like, all right, let me get a verse, like, and left. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just me and the engineer in the studio that day. None of the brothers was dead. And I added my presence to about 4 songs that day.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you know, it was kind of disjointed in that way. Like, we wasn't all together. Like I said, Buck Tech is still started it while me and Ruck was overseas and shit. You know, we came back, added on shit like that. It was very because I love that album. It was very effective collaboration through, like, you know, for us to not be in the same room. Like, I think we did a great job. You know,
It's very efficient.
yeah.
So what was that big smile about when you said that you had stories and stuff like that
For what?
for the album? When I asked you had any stories about this album, and you had this big old smile, you're like, yeah, I do. And
But I don't remember. I don't know. It might have just been a random smile, but like,
okay.
like they because it was like we was all grown. It wasn't nothing crazy happening and shit. Nothing too fun. It's another day's work and shit. Like, you know, like I went in the studio that day, did that shit. You know what I mean? Let me get out here. Put that up. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't all of the hoopla, all of the glam and glitz. We was all over the place making it, but we made it happen.
So in 2007, you guys put out the album Casualties of War, and this is like what, the leftover songs from the album, The Last Stand?
Absolutely.
Okay. And why did you guys want to do it that way instead of doing a double album?
I don't know. I mean, because I think those songs was left over because I don't think niggas liked them that much. I think they just grew on niggas. Lord, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, niggas was not with those songs. Like, Ruck used to diss that album.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it was leftover. So leftover. That's him that made up that saying you quoted right now. That the leftover, the last day leftovers. That quote that started with him.
Well, on the album, Rusty Juxx is on 2 songs. Would you say that this is when he started making the argument to be the 9th member of the Clik?
I don't know, cause I felt like I don't know. Like, what I want to say is Rusty been Boot Camp, right?
Right.
But I don't know. Like, I guess if you want to put it, cause I guess people probably looked at him as a member of Magnum Force and not of Boot Camp before, or whatever. And maybe that was true.
I mean, but he's like sprinkled throughout so many projects on you know.
Right. Like, Rusty got more work than the representatives on Boot Camp projects, damn it. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know. To me, Rusty always been Boot Camp. Like this.
Because when I asked him that same question when I interviewed him, he was like, "Oh, I don't know." He wasn't sure. In 2008, you and Ruck put out Dirt, aka the Incredible Rap Team. Now, how did you guys come up with this album title?
I think Ruck came up with that title. I came up with Nocturnal. He came up with Dirt. Magnum Force was like, we didn't know what we was gonna call that shit. It was like the last minute. Let's call it what it is, because we had the whole Magnum Force on it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like the shit. You know, when he told me the idea, it was fucking genius to me. I was like, hell yeah.
Because that's what you guys viewed yourself as already anyways, right? Because I think that, like, in that interview I was referencing at D&D Studios, before you guys settled on Heltah Skeltah, like, he said something along those lines, like the Incredible Duo or something, some kind of name that's similar to that. You know, like, he said that, like, that's something that you guys were considering too. Like I don't know the name yet. Like, we just like the best like rappers together, something like that. Like it was just funny though. Like it kind of played off of that.
I don't know what you talk about specifically, but we had a name before we was Heltah Skeltah. It was trash. I can't tell you what it is. But like when he told me that shit, he was like, yeah, Dirt, the incredible rap team. I was like, fine. Yeah. And we had that idea for years before we actually made the album too.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, although this album was technically your guys' reunion album, right, as Heltah Skeltah, it didn't get as much acclaim as Nocturnal and Magnum Force. How did you guys feel about that reception?
We didn't care.
No?
No, we didn't care because we understand the games. Nocturnal and Magnum Force were as good as they were because Priority was a real label.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? Even though we was just a weed sell too. Everybody smoke weed, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, we might not have been their priority, but they had that infrastructure and, you know, and those relationships and, you know what I'm saying? Duck Down was a real mom and pop spot. You know what I'm saying? And,
Right.
you know, Dirt was done without that infrastructure of a Priority or any other label. You know what I'm saying? It was like Duck Down and Koch or E1 or whoever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Whoever it was. So we already knew what it was.
So, how did you guys feel about, were you guys personally happy with that project?
The album?
Yeah.
I love that album. That's my favorite album lyrically. You know, lyrically. Conceptually, Nocturnal is the best album.
Mm-hmm.
But lyrically, like I just felt like, you know, we were both advanced. You know, we were at a point where, you know, we had both reached a point where I felt like like, you know, when I be saying that Heltah Skeltah is the best duo, like lyrically, I be meaning that shit. That don't just be standard issue. You know, every rapper, you're supposed to say you the best. It's in the handbook. You have to say that.
Right.
Or niggas ain't gonna respect you. But I promise you, every rapper don't believe that. They don't. But when it comes down to do, like I could name tons of rappers, but I could name tons of rappers who do certain things better than I do. But when it comes down to a duo, a lyrical duo, like natural duo, not you know, like not the ones that you was two solo artists and y'all got together, even them though, just straight lyrical prowess, you gonna have a hard out in finding one better than me and P. And that was proven, you know, I started to believe that wholeheartedly, or that began to prove itself to me on Dirt.
You know, I think that what you're saying is right though, because whenever you do anything that you take seriously, you should want to be the best. You should view yourself as, you know, up there, right? Like before this interview started, I already told myself this is gonna be Rock's best interview. You know, I was like, I'm up there. Like, you know, so I mean that's how I feel. Like you should feel that way about yourself, you know, if you take what you do serious.
Yeah, I'm saying, but it's in the handbook, and I'm telling you, everybody don't feel that way though. They don't. You know what I'm saying? They and rightfully so, man. You like the thing. You know what's beautiful about sports? A lot of times, niggas debate who the best all day and all of that, right? But how about you have a one-on-one game between such and such? You know what I'm saying? Like if Kevin Durant and Carmelo Anthony play one-on-one, then we could probably figure out who's the better. You understand what I'm saying? They have like I'm just saying they are very, like, in the sports arena, they know who the best is. You know, they know who the GOAT is. The stats and all of that shit say it. You know what I'm saying? The records and all of that. Yeah, it's debatable. The stats don't show everything. But them niggas, every player know they ain't better than Jordan. All them niggas know. Nah, I ain't better than Jordan. Jordan is different, just that and third. You know what I'm saying? A rapper can feel that way about a certain rapper, but they won't say that.
Right.
They're not gonna say that.
But you know, back to what you're saying though, it's like it's a different things though, because just because you could beat somebody in a one-on-one, that might be your strength though, that you good on doing one-on-one doesn't mean that you make the whole team better, that
Yeah,
you're able to bring the best out of everybody, right?
yeah,
It's similar to like why
why.
people feel LeBron is so good that he makes people around him better, right? That's
Yeah,
their argument for that.
but that's why I say specifically,
Right.
when you want to talk about a duo lyrically, just bar for bar, barbarianism. You're gonna have a hard outing finding one better than Heltah Skeltah.
And I found the name that he had said. He said, "We formed the illest tag team." That's what he said. So it's kind of similar to, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we did kind of refer to ourselves as like the ill tag team or the illest tag. It wasn't a name, but it was a moniker. But we used to say it a lot.
Hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Your verse on the song "Cross My Path, Baby," and I'm fucking you up. Well, Poison Pen. Okay. Nems is on the song. Ruck is on the song,
Yeah.
right? It's about a real situation that happened by the Coconuts involving a real hammer. Not the slang term, a nail hitting hammer.
Yeah.
Which is so Decepticon like with the weapons and everything. Very creative. Can you talk about that situation?
Yeah, I don't, listen, salute to Coney Island. I'm sorry. But Panda brought it up. So it was a fight. It was a fight that happened. And I don't want to keep reminding the the people who were on, the not on on the not so bright side of that story. I don't want to keep tormenting. I don't want to seem like I'm picking them while they down or whatever. But it was a fight that happened. Just project shit. Normal, like it's a known thing. Like when you in the projects messing with a girl from the project, you're gonna get a certain amount of contention, a certain amount of haterade or whatever you want to call it, from the dudes around. And I wasn't going through that problem because I was already kind of rocked from Heltah Skeltah. So there was, dudes had love for me already. But my little bros, the reps, Little Rock and Supreme, they had girlfriends in that building too. And they were the ones getting it. The younger dudes, there was, more than they were receiving the hate. And it just got crazy one day. Like, somebody got tired of whatever the straw that broke the cow's back was. Little
The
Rock had
cow's back?
Little Rock had my shorty sister. I mean, he had her brother go go find two of the guys or whatever to have a conversation. And Little Rock didn't really want to talk. You know what I'm saying? Shit got violent in the crib. They got out the crib. They came back with the whole building. And, we was kind of trapped in the crib for a little while. I mean, we had a slam dancer in the crib, but, we knew the law. You know what I'm saying? They had to come in the crib for us to use the slam dance. We knew the law, but what we didn't know for sure was whether or not that slam dancer worked. We was about to find out. You understand?
Oh, wow.
But, you know what I'm saying? We was in the crib. Nevertheless, we was in the crib, and the situation was the situation. Eventually, them, beating on the door and, commotion, it caused the police to show up, and they showed up and dispersed the crowd. Crowd went downstairs, and eventually we sat there silence for a minute, and then Ruck was like, "You know what? I'm going out. I'm going to the store." Nigga, no, you not. Yes, I am. All right, well, then I'm going with you. Then Preem goes, all right, I'm going with y'all. Little Rock was in the bathroom at the time, so we went down without him. Pause. And shit, they got crazy. Shit got crazy. And Little Rock showed up with a hammer and started wilding niggas out with the hammer. I beat Little Rock up for a quick 10 seconds accidentally. You know what I mean? Cause I didn't know Little Rock was out there with the hammer. Like shit goes crazy while all the craziness is going on. Like it's a bunch of them. It's just me, Ruck, and Preem for the most part, right? The police are on. They never left from when they came upstairs. They right in front of the building. They watching all this shit go off. Them niggas might as well have had popcorn, right? They literally.
Wow.
They did nothing up until a point. I'll get to that in a second, right? But in the middle of the, in the action, I'm getting busy. I got some dude leaning over the car, giving him the Ming Mouse, and he I see out of my peripheral, I see somebody running over, and I don't know how I saw this shit so good in my peripheral, but I saw it so good and then so bad at the same time. I could see a hammer coming. The hammer, I saw the person in the hammer, and the nigga swung the hammer at me. I weaved it. I grabbed the wrist and the shoulder of that person and threw that person to the gate. By the time the person hit the gate and the floor, I was already airborne with boots on my way to. I kicked this person about 4 times, and then Preem said, "That's Little Rock." So I was able to see a hammer coming. I just couldn't see that it was my brother coming. But anyway, I picked it. I swore, you can't tell me I ain't weaved that fucking hammer. I didn't weave nothing. That shit wasn't aimed at me. It was aimed at the nigga I was giving the Ming Mouse to. But yeah, fucking
I
get up.
heard that the studio session was even funny too, though, for that song.
Well, I didn't. Where'd you hear that from?
I heard that from somebody that's not on the song that was present when you told the story about what happened that inspired those bars. And because Nems is from Coney Island.
Mm-hmm.
So you was all like, man, fuck Coney Island or something along those lines or whatever. And he was like, man, like, I don't know. Like, he kind of had like this kind of reaction that was funny though,
Yeah, so I don't remember that. Like, I just remember doing the song, like doing my verse, right? And maybe, like, cause studios is, like if you worked in an office somewhere, that office looks the same. Like, if don't nothing stand out specifically, so I don't really remember that. All I remember, like, I didn't find out that Nims felt a way about the song until later. You know what I'm saying? I just remember being in the studio. I remember meeting Nims. I didn't remember it being no animal. I didn't remember him showing me no weird energy not that night. You know what I'm saying? That's why, years later when I only told that story because Nems told a version of it on his platform to Ghostface. And my daughter happened to be walking in the room and hearing this man talk about her daddy got taste and all of that. I'm like, no. No, I gotta do something about this. But anyway, but no, I didn't remember this. Like, I'm not saying that this person is it's not telling the truth, but I don't remember. Like, after the verse, it is very plausible and possible that a conversation was born from listening to the verse. Like after, nigga like, yo, that sound like a true story. Yes, and that really happened, Coney Island, blah, 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 blah. Ruck hated Coney Island for years after that event.
Oh, wow.
Like, I didn't even have no beef with Coney Island. That was just the story. The story was the story. As long as Coney Island ain't got no beef with me, I ain't got no beef with Coney Island. That nigga Ruck couldn't stand. I don't know how Ruck and Torre got so close, because Ruck had he really ain't like Coney Island for a while after that.
So wait, what did Nem say on his platform about the incident?
He just told a story of Ghostface, like him and Ghostface was talking, and people get Coney Island. People tend to get Coney Island twisted. They think that, they think the amusement park, they think Disneyland, whatever.
Right.
But down the block is projects, and that shit is for real, right? And what the message he was trying to convey was just like, people think this shit is sweet, but it ain't. Like, Heltah Skeltah got in a situation out here, they had to run, basically. They got chased. Like, and you know, the way I interpret his energy was he was just saying, like, these are some real niggas, and they had to run. I didn't take it like a diss, but he, you know, he brought it up and he didn't give it no context. And, you know,
Got
well,
you.
you know, so I just, you know, took the opportunity to clear things up.
The way that it was told to me, I don't think that like the conversation was like he felt any way about it. It was just like you guys were adamant about how you guys felt about Coney Island after that situation, and he just kind of had a funny response. That's all it was. It wasn't like anything like hostile or aggressive or anything.
I remember Penn calling me and telling me that it was telling me about an issue. And then he said that he was going to take him off the song. But he didn't. You know what I mean? It never mattered to me either way. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when a nigga told me that, I felt the way I felt bad. Like if I remember correctly, like, you know, I ain't mean it. Like, if I knew that a nigga from the building that I was talking about was gonna be on the song, I wouldn't have used that verse. I didn't write that verse that night. I was sitting on that verse.
Right.
You know
So
what I'm saying?
basically, you're saying that this is like your version of that situation, almost of when Joe Budden and Game was on that song. You know what I'm talking about? Where he was all like, "You should be in the gangsta video with all the G Unit." No, you should be in the G Unit video with all the gangsta actors, and he took it the wrong way, but he was like showing love, really. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's like I wouldn't be on the song dissing you, but it's like that's
Right.
kind of situation.
I didn't know. I mean, I was dissing his building, right? I mean, I wasn't necessarily dissing the building. I was just telling a true story, right?
Right.
This just happened that they got the short end of the stick on that in that story, right? But you know, I wouldn't like. I would have known that was his building. I'd just had to write another verse. Like, just fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So Penn said that he was gonna take his verse off because Nems felt the way about it, or what?
Yeah, it was some sort of issue. I don't remember the details or whatever.
Got
But
you.
I remember when he first told me, like, I remember when Penn first told me, like, I was, you know, like, I was kind of, like, I didn't feel, my first reaction wasn't that I feel bad. If I said that already, that's not true. First, I was mad. I'm like, you know, like the young aggressive nigga in me. I'm like, what? I don't remember my exact words, but I know I was like, you know,
It
I
wasn't
had
too
a little,
nice.
you know, I had a little bit of fuck out of here energy, you know what I'm saying? But Penn was just like, I'm gonna take him off the song or whatever. You know what, no problem, blah, 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 blah. I think I might have wanted to talk to him though. I didn't want to talk to him about nothing crazy, no, not with no aggressive shit or whatever, but you know,
Just to
it
smooth it
was
over.
yeah,
To smooth the
it was
situation over.
stages. Yeah.
Got you. All right, man. June 9th, 2015, Pumpkinhead passed away. What was your relationship like with PH, man?
PH was that was my man. That was my brother. Like, and I see me, I'm like, I put a lot on, you know, people talk that bro shit all day. Like, I put a lot of weight on friendship. That's just who I am because, you know, your brother could shoot you. He's still your brother by definition. You know what I'm saying? Your friend can't shoot you. It's impossible. It's just by definition, it could never happen, right? But PH was a good friend to everybody who, you know, to anybody who encountered him. If you ain't wrong him, he was good to you, period. You know what I mean? And when he passed away, it scared me because for whatever reason, like for a long time, it felt like like, I don't know, like I might have mentioned, did I mention? I mentioned in '92 when my man Ike cousin Phil got killed, right?
Mm-hmm.
From that point on, in the streets, we had the best track record ever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all of my day one niggas are still alive. All the, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it just felt like the deaths that was happening, you know, out there in the world, they started coming closer to me. And when it came to PH, it was it scared me. It was like I honestly, I'm always in my head, I'm morbid sometimes. I'm like, I felt like the universe is preparing me for something.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Because before PH, right before PH, it was Fatal Hussein.
Right.
And that shit cracked me in half. You know what I mean? And yeah, then PH passed, and it was like, I don't know, man. He was just such a good dude, B. Like, he was just a good dude. And, you know, niggas was talking about, he went to the hospital the other day, some gallstone shit, he was fine, whatever, this, that, and the third. Next thing you know, the nigga is dead. Yeah, it was just fucked up. Like, I made PhD set way late. PH wasn't supposed to be no D-Sep. D-Sep was way past his prime. But PH was just he was a live nigga from today that had so much love for that era that he wanted to carry that flag. You know what I'm saying? Ruck didn't even take him serious. I think you bullshit. Ruck was like, PH was like, yo, I battle you, Ruck. If I win, I get to rep that purple. I'm like, oh, something serious. I'm like, you know, because there was, you know, back then, there was a bit of a resurgence. You understand what I'm saying? You know, it was amazing. Like that's over now. But back then there was a bit of a resurgence, and D-Seps was climbing back, you know, creeping back into relevancy. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it wasn't what it used to be. It wasn't as savage as it was. You know what I'm saying? It was a little bit more organized. You know, people were doing good things with the name too. You know, not just fuckery. But anyway, I was like, PH, man, come on, come over here. I got you. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew that he would do it good. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't do no goofy shit. He wasn't gonna hurt the name or himself or me with that. Like I knew that all of his intentions were positive. You know what I mean? It wasn't from no ignorant or negative place. I'm like, yeah, nigga, shit, we need you. You know what I mean?
So Pumpkinhead battled Sean?
No, he didn't. But
Oh, he just said that.
he invited Sean to a battle live
Okay,
on
got
Twitter.
you.
I'm like, what?
So,
No, but that shit broke my heart though when PH died. You know what I mean?
do you remember where you were when you got the news though?
I think I was at my ex crib. Like I'm friends with most of my exes. I've been blessed in the women department. Very dope women and shit, right? But I refer to her as double X. She's 2 X's ago, right? I used to, you know, I was at her crib and I don't even remember who called and told me. But again, like there was that numb feeling, that weird, eerie feeling where around all of these days, it's a lot of details that I don't remember. You know what I'm saying? It's because it just be the strangest feeling just come over me, and like and with PH, I cried. With Fatal, I cried. I cried bad. You know what I mean? Like, cause I think we had just did some rat shit with PH, like recently. Like I think he had put together something that we just did, and we just seen this nigga, you know, it was all good. You know, nigga got us, you know, parlay the bag for us, whatever the case may be. You know, Sean was that type of nigga. Like, you know, he would try to help whoever. Like, you know, if you his friend, he gonna try to get you to some money. But yeah, like I don't remember. Like I don't even remember who told me that shit. I might have found out online with everybody else, but I know that shit. Yeah, it was bad.
Do you remember the last conversation you had with him?
Nah, I don't. I don't. Our last conversation was just, it was just regular. It had something to do with that event that we just did.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't nothing eventful, nothing memorable, nothing like, prophetic or deep or nothing like that. It was just a regular conversation, like some sort of confirmation, whatever, just generic shit. But yeah, nothing too noteworthy in that way.
What's your favorite memory with PH?
My favorite memory with PH might have been him joking with my homeboys, because they all met him before me, right? And like they met him. Well, I don't know when they met him. I just know when I met him, or when my memories of him start, it was from like they had at that point they had already been on tour with PH. Well, PH was on tour with them, opening up at some point, and they had all of these inside jokes where they used to, like it was they had some jokes about hummus. I think they was on the road and PH was eating hummus, and Ruck was cutting his ass about this hummus or whatever. And the jokes they persisted like that. Like every time PH came around, niggas was cutting his ass about hummus and what do you call it, non-bread or what?
Right.
The hummus. They was
He was on that Mediterranean shit.
Yeah, I thought son name was hummus for a minute. Like that's so funny. But another dope memory, another probably a more exciting memory was I was in the building the night when Swave 7 battled QP.
Oh, okay.
I was there. That night was it was a hell of a night. It was a lot of activity going on. It's a lot of chaos and aggression and raps. Like Swave battled twice that night. He battled QP, smoked him. I was on stage, smoked that nigga, bad. But he also battled Direct and Gaddis. Like it was Swave and I think what's her name? Black QB Black Diamond. I think that was his partner. They battled them. But yeah, that was a wild night. Like, just all of the camaraderie, the almost like the action that happened, and I almost forgot who and where I was, because I came this close to getting involved in whatever they was going through, because I don't know if it's been stated in this interview, but I'm Team Hami. You understand what I'm saying? And you see your niggas in a situation, it's almost reflexual. I don't know if reflexual is a word, but it's a reflex. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Me being Rock from Heltah Skeltah, I be having to catch myself from my, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes,
Your
sometimes
natural instincts.
Yeah, sometimes I'm all the way in pocket, right? But sometimes my natural instincts may take me out off my square a little bit, and I might be ready to get active. And I just remember the protective energy that they had over me to get me away, to keep me away and out of the situation. Like, yeah, you are brother, but nigga, you still who the fuck you is. You know what I mean? And I was with my ex, and she was bougie as shit. She was not supposed to be, and she was in the building with us that night. You know what I'm saying? It was like they just they just took care of their big homie. You know what I'm saying? While taking care of some other shit, and what the taking care of take on two completely different, definitions and complexions and whatever have you.
How'd it feel for you when you saw him get his own street?
I was mad because I wasn't there, but I felt very proud for my boy.
Mm-hmm.
Very proud. What year was that?
I don't remember exactly. I think it was around the pandemic, wasn't it?
I don't remember. I just know I wasn't there, and I wasn't there because I couldn't be there for whatever reason.
Wait, no, actually.
And that's why I asked what year, because that would help me. I was, I could have been. Was I already in Arizona?
No, it was 2015 too, but it was in September.
What?
That's what it says here, I think. Let me see. Or is that just like, yeah. Oh, wait. I think it was announced in September, and I think that it finally happens like in like February of 2016.
Right.
But it's around there. But yeah, man, rest in peace to PH, man.
Yeah, PH is a good one. One of the good ones, forever.
Now, to add insult to injury, right? You said that you've noticed a pattern in your life where before something bad happens to you, you won't be able to sleep the night before.
Yeah.
The night before Sean passed away, you actually were in a real bad mood.
Yeah.
And you were ready to move out of your house and separate from your girl over the AC being too high. You were reaching out to everyone to help improve your mood, but no one got back to you. Did you reach out to Sean that night?
No, because I know he's in bed by that time.
So just 2 months after PH passed, now Sean passes on August 8th, 2015. Do you remember where you were when you got the news?
Yeah. I was in my bed. I woke up. I had just woke up, and my daughter's mother walked in the room with my boy Clutch. Salute to my boy Low. Cause me and my daughter's mother hadn't been together that long. She definitely had never seen no shit like that. I mean, we was together for the PH shit and the fatal shit, right? But this was next level, you know what I mean? And so I don't know, like I originally thought that she went and got my boy Clutch, but I recently found out like a few nights ago he was on his way up there anyway. They might have met at the door because Shucky saw him and they talked about it outside. You know what I mean? But anyway, he came in the room and he told me. And I was bugging because like he said that shit to me and I sat there real still for a second. Again, that eerie, somber, just dreary feeling. I looked at him. No, first he said that to me and I said, what? And I looked at him and he was fighting back tears. So I knew that I heard what I just heard. And then it hit me. I just sat there like I just still. I just looked in front of me like just. And then I don't know what I did from that moment. I might have laid the fuck back down. Like I don't remember exactly what I might have looked at my phone and saw all of the madness. And then I got the fuck away from that shit. Like I might have just tried to hide from it all or whatever, but I couldn't because everybody was trying to get me to go to P crib and I didn't want to go over there. What the fuck am I going over there for? Like, go do what?
You've called this like the worst day of your life pretty much, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, niggas is like, go be together, go support what? What are you expecting to happen if I go over there? Like, what are you niggas hoping to accomplish? Like, what about us being together is gonna make this any better? Like, it wouldn't add up to me. Like, I felt like all of that shit was cosmetic, in that moment. Like, what the fuck out of here? Like, it's gonna be a whole bunch of niggas in my face that I probably ain't even like yesterday. That P probably ain't even like yesterday. But you here keeping it. I'm not fucking going over there, dude. And eventually I went. Nigga was real persistent. And then, you know, by the time I walked, I got off the elevator to go, still was walking in my building to come get me. And we went over there. I went over there. I go upstairs. I go in the room. I go in the crib to see Bernadette. I go in the room because she's not in the front of the house or whatever. Go in the room. And my nigga is still fucking laying there. Ain't nobody tell me he was still here.
And then now that's burned into your memory.
Yeah.
That image that you can't ever unsee.
Yeah. I tried to get out the crib. Like I left out the crib. I got out the crib. I tried to go up to the roof because they lived on the top floor of the building. They was, you know, going to the roof. It was quicker to alone than going back down. You know, I'd have had to go down through mad people with this, that, and the third. I wanted to get to aloneness the quickest way possible. So I went up, tried to go up to the roof. And I saw Tech sitting there, like in the steps right before the roof. And that might be the only time I ever saw Tech cry. Where he was sitting there, he was crying. And I tried to open the door and the alarm came on. Mad, loud, annoying, and disrespectful and shit. I don't know what I closed the door. I didn't go on the roof. I went back downstairs. Think I went in the crib or something like that, but I don't like nothing about that thing.
You said that like there was still a grin on his face when you saw him, right?
I mean, that's what I saw, but I don't know, like, what other people see. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if, you know, like, he didn't die in his bag. You know what I mean? Niggas put him in the bag.
Really?
From what I understand. You know what I mean? So, who knows where that grin came from? Duh.
How soon after his death did it take for you to write Shine Down? That
Years.
record and that video was super dope.
Years. Yeah. That album came out in what, 2017? Yeah. So yeah, it took a couple of years before I wrote it, or maybe a year and change. 'Cause, you know, I didn't write it, and it didn't come out after I wrote, you know, the day after I wrote it. There was a process, but it took a while. Like I wrote "The Streets Want Blood" in a matter of days. You know what I mean? Cause you know, it was just, you know, that was you know, as you know, men from our communities, you know, that we're more comfortable in our anger than we are in our sadness. So I was able to release that way. I needed to wait to do Shine Down. Before Shine Down, I believe before Shine Down was The Fraternity. Did you hear The Fraternity?
Yeah. Yeah, man. But Shine Down, that song is just like amazing. Kofi Black, you know, did his thing on the record, man. Pascal on the beat.
Yeah.
When you finally did start writing that song, did it flow like very fast or did it take time? Like how did the process go about?
Nah, the truth always comes out fast.
Mm.
Creativity takes years sometimes. That shit could take all day. That shit could take forever. I mean, like, there's some songs that I'm still working on from while longer.
Right.
It's creativity driving. The truth, you already know the truth. You know what it's supposed to say. All you got to do is find words to make it rhyme.
Although the song is about Sean, you also talk about your daughter saved you after Sean died.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just an anchor. You know what I mean? Like that's the only person who need me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when you're thinking about, you know, when shit get dark, niggas go to very dark places. You know, I'm no different. You know? And, you know, when you're in those places, when you're in the darkest of places, it helps to have somebody that you love, that you know it would break them if anything happened to you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And you know, it's a few, you know, it's more than, you know, plenty of people would feel that way. I feel like I'm a very loved person, but I don't feel like none of these people need me necessarily. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily, but her, you know, everybody else could fend for their fucking self, but her, you know what I'm saying?
She need her daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I interviewed Illa G. Shout out to Illa G. And he spoke about a experience that he had where he had a dream about Sean. He was arguing with Sean in the dream. And when he woke from the dream, he was sleeping next to his girlfriend, and his girlfriend was crying, saying that she saw Sean's body floating above him. Have you had any kind of supernatural conversations or experiences that involve Sean since his passing?
I mean, I've dreamed of him a few times. What? I remember I wrote a rhyme. I did a feature last year. In a line in the rhyme somewhere where I was complaining about the fact that this nigga don't even come see me no more. Shit, like, this is your bitch ass nigga. You don't even come holler at a nigga no more. B, what the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? Cause, you know, he did a couple of times, like, you know, it was a couple of dreams, but it wasn't, you know, it wasn't never nothing so dramatic. It just, whenever he would show up in my dreams, it would just be us being us. You know what I'm saying? Just laughing about shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, it ain't you know, it's never been anything spooky. Like, I'm a big dreamer. Like, I dream like I be in my dream. My daughter mother thinks I'm a crime boss in an alternate reality, because I be in my dreams cussing and fussing, like cursing niggas the fuck out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, niggas is all kind of bitch ass niggas, and like, none of this nice shit y'all see in none of this well-evolved shit that y'all see in my vlogs and all of that. No, I be on bullshit, and whatever that reality is, I don't never see P none of. Like, whenever I see him, it just be it be like, he never left. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like we just sitting there, smoking, joking. Yeah, and that be the gist of it for the most part.
You remember the last conversation you had with Sean?
Yes. Yes, I cursed that nigga out. But it was playful though, because this bitch ass nigga, look, it was somebody that paid us for a feature, right? And I don't, whatever it was, like, it was like it was like half and half, right? Down to, all right, so it was $100 bill extra, right? That we was going to split. I'm like, nigga, yo, we gotta go to the store, get, you know what I'm saying, break. He like, you bum ass nigga. He's like, I'll give you back your $50. I'm like, all right, nigga, you better bring my $50 back, right? This nigga, next day goes by, I don't hear from this nigga. 2 days go by. I'm on the phone with this nigga. You bitch ass nigga. I told you to bring my fucking 50. I knew I shouldn't have let your bitch ass. Oh, the goddamn blah, 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 blah. This nigga's, he dying laughing on the phone, right?
Oh, man.
He like, yo, shut up, nigga. I'm on the phone. I'm on a boat, nigga. I'm fishing with Sadat X. You know what I'm saying? I'm fishing, nigga. I'm like, man, fuck your fish, nigga. With my $50. This nigga dying laughing at me. And that was the last conversation we had.
Wow. Man. What's your favorite memory with Sean? I know you got tons of them, but you know, you got to have some special ones that you hold closer.
I don't know. I mean, it's too many because, you know, I think I'm a really good friend, and I'm very comfortable with deflating the artificial image that people have of Sean P. When they say they talk about him like he was this saint. I'm like, no, my nigga was a piece of shit on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Nigga, I don't know what you think. He ain't even like you or you. You understand what I'm saying? Like I'm very comfortable with dispelling that myth right there. But in some ways, I feel like he was a better friend than I was. Like he was a great friend when he was your friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can remember us doing interviews overseas. It was an interview we did at a radio station, and they played this game. They were like, yo, where you guess things about your partner. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's your partner's favorite food? What's your partner's favorite blah, 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 blah. He smoked me. You know what I'm saying? Nigga smoked me in the game. Like, he knew he got every answer right. He didn't smoke me, but he won. You know what I'm saying? Like, and, you know, like he's just, when it came down to certain shit, like I can remember a time when that nigga played my lawyer in the courtroom. Like the judge was about to remand me and that nigga said, hold on. And started talking to my legal aid. We used to call him Perry Ruckus because of this shit, right? Okay. Nigga, I turn around, I look, I can't even hear what he's saying, but he got some of my paperwork in his hand or whatever. He's talking to my lawyer. Lawyer came back, said that shit, judge, let me go.
Wow. So this is like kind of like the stuff you're talking about, like the random information that he just like knew and just had. And that's crazy, man.
He was a more outgoing person than I was. Like, you know, like if we in a courtroom, if we someplace that we supposed to be quiet, he's more likely to speak than me. You understand what I'm saying? I'm generally a quiet dude. Like if you see me in my real life, you know what I'm saying? So he, you know, having that more outgoing personality, you know, he like most niggas ain't going to step out of line in that courtroom structure. They just, when you get in there, you just going to do what you were told. But since son had already been to jail, shit like that, and you know what, he's like, nah. And I actually returned the favor once. You know, he was Perry Ruckus, I was Matt Rock, right? But I don't remember what his situation was, but I know there was a situation and I acquired the name Matt Rock because of it. But yeah. But yeah, it's just so many things. You know, there's the story where he gave me the shirt off his back. You know what I mean? Because I was drunk.
To throw up in?
Yeah, to throw up in. Like, that was the same night where I told him that if he just be himself in his raps, he'd be better than everybody in the world. But you know, there's that story. There's the story of when he first when I first got out of jail, and like I was 19 years old. I didn't know how to roll my blunts yet, and I was going to go visit my girlfriend in the Bronx, and we copped weed together. Like, we went to go get weed, and he was like, yo, what you gonna do when you get there? I was like, I'm gonna ask, I was gonna ask you if you could roll them up, and I was gonna take them with me. He was like, you nigga, you stupid shit, you gonna put a Dutch in your pocket, you gonna break it, stupid. Listen, what you want, here, check it out. You got enough for about 3 blunts here. I ain't doing shit. I ride with you up there. You know what I'm saying? I roll all the weed. We smoke one. You take one, I take one. That's a good deal. I'm like, yeah, that's a good deal. And the fact that that nigga rode to the Bronx on the train with a nigga at like 1 a.m., that says more about a nigga than getting in. Like, niggas could do all kind of dirt with you in the street, drink with you, smoke with you in the street. A nigga not doing that.
That's a fact.
I could have the car and yo, son, ride with me up to the Bronx. I got the car. And niggas be like, nah, son, nah. You know what, son? Son, I got it. I gotta go wash the dishes, son. What niggas ain't going to the Bronx with you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that was, so, you know, when he did that, I knew wholeheartedly that I could trust him. You know what I mean? Because as Deceps, we used to eat our young all the time, pause. You know what I'm saying? You could think your friends was your friends and niggas will rob you and beat you up. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so, you know, even though he had already showed me in multiple ways that we was good, you know, I do have trust issues. And, you know, that right there was, I don't think I have a 10 in it. That right there was the, was like, I knew, I'm like, this is my boy right here. 'Cause ain't nobody doing that.
Right. So in 2017, you put out your debut solo album called Rockness A.P. AP stood for After Price.
Right.
This album wasn't on Duck Down. Was there a reason why you didn't put it on Duck Down?
Somebody came to me with the idea. You know what I mean? Like, and I just rolled with it. You know what I mean? It wasn't like Duck Down didn't approach me with the idea, like, or a budget. Somebody came to me with a budget.
Got you. Okay. But you had amazing records and features on that album. You had Conniva from D12, Inspector Deck, Method Man, Smith & Wesson, Ron Browz, M.O.P., Buckshot, Raekwon, Razzcast, Young Noble. Like, that's an insane lineup. Like, I don't even know how you did that. That's crazy.
I had help doing it, but the idea was the fraternity. The message, the idea that I convey on the fraternity is, you know, if you understand the song, the fraternity, what I mean by fraternity is a special group of people who have gone through this specific loss. So it was to have some of those people, or as many of them as I can get, and have, like, you know, a bonding session of sorts.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And in that song, you do name out people like the Outlaws. They lost Tupac, and you know what I mean? Obviously, Wu-Tang, they lost ODB. You know, it's like a bunch of different people that have gone through that similar experience, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Mr. Cheeks, Lost Boys. And I even shouted Puffy out on that song. Because, you know, to the naked eye, Puffy and Biggie were friends. You know what I'm saying? And to go through what they went through, you know, in the game, the travels and the journeys, like, if that was your friend, I know that shit hurt.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
How did the song Camp Wu come about?
Wu-Tang is our homeboys. That's like, those, like, outside of the Outlaws, the Wu-Tang niggas is the only niggas that, well, I don't want to say the only niggas, but they're some of the closest dudes to me as a rapper. Like, those are some of my closest industry friends.
Right. How do you feel that the album was received by the public? Do you think that it was the reception that you was hoping for?
I don't hope for much. Because I truly believe without the infrastructure of a substantial label or some powerful player, you know, you have to have some power in your infrastructure. You know what I mean? And if you don't, then you're not going to see impressive numbers. If numbers are what you mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not going to be a thing. You know, You're not going to see impressive numbers. You're not, you're not going to see yourself being played or hear yourself being played on any major, any mainstream radio or none of the big platforms. So you just, you just put the music out and live with the results. You promote as much as you can. You know what I'm saying? Let the label gonna do what they do. But if you're expecting a lot out of a independent label, then you setting yourself up to be pissed off.
I meant more from from the people that did check it out. Did you feel like you received positive feedback
Oh,
for the album?
Absolutely. But I'm so spoiled by that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm spoiled by that. Like, that didn't even register as what you were saying just now, because I'm just, salute to myself and my cloth and to the fans, but they really appreciate what I do. You know what I'm saying? And that has been consistent throughout the journey.
Right. So I also want to highlight the fact that my man Jake Palumbo helped engineer and record a lot of that album, right?
Salute to Jake Palumbo.
Yo, he told me about like your work ethic, like your style is like you'll be kicking it, like maybe the beats playing or something like that. You telling stories like for a few hours, and next thing you know, you write a couple lines into your phone, and then all of a sudden you got like a whole verse, and you'll just spit it or something like that, or something crazy. Like he says that like the way that you work is it's not like Biggie where like he's like you're writing it in your head necessarily or something like and he don't write it on paper, but like he says that it's like pretty amazing.
Yeah, I got a lot of tricks when it comes down to writing. I've been writing since I was 11 years old, so I have a lot of techniques. And I also have like a formula. So no matter how different, 2 or 3 rhymes are, no matter how different they are, they all have the formula is the same. It's there. You know what I mean? It may be disguised, but it's there. And it's a mathematic formula, basically, the way I structure bars.
Gotcha. Yeah, I remember hearing you talk about how the number 4 is like the special number in music, right? And like the way
Yeah.
that you broke that down, it was I've never heard anybody explain it like that, but it made so much sense. And I was like, damn, Rock is a fucking genius. Like, I'm not even capping. Like, it's just I never heard someone say it like that,
Yeah, the number 4 is God.
Right.
All the verses be 16s, 12s, 8s. They all multiples of 4. One bar is 4 bops to the head. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Unless you listen to one of them double time beats, in which case it would be 8 bops to the head. It's all based around 4. And, sometimes you could get jiggy with it and freak it and not follow the 4, but you better bring that bitch back. You know what I'm saying? Or you're going to either bring it back or recreate it, because you're going to have people all over the place.
Confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So in 2022, you put out Ether Rocks, which was your second solo album.
Yes.
What took so long to put out this record from the first one?
The pandemic.
Got you. Okay.
We
But I mean,
started
that was 2017 when you put out the record. You could have
Yeah,
put it
but
out before.
yeah, but the situation, the pandemic slowed down Ether Rocks and Crownsville.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I was just working, but again, it's like without the infrastructure, it's you kind of just rolling the dice. Like, you don't know where you're gonna put it out. It's like you just waiting for the right time or the right situation. And if you're not waiting for that, you waiting for your money to be right enough for you to do the shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so you recording all through, you recording the whole time. Like, most real artists rarely stop recording. You know what I'm saying? They might take breaks or whatever, but whatever. We're gonna get some songs off, but might not have a clear vision of what to do with the songs. You know what I mean? You could be working towards an album like Ether Rocks. I didn't know that I was like that. I didn't start working. Once the nigga was like, yo, what you think about doing an album with Ron Browz? Because my man Neff, he was the middleman in between that. Ron Browz was his man and my man. I mean, well, he's my man, and you know what I'm saying. He's like, what you think about doing? And I'm like, Nigga that made Ebonics, hell yeah, right? Fucking nigga who made I whoop your head, nigga, hell yeah, right? So it really was that simple to me, right? You know, I knew he was the Pop Champagne dude and all of that. And I was just like, fuck this nigga out here. Listen, and let me hear some of that Pop Champagne shit too. Let me see. Cause I wasn't like that's again, but I tell you, like, I'm a very versatile, one thing I don't get credit for being is a very versatile MC. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that was, you know, my versatility was part of my, you know, one of my advantages, like, you know, in the Heltah Skeltah comparison. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like it was just, if the idea came up and we started, and then the pandemic got in the way, and then, you know, we got back at it later. Once
Yeah,
it was
that
over with.
one record, what is it? Lettuce and Cabbage?
Yeah.
That shit is crazy.
That's my least favorite song on the album.
Really?
Yeah.
Why'd you make it a single then?
I mean, because we was gonna make everything singles. We just it's a couple more videos off of that album that ain't never come out.
Why not?
Because long story. Yes,
Oh man.
yeah.
But okay, so why the name Ether Rocks though?
Because Ron Browz is the Ether boy.
Got you. I didn't even think about that. I know he produced Ether, but I didn't even think that that's why you put that in the title.
Yeah, that's his name. That's his AKA, Ether boy.
Right.
Or one of his AKA.
So you on the record, you got Method Man, of course, Ron Browz, you got Ruste, you got Steel. How did you want to make this album different from Rockness A.P?
I mean, I didn't want to have a bunch of features on it for sure. I mean, it was already going to be different because Ron Browz has a different sound than what my fans are accustomed to, you know what I'm saying, to me doing. And
right.
I was, you know, I knew I was about to show niggas that I get busy on those too. And, you know, to all of the niggas who hate, you know, it's a lot of people who just hate on auto-tune just because it's auto-tune. Right. And, you know, I hate auto-tune when it's corny. I don't hate it just because it's auto-tune. You know what I'm saying? So if it's dope, all right, nigga. You trying to say y'all niggas ain't like none of them Kanye songs when he was auto-tuning? You know what I'm saying? None of them? None of the Weezy joints? Like, Weezy can rap. You know what I'm saying? So I was just like, fuck it. Like, I didn't want to restrict him. Like, in the production of the album, like, yo, if you don't like, I don't know what you like to do more. Just let me hear some jokes. You know?
Right.
And if it's, you know, I felt like if I got Ron Browz, give me some Ron Browz. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't gotta go try to dig in the gutter to make these beats. Just let me hear what you got. Let me hear Ron Browz. And that's how I got like the song Got It Moving.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love that song. The one where he do the whole hook. You know what I'm saying? Couple haters going flat on me. I was in the kitchen with fire on me. I love that song. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, watch this. Watch what I do to this shit. And I had to super swag that shit. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, super swag in the same sector where they slap the shit out of suckers. You understand what I'm saying? Watch how I do this. And, you know,
I can tell you like a challenge.
Yeah. I'm like, all right, watch this. I make it quick, look easy, but it's not, homie. Hate is part of the script, but your plot corny. I am from rock bottom, but top lonely. I'm in the middle with you, guap and the wop, Moni. Like, come on, B.
I know you got so much music, even if you don't put out that many solo albums or as frequently, and you choose to cap like each album like at 12 or 13 records, right? Where is all the music at? And why do you not choose to constantly hit us in the head with more and more?
Well, I'm about to start hitting y'all in the head with more and more. All of the music, a lot of it is on my computer. I'm looking at it right now. But you know, I got some on, you know, some new, a bunch of new shit on my hard drive. And yeah, like, I just, you know, I had to come to grips with certain things, like the changes in the game. They hit us all differently. They, you know, we all learn how to navigate through them at our own pace. We all accept them at our own pace. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, it shouldn't be ignored that a lot of rappers, you know, when you hear rappers, well, let me not just assume. Let me just say there are a lot of rappers who they put out mixtapes instead of albums because for the sole purpose that if the mixtape don't sell like that, it don't hurt their image. If the album comes out and it don't sell, you know, then that goes on your resume as a flop. You know what I'm saying? But ain't nobody selling right now unless you unless you wanted to, you know what I'm saying? You them impressive numbers, if you ain't on one of those labels, you're not gonna get those numbers. Get over it. You know what I'm saying? Grind. Go for the money and the respect. You know what I'm saying? Don't forego respect. Respect will carry you a long way. You know what I'm saying? But forget about that big time shit. If it finds its way to you, then kudos to you. But it's a lot of money around here without getting the hottest record, you know, being the biggest superstar.
So you know who M80 is, right?
Yeah, I know M80.
All right. So him and I had did an interview, and he spoke on a situation where Ruck had did an album or EP with someone before he passed. And this person came forward and wanted to release the album, and M80 was going to help him, but they took issue with why does 50% of the money go to Bernadette? And M80 had to explain to him that that's Sean, you know, that's Ruck, that's Bernadette, that's his family. They deserve his earnings, right? And this person was like, "Oh no, I'll give her some money or whatever." And M80 was like, "I'm not doing that." So this person disappeared, and then me and M80 had did an interview. We spoke about that, and it gets discussed. And I guess after the clip comes out, this person came forward and gave Bernadette the unreleased Sean verses. So something positive came from that situation. Man, roll the clip.
Yeah, so I spoke on someone, and I thought his name was Convict. I believe it's Innocent, so it's the exact opposite of Convict. That's fine.
You found him.
Came to me.
You found him guilty. That's why.
Yes, that makes sense. It came to me. He's like, I have this EP. It's like 7 or 8 songs, all unreleased Sean Price and me. And I was like, all right, I'll do it. I'll go broker the deal and the whole shit, and I won't charge you up front. You know, but so the most I could have made would essentially be like a fifth of my retainer, like at the most like optimum result. But it was like, cool, I can give the world new Sean Price music. I can make sure Bernadette gets paid because I'd heard many instances of her not getting paid. And literally she'll tell you anytime my name's associated with anything Sean got paid in his lifetime and Bernadette gets paid in the hereafter. That's how it was operated. So I spent a couple months and I brokered a deal for this project that would have put money in both Bernadette's pockets and Innocent. And Innocent's like, why does Bernadette have to be a signatory to this contract? I'll take care of her. I'm like, no, that's not how this works, bro. Like, I'm only doing this for Sean P and the family and the legacy. So if you think I'm just gonna let you like get this bag on Sean's name, and no, we're not doing it. So I never heard from the guy again. That was like 2-3 years ago at least. And Bernadette told me in New York that she has now recovered all the files and they will be, you know, themselves releasing new Sean P music that had those verses in the soon future.
That's so dope, man. That's so great. And see, to you guys that criticize M80, he has shown and proved time and time again that he talks the talk, but he also walks the walk too. As soon as he got off that plane, I saw that he was with who else, right? Was with Bernadette. She co-signed it.
Yep.
Shout out to M80. It's my guy. I bring all that up to say, do you know if those verses are going towards like a solo joint, or is that going to be used on the new Heltah Skeltah?
When did this happen?
This happened, I believe, last year.
I don't know. I know me and Bernadette are working on a new Heltah Skeltah album. I don't know if those verses. I don't know if those verses are the verses that we have for that are the verses in question. 'Cause I personally don't have any of the verses, right? But
Got you.
so I couldn't tell you which was which or not. But do you know the name of the person? Could you tell me off camera? I mean, no, after the interview.
I don't remember their name off the top of my head. That's why I'm saying that.
All right, there's a name. I'm gonna say the name to you. I don't want to put it on, because if if it's not him, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying,
Right.
misrepresent the situation. But yeah, I do know it. There was somebody who had a gang of Sean songs that we still wonder what happened to.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? We still wonder. It was like it was in a hard drive. The hard drive didn't work or something. Something's wrong with the. We don't believe him. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be. Was it that person? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see.
Can you talk about the new Heltah Skeltah album? Like, how's it going?
We just getting started. We I haven't laid any of my verses down. I'm going through the Sean verses. Well, I'm about to go through the Sean verses. But like I said, we're at the beginning phase.
Got you. Okay. Is it safe to say that we can expect kind of like it's coming out on Duck Down, right? Because I think I saw Burn say it in a interview or something.
Well, we don't know. We don't know. Honestly, that remains to be seen.
Okay.
I definitely want Duck Down involved because I feel like the fans just feel better when they see Duck Down on our product.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Well, I'm sure you're super excited about the situation, working on something new, and seeing what can come from it.
I'm working on listen.
No, I know, but don't go into that yet, because I'm about to ask you about that one, okay? Because I know what you're gonna say. You got so much stuff that you've spoken about over the years that we have not seen yet, like the album with Rock Wilder, right? Mm-hmm. The M3 album, The Man, the Myth, the Monster. Yo, what's up with this, man? Come on, you teased us for so long with all this stuff and we ain't seen nothing. That's why I was like, you're like a hoarder of your music. You just hold on to it.
It's infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I'm just learning. Like, I've been building infrastructure, and I'm also learning to let go of certain things, let go of some of my old ways. You know what I'm saying? My old expectations of the way shit is supposed to go or whatever. So yeah.
What about the album with RJ Payne?
Well, me and RJ Payne, let's see, how do I say this?
I saw you say on your live, you were like, it's going slow. And then next thing you know, I had texted him and he was all like, I sent him a bunch of beats today. Right after that live too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's my dog, man. RJ Payne is the shit.
Yeah, he definitely sent me some beats. And I took all day to get to him too, but I did get to him, and now I have to get back to him. I mean, it's been a very busy couple of weeks for me out here. Like, I've been stealing naps, like, just because I can't get them at normal times. But anyway, so yeah, I heard something. I gotta let him know which one I like, because I think it was like one or two that I'm rocking with. You know what I mean? But it's going. It's going. I gotta send him some beats too.
Yeah, shout out to Payne, man. It's so funny though, because like when you had said it in the live that you guys were doing a project together, I was like, that makes total sense. I was like, man, like I was just thinking to myself even before you said that, I was like, Payne needs to be working with him. And then you said it, I was like, oh shit, it's already happening. Yeah, so it makes perfect sense. All right, man. The situation with Agallah. He was a close associate with you guys, and after Sean's passing, he said some disrespectful stuff, I believe, especially pertaining to how he was the only one that really cared about Sean during a period of time and was responsible for his solo career. He kept saying things that appeared to be like, give me my credit. And there was a situation where he had disrespected Bernadette. So just from this situation alone, people within the camp were having issues with Agallah, right?
Mm.
To your knowledge, has that been mended yet?
Nah. I think, honestly, like and I've told Ag this to his face. I'm like, son, I don't really have a problem with you.
Oh, you
Right.
guys have spoken after the situation.
Well, years ago, the situation kept persisting.
Got you. Okay, because that's why you did that slap video first when you didn't say his name. And then, right, got
Yeah,
you.
it's like shit keep persisting. It's like, yo, like I remember I had a situation with a probation or remember when we talked about Agallah, right? I had a situation with a probation officer one time. Like she was mean as shit. But one day she spoke to me like a fucking human being for the first time. And what she told me was this. She said, Mr. Bush, you have been rearrested 4 times while on probation. Now I understand you haven't been convicted of any of these crimes, but if you get rearrested again, I might have to violate you because at this point it looks like we're not doing our job.
Yep.
That's Agallah. He's Mr. Bush. You understand what I'm saying? Like, bro, when the first thing happened, it was like, yo, and I ran into him in the club. It was probably Toka Tuesday. Tony Touch used to have do an event in New York all the time, right? So I'm like, yo, I seen him and he wanted to talk to me and shit. And I'm like, listen, bro, I'm like, I don't want to talk. I'm like, but know this, I don't even have a problem with you. You know what I'm saying? I don't even I understand why he said what he said, whether it's true or not. I know the mind games Ruck used to play on people. You understand what I'm saying? I seen Ruck tell him in his face that there was a point Ruck tell a crowd on the stage that there was a point where nobody wanted to give him beats. Agallah was the only person gave him beats. But Agallah was there. You know, when the person is there on stage, you ham it up. It might have been some truth to that. It might have been some ham to that. But when you Agallah, and this is the greatness that is Sean Price, you take every word of that shit like it's God's word himself, and you might put ketchup on it. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't really tripping off of some of the things he was saying or whatever, but I'm like, you got to make that right with Burn. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, I don't really have a problem. No, I don't even want to talk about it. But just know I'm not really, you got to fix it with her. And then he would go and do something else crazy, say something else worse. You know, you got all kind of people from 4 corners of the country sending nigga screenshots of shit that he done said. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, come on. Cut this shit already.
Well, there was a situation where I guess like him and M80 had issues, and he was Agallah was getting mad that Bernadette was still cool with M80, and he didn't want her to be cool with M80.
Well, Agallah didn't want her to be cool with M80?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, like something.
Bern had said something in a interview about that, but she didn't say M80's name. She said that, I was really cool with I was cool with someone that he didn't want me to be cool with, and it was an issue and yada yada kind of
Yeah,
thing.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's an act of war right there. Why are you trying to do that? Why are you trying to stop? Why are you trying to prevent people from making moves, eating, and so on and so forth? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that specifically. All I do know is that he continuously does things to keep him on niggas' bad side. And I don't want to hurt the boy. You understand what I'm saying? I was in a space where I felt some type of way and all of that, and I was venting and all of that. But, I feel like I'm way too big to be fighting Agallah, right? You know what I'm saying? But, Mr. Bush, if you keep getting rearrested, it looks like we're not doing our job. You know what I'm saying? So
M80 did say, though, he said that you cannot be a fan of Sean Price and be a fan of Agallah too because of what Agallah did behind the scenes.
Well, a lot of people don't know what Agallah did behind the scenes. You know, you got to explain to them. Like, I'm still finding out the shit about, you know what I'm saying? What you just now said. Right? He trying to.
Well, you know some of the stuff that I'm referring to that he's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm saying everybody don't know. I didn't.
Right.
I'm saying just in this moment, I just found out that he tried to, you know, fucking blackball Bernadette, you know, from M80. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's an act of war. M80 be doing good business. Like, you know, he be connecting dots to money. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So a lot.
exactly. So like, even if you don't like him, right? Like, and you don't agree with him or whatever, from what we've seen, he's done right by Bernadette.
Ooh, I don't have no problem with M80. I'm just saying,
Right.
like,
No, but I'm saying that, like, from the outside perspective, a lot of people take issue to him for whatever reason they have, right? So
right.
like Ag has an issue with him, whatever. But you see that this man has done right by Bernadette, and, you know, giving money or whatever it is, business stuff, you know, and she need that, you know? So it's like Agallah trying to police whatever, trying to gatekeep this situation is, it's not right.
Yeah, that's an act of war.
Yeah.
That's an act of war. He lucky niggas ain't on his helmet for shit like that. It's just that niggas don't really take him as a threat. You know what I'm saying? And again, you know, niggas is, you know, I don't know if I stated this early, but, you know, niggas ain't in that space no more with, you know, we want to be doing that all day. Like, you know, niggas is in their 50s and shit.
Right. If this was the 90s or
Right.
early 2000s, it'd be a different situation. But
right. But you can't sit with us though. Like, niggas ain't gonna beat you up, but you can't sit with us, bro.
But the situation too, though, is like, let's be honest, you know, a lot of the stuff that he said is when he's like intoxicated or something like that, right? You know, but
Yeah,
you can't let that go either, though.
Listen, the more you learn, the more you see that most of this shit all boils down to mental health, right? Like Rick the Road. So I saw that. That's a quote I seen on Instagram that I felt that. Like, shit is it all boils down to mental health. You know what I mean? But how much of a person's mental unhealthiness are you willing to tolerate, or are you able to tolerate? You know what I'm saying? You got to do, you know, create your boundaries, stick to them, make a decision, and live with it.
Right. So then the situation with Agallah speaking on Buckshot getting jumped, which was truly unfortunate situation, that happens. And that's what really set things over the top at that point.
Well, I wouldn't say over the top. I just said something public.
Right. But I mean, that's what drew you out finally to say something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he was out here making public statements. You know, anybody who I felt like knew, like, if you, like, I know people going to talk what they talk. I understand how the news cycle work right now. But if you was cool with me, or if you said you was cool with P, or if you said you was cool with any of us, if I didn't like your tone on that, I had to question you. Because while I might not be looking to go get down and dirty finding the niggas who did what they did to Buck and all that, I might not be in a position to do that right now. But you somebody I know who you is.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? And you know who I am. And so, did you learn Kung Fu or some shit that I don't know about? What are we doing? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I would take that a little bit more personal. So, you know, even with you know, the other guy, you know, and Jim, you know, I didn't like his tone when he was talking about the topic. So, you know, I said something about it in the video. Then niggas like, yo, you call me and talk. Let's talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I already said everything that I needed to say, I said.
He tried to walk back that situation and blame M.R.E.C., but M.R.E.C. had the receipts and it made him look really dumb. Has there been any effort on his part of trying to mend that situation with you guys?
I don't think so. But like I said, like, ain't nobody looking to do nothing to act. Like, you know, like how just like he'll probably see this interview though and and disregard all of the things that I said as far as how don't nobody really want no problems with him. And this interview will see him, send him spiraling, and we'll be getting screenshots from 20 other niggas about foul shit he said within this week and next week. And then I'll be mad again. But, upon this foresight, I probably won't be.
Yeah. I mean, do you foresee it being resolved at any time?
I don't feel like it needs to, so I don't think it will be. I feel like if it needed to, niggas would. But niggas can exist without each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas is world. Two niggas could be in the same room in a different world. So imagine that. You know what I mean? We ain't nowhere near the same page. So
I just think that it's such an unfortunate situation because of how long him and Sean knew each other, like since they were kids, pretty much. You know,
I got a song with I got like 2 songs with Agallah.
Right, and he's basically like extended family of Duck Down, right? Like,
I wouldn't go that far, and it's not a diss to him. I wouldn't go that far. That was Ruck's boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got a lot of boys that, they have no connection to Duck Down, or Boot Camp or whatever. They, we all have our own
relationships with people.
Yeah.
Right. Got you. All right, man. So last year you put out the album Crownsville with Ruste Juxx.
Yeah.
Why did it take so long for you guys to do an album together?
Oh, me and Ruste?
Yeah.
Well, again, the pandemic, because we started that before the pandemic too. But Crownsville was originally an album that P had with Ruste. You know what I mean? And as soon as Ruste said it out loud, because I remember P saying that. When Ruste said it out loud after P was gone, and I was reminded of it, I was like, we should do that. Because for a long time, I wouldn't do people was talking about, yo, you should do a duo album with
Method Man.
Meth or a couple of people, and I was like, it felt like disrespect to P. I mean, Method Man is my bro. Like, I fucks with son all day, every day, right? It's my nigga, but somebody I truly consider a friend in the game, right? But it felt like cheating on my bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, it didn't feel right. You know what I'm saying? So to open that, to grease the wheels on that, I'll do it now. But if I needed that Ruste project to loosen me up to that I did.
I was hoping you would click that. No, but it's funny because like when I asked Ruste the same question and he was like, yeah, man, I don't know either why it took so long, but he did tell the story of like, basically he said out loud to you like, man, me and Ruck were supposed to do this project and stuff, but he's not here anymore. And then you were like, well, I'm still here. And he was like, oh, like kind of like surprised, but I think that's so dope though. Like that project came together amazing. And it's great to see you guys have Bernadette so in the fold all the time with what you guys do,
Yeah, a lot of people know first of all, who knew, right? But Bernadette is very, she's very competent when it comes down to creation. You know what I'm saying? Like, she put together Imperious Rex. We participated, but she did all of the heavy lifting. You know what I mean? So she proved herself on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that song Sean Lives On, man, is hard, bro. That song is amazing. I love how you and Ruste are just like trading bars back and forth, and the beat is crazy.
Yeah, good looking. Appreciate it.
How do you feel people felt about the album when it came out?
People love that album. Again, I've become spoiled to good to after this, with the exception of the Source. You know what I'm saying?
Benzino, we got to make that live happen, that interview happen, man, on Monsta Nation, okay?
Word, but since then, I've been pretty spoiled with good commentary when it comes down to the lyrical ability and output of me and my brethren. So, you know, I knew it too. When me and Rusty was making that, we was making that album, I was like, this shit dumb. Like I was like, oh nah, they gonna like this.
Yeah, most definitely, man. All right, last question.
Mhm.
You recently spoke about you started the process of seeing a therapist, and it was an
Yeah.
interesting process. Talk to me about that.
So it was, I just took the first step. It's kind of the second step because I tried this back when P passed away. And, you know, the way I didn't like the way it went back then. It was, you know, it was too many steps where I would have had to say things that I don't say to people and different people. Like, let me tell this shit to one person, two tops. You know what I'm saying? When it looked like it was going to be three, I got out of it, right? But
Or they were handing you off to other therapists, or what was the situation?
so it was an intake process, the same thing that I just experienced last week or whatever, right? But this process was you can see I'm long-winded with my answers and shit, right? So fucking this process took a couple of visits, and like after like the second or maybe third visit, and I'm real comfortable with this woman, right? I done told her shit that I won't say on camera, right? And she's like, she's getting moved or whatever, and she's gonna hand me over to this other person. Hold on. This person ain't the actual therapist. This is another somebody else who gonna want to catch up on every. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I was like, nah, it kind of discouraged me. But, you know, so that was in 2015. Here we are 11 years later. You know what I'm saying? I've been living with, you know, all kinds of whatever stresses, pressures, depressions, you know, loss, trauma, PTSD, ADHD, all of this shit, you know what I'm saying? And I've been carrying all of this shit by myself.
Right.
You know what I mean? My life is so compartmentalized. It's like, you know, I have an Arizona life, I have a Brooklyn life, and I have a Long Island life. You know what I mean? And a couple other lives too, which, you know, they're just not as prevalent, but it's like, you know, and there's a boot camp life. That's a different life. You know what I'm saying? So, so when when I'm going through a low point, you know what I'm saying? I could be going through some shit. Like July 4th, Young Noble passes away, right? Shit breaks me in half, right? But my immediate circle, none of them know him. So I feel alone in this situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, salute, rest in peace to Forever Drama V, my cousin Drama V. This nigga passed, he got killed, right? A couple of years ago, he got killed. I was in Arizona when he got killed. He got killed in Brooklyn, right? You know, I came back to New York for the services and all of that shit. I don't know, I'm not sure how long I stayed, but I went back to Arizona, and again, I'm away from the people who the people who know him. You know what I'm saying? Like my Arizona life, they don't know him. So if I express, if I show my emotions or my sadness, my hurt, all of that, it's like I'm just dumping that on them. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm changing the mood of my area. You know, they don't have to go through that. So maybe they wouldn't mind, but I'm hesitant to put that on people. So
Right.
with all of this compartmentalization going on in my life, like, you know, I go through a lot of these situations alone, even though I'm with people who love me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's like I've been lifting this shit for a long time, and, you know, my friends, you know, my inner circle, they gently and lovingly, I wouldn't even say gently, but definitely lovingly urged that I do, that I go and try to get some help.
How difficult was it for you coming from the circumstances that you've come from, being a man and, coming from an environment that is all about machismo and, oftentimes as like little boys, we're taught that you're not allowed to share your feelings, talk about your feelings, you can't
Yeah.
cry.
Yeah. I didn't really have a problem with it. Like, because you got to remember, I made the song Therapy. That song was my idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wrote that song, followed my lead on that song, right? So without knowing, I didn't know that I was foreshadowing then, but, like, I respect therapy, you know what I mean? Because, we live in an environment, we live in a world where we are all aware that everybody's going through some shit. So it's like, you don't want to, like, you could have, me and you could have been friends for 10 years right now. And if I'm going through some shit, I might not call you because in my mind, I already know you're going through some shit. And that's what we all go through. We all have that.
You don't
And
want to burden other people with your problems.
right. You know what I'm saying? Because so what better option than to somebody that's paid to listen to your problem? You know what I'm saying? And give you honest and unbiased feedback. You know what I mean? And Jim, it's their job to try to help you. I'll take that shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it's an inspiring thing for you to come out and talk about it though, because I think that a lot of times people, like you said, compartmentalize things in their life, right? And they don't realize though that what you resist will persist.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times we stuff things down, pause, and then it's just like you don't realize how it manifests in your life, that it creates certain personality traits, certain traumas, patterns, everything like
And
that.
and it manifests into physical pain too. Like, your back hurt. You thinking you need to
Absolutely.
stress, nigga. No, you need to release some of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And we don't know. You know what I'm saying? So I'm all for it. Like, yeah, let's get to it. I would love to be a better version of myself. Who wouldn't? You know what I'm saying?
But I think it's great because, sometimes people are very prideful and they don't believe in asking for help or knowing that I've done all that I can at this point on my own. I need something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when your thoughts get dark too often, that's a sign. You know what I'm saying? Like a bit dark. And you know what I mean when I say dark. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit happen too often, it's time. You know what I mean? A lot of times it just helps to get the feelings out of your body in the form of words. You know what I'm saying? Just like it could be like creation can be like that too. Like, you could sit in there, it don't always gotta be bad, but the shit can feel like like it's invading your space. Like, you gotta get this shit out, pause. You know what I'm saying?
How much healing have you experienced with the birth of your daughter? Because you thought you never would become a parent. But, with you becoming a parent, and I'm sure you did a lot of reflecting on your life as a result because of it. How has that inspired you, changed you?
I mean, it's a driving force. I didn't have that before. I guess I did, but it wasn't that. It's like it's the most important thing. And it's like every decision I make, I know that she will directly or indirectly be affected by it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I've never experienced a love like that. Like, separate thought. Like, that love is ridiculous. Like, that your kid love, especially from a father to a daughter, or a daughter to a father, or a son to his mother, except if you have a mean old mama like mine was. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's such a tender love. You know what I'm saying? Like, my daughter, you know, she's such, like, I think she's very emotionally mature. Like, she's so smart, like empathy and shit. Like she texts me to make sure I ate. She's 11. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember she was sick. I'm in the other room, like, she's sick, she allergies, a cold, whatever it was, I don't remember specifically, but she texts me to ask her, you know, she texts me to make her something to eat, right? She's like, "Daddy, can you make me a sandwich?" Or whatever. I'm like, "I got you. You know I got you," right? Boom. I start making the sandwich for her. Text come to my phone, I go get the phone. "Please make yourself a sandwich too. I don't think I saw you eat today." Like, she's on it like that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, she's not fucking playing about her dad. You know what I mean? And, you know, anytime me and my daughter are in arm's reach, if we are in arm's reach of each other, we are probably going to hug each other. Like, it's like second nature. Like, you know, I never knew that. Like, I didn't have hugs from my moms. You know what I'm saying? Shit wasn't like that. But, you know, it's just a different energy. It's made me a more loving person. You know what I mean? And I was generally, I've been on record as saying hip hop made me a way nicer person than, like I said, I started out, I was a good kid and all of that, but when the streets grabbed me, you know, all of that aggression, all of that machismo, all that thug shit or whatever, you know, I wasn't nice. You know what I'm saying? I was on bullshit. Right.
Well,
But
you
then,
said in the past that like you know when you were younger, when you were quiet, you had a lot of violent thoughts, right?
yeah, hell yeah. Like, the lyrics in Therapy were absolute truth. All I seem to think about is violence. It doesn't matter if I'm dead, sober, or a bent. It's strange. I'm not insane, or at least I don't think so. Where am I? You think so, Doc? Truthfully, none of that was an exaggeration. Only exaggeration is the fact that Ruck wasn't really a doctor. That's it. Everything. You know what I'm saying? So what do? I go to my crew and ask for help, but they get no help. They go through the same shit they damn self. Look deep into a mind of a crook, and I know where I envision 2 right hooks. Damn, again goes this shit. I can't get out of this cycle. This one got me with on the thought of a brain bash that stopped me. You know, I mean, who knows why or how it got there, but that was what it was. You know what I'm saying? That was what I thought. Maybe the images on the TV was violent or whatever the fuck it was, but that was how I thought.
How did the parenting that you did receive or lack of their parenting from your dad not being around impact you as a parent?
Well, you know, I mean, it was, you know, I saw a lot in between. You know what I mean? I had a baby at, you know, when I was 40, so I was a late parent and all that, and I was, you know, way more calmer, way more tolerant, more, you know, I know how to sit my ass down, shit like that, you know. And I feel like patience has always been one of my strong points. So, you know, I was kind of designed for it. But, you know, like, I didn't really have that much to go off of from my father. You know, I just knew I didn't want to be violent towards my daughter or her mother. You know what I mean? So, you know, roll with that. You know what I mean?
But did you find like some form of healing for your inner child or anything like that because of like you got to provide for your daughter what you didn't have?
I don't know. Like, I don't really have conversations with my inner child, bro. Like, I haven't gotten there yet.
Mm, most definitely, man. All right, Rock. Man, I just want to thank you so much for your time, bro. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
Yeah, just I mean, we covered everything, but I just want them to be mindful and remember all of the future endeavors. You know what I'm saying? We got M3, we got the RJ Payne album that is less than halfway done. We got the J-Roll, the Rock and Roll album that's less than halfway done. But we got a lot of shit that y'all will be hearing before those get done. Is the Barman starts next month. So just be on the lookout. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to change the frequency in more ways than one.
Most definitely. And we looking forward to that new Heltah Skeltah album.
Yes. I don't have a title for it yet, but yeah. New Heltah Skeltah album, new rock albums, compilation albums, or not collab albums. That's what I meant.
Right.
Yeah, so M3, the man, the myth, the monster. Even if you steal my name, niggas is gonna know you stole it from me, so don't steal my name.